so I mean, that would have been full production swing for midnight. Enzuth.
Oh man, the reroll hell just never stops.
He left in July last year. Paul said in another interview that in BlizzCon they'll speak on Beyond 12.2 as well. Yeah, Beyond 12.2 is fucking the last Titan. Not after the last Titan. What are y'all talking about? They're going to talk about what comes after the song. What the fuck? Listen, I'm happy to eat my words, but it's going to be you guys eating your fucking words. I'm telling you that right this moment. There's absolutely no fucking chance that happens. I'm telling you right now, man.
Won't be right back.
Y'all come to me for my lore takes and my predictions. So let me predict this. That's not fucking happening. Hell no. If they do, I'm worried for TLT. You think we'll get news on 12:05? You mean 12:15? I don't even get the joke. We better get a trailer for 16-0 our month subscribers.
Now that we've got a foothold, it's time to take the fight to Advent. Menace 25, we have a fix on the target.
You don't even know what happens in TLT. How are you going to be worried already? I think he's saying if they were to show something that came after that would worry him. And I kind of get that. WoW 2 with Unreal Engine and anime girls.
Okay, W. That would, yeah, that would be sick.
I hate it here. I fucking hate it here. Fuck yeah. I just want another cookbook. Yo, how about a WoW cookbook cooking stream, dude? Would you guys fuck with that? That'd be kind of fun, huh? I gotta get the cookbook. That'd be sick. Yeah, I think a lot of us are kind of interested to find out what.
Not gonna lie, I'm looking at my phone. I'm also playing this guy, RPG. The Metal Prinny is out.
Can you imagine?
I'm getting to test my team.
Girl bosses that will spike the woke stuff real high. What's deeply ironic is some of those people that shout that shit, they actually just love watching anime. They have anime PFPs, and they just love watching anime where they just like simp for the anime girls. That's the greatest irony of it. I have the cookbooks and never use them because I can't cook. Tough.
It almost sounds like Pyro's talking shit about people's waifus.
Yo, same thing with Final
Better be
Fantasy
careful.
14, bro. When am I getting my ass slider?
Give
it to me.
Well, I would bet it. Oh my god.
Give it to me. Now there is one other interview. Is anyone watching my video from today? Does anyone give a shit about this? Yo, come. Today, wow. That's brutal. 3 hours ago, 316 views, 5 likes. We're gonna have to change that, chat. Yo, go blow it up. What the fuck is going on? It's because you're all here.
See, that's weird. It's like...
That's crazy.
Why say that, Pyro?
That is crazy, bro. This is what happens
You'll
when
never...
you videos on the day
You'll never hear me saying some bullshit like he just said.
It dropped while stream is starting.
Like,
I know, I forgot.
If I have to tell my viewers to do something, that's sad. They'll do it if they want to do it or not, you know?
I might have to re-upload this shit. That's pathetic. I didn't get an alert. I fucking hate being a YouTuber, dude. I fucking hate it.
That's crazy talk right there.
Need me to re-up it? I mean, I thought it was going to get more traction than this. I mean, we just can't upload on a day that I stream.
It doesn't matter, dude.
I stopped watching because you went live. Yeah, that fucking wrecks the algo, dude. That wrecks the algo. No,
like,
it's too late already, bro.
When I hear him talk about this, I can tell he doesn't actually watch YouTube himself. Because that's not how it works in the slightest. I can have a video pop up on my front page and it will still be there for days. Like literal days after, even if I don't watch it. It's always going to be there. Like, oh man, it's hard to watch this guy. Like, e-begging just like really gets to me, man. I don't know why. I'll let this play. I like the angry astronaut.
25 light years away, a giant cosmic eye is staring back at Earth from the southern constellation of Pisces Austrinus.
Oh my god.
This is Fomalhaut, burning 15
That
times
skirmisher
brighter than our
spawned
sun.
in
This
with
massive
58 aim.
A-type main sequence star is one of
Dude.
the brightest fixtures in our night sky. And for over a decade, astronomers thought they had captured something historic here, a newborn exoplanet directly imaged at the Hubble Space Telescope. They named it Dagon, officially cataloged as Fomalhaut B. It was heralded as an unassailable breakthrough, a massive gas giant moving along a highly eccentric 17-year orbit, clearing a path through a vast ocean of cometary dust. But then, the planet did something impossible. Over years of careful tracking, it didn't just move, it began to fade. It expanded, and then it vanished entirely, as if it had just exploded. But it wasn't a planet at all. It was the ghostly aftermath of a catastrophic planetary scale smash-up, so maybe two planets crashing into one another. What astronomers had actually imaged was an expanding cloud of fine, microscopic dust particles spanning over 200 million miles across, now designated as Circumstellar Source 1 or CS1. Fomalhaut is widely regarded as a textbook example of a young, chaotic star system, but the closer we look, the more the standard textbook models begin to fracture. The deeper we dive into this bizarre trinary system, the more the physics feel uncannily perfect. Today, we're going to look at the deep astronomical anomalies of the Fomalhaut system. We will explore how its three stars dance on a fragile gravitational tightrope, why its smaller star defies the laws of stellar evolution, and we're going to ask a question that mainstream science always avoids. What if this isn't a natural cosmic nursery? What if we are looking at a colossal multi-stellar mining operation operating right on our cosmic doorstep? All of this and more coming at you on The Angry Astronaut right now. To understand the weirdness,
okay, so I should be using the 50 SP skill on Morona.
It's a trinary system made of three radically different stellar types. First, there's the primary star that...
Like, how many rerolls am I at without the skirmisher even being at default aim?
The mass of our sun and many times brighter. Then, located 0.9 light years away.
Dude, RNGesus actually hates me. It's actually crazy to me.
Also known as TW Pisces Austrini, a cooler orange K-type dwarf star with about 73% of our sun's mass. And then finally, there's the runt of the litter, Fomalhaut C, or LP876-10, which is an M-type red dwarf, which packs just 18% of the sun's mass, and it's even further away. For decades, scientists just assumed that these stars were passing strangers, interstellar nomads, temporarily trapped by each other's gravity as they drifted through the galactic neighborhood. But precision astronomical data proved otherwise.
Oh god, my brain is hurting because it's processing how shafted I'm getting right now. I just need to not think about it.
Identical chemical DNA, having the exact same ratio of heavy elements or
Able
metallicity.
Ironman.
Furthermore,
Boo.
astrometric data shows that they share a near-perfect vector of proper motion and radial velocity, traveling through space together as a single unit at roughly 0.1 kilometers per second relative to one another, meaning that these three stars were born at the same time, and they are precisely 440 million years old, born from the exact same collapsing giant molecular cloud. But keeping a triple star system together at these distances stretches the absolute limits of celestial mechanics. Fomalhaut C sits at a staggering.
It didn't work. Why is it? You know what? I think I know what's going on here.
The main star, or more than halfway.
Not an XCOM. I don't know what the fuck is going on here with this. You know what? I'm not even getting RNG'd by aliens. I'm getting
so far from its siblings that it actually crosses the sky chart border into the neighboring constellation of Aquarius.
Skirmishers, not created equal. Next, an equal Ironman. Next, continue. Let me go put my
years for Fomalhaut C to complete a single orbit around Fomalhaut A. At this distance, the gravitational tether holding them together is incredibly fragile. Passing stars or galactic tidal zones should have easily ripped Fomalhaut C away from the other stars millions of years ago, and yet, against all mathematical odds, they have survived as a tightly synchronized cosmic trio for nearly 500 million years. And that's not even the weirdest part. To truly appreciate the engineering puzzle of Fomalhaut A, we need to look at the sheer geometry of its main dust ring. This isn't a loose drifting fog. It is a highly organized, razor-sharp band of debris stretching billions of miles wide. And in physics, sharp edges in space require an explanation, especially if you have a very powerful solar wind at work. If you spill dust in the vacuum of space, it naturally diffuses. Over millions of years, solar radiation pressure and gravitational friction should smear a dust cloud out until it becomes a formless, bloated mist, especially if we're talking about a bright, hot star like Fomalhaut A. And yet, Fomalhaut's outer ring remains perfectly confined, boasting borders as crisp as the rings of Saturn. In standard astronomy, there is only one natural way to achieve this: shepherd planets. These are hidden, massive worlds orbiting just inside and outside the ring's edges. As the dust tries to drift away, the gravitational pull of these planets acts like a cosmic broom, kicking the particles back into line or pulling them into orbital resonances. But here's the astronomical twist. Despite decades of searching with our most powerful direct imaging telescopes, we cannot find these planets. For years, scientists thought the elusive shepherd planet was Dagon, Fomalhaut B, that is to say, lowercase b. But as we now know, Dagon turned out to be a cosmic illusion. It wasn't a planet shepherding the dust, it was just a localized explosion of dust itself.
You know, I should be doing
huge temporary
40 SP skill and not
a violent collision of massive objects that is now completely dissolving. Hubble observations have even revealed a nearby point of light dubbed Circumstellar Source 2, or CS2, confirming that these destructive smash-ups are happening continuously.
Oh my god, I have auto on.
This leaves astronomers in a bizarre predicament. The physics of the ring demand that massive, heavy objects must be hiding in the dark to keep the debris organized, and yet our infrared instruments see nothing but empty space. We have a perfectly managed ring system, but the managers are entirely invisible, and also These managers should have a hard time surviving. In a very active system like Fomalhaut A, any sizable planet should get smashed apart in a violent collision, just like what happened to Dagon. Planets that survive long enough to keep these rings organized shouldn't exist, and yet obviously something does. There must be some massive gravitational influence that's keeping this ring where it is, but what might it possibly be? Well, we're going to get to that later in the video.
That's a lot of damage.
So while Fomalhaut A keeps astronomers guessing, the third star in the system introduces an entirely new paradox. In 2013, the Herschel Space Observatory detected a massive cold debris disk of what appears to be icy comets and dust around the tiny ultra-dim red dwarf Fomalhaut C. The ring stretches across a radius of about 26 astronomical units, which is roughly
Oh, clicked the wrong thing.
Sun to Neptune. That is a huge distance, by the way, for a red dwarf star. According to standard stellar evolution, this ring simply shouldn't exist. Young red dwarfs are notorious cosmic monsters. Because their interiors are fully convective, they generate colossal magnetic dynamos. This makes young M dwarfs violent flare stars, unleashing ferocious X-ray bursts and relentless supercharged stellar winds. By all standard laws of physics, a young red dwarf stellar wind acts like an interplanetary pressure washer through a process called Poynting Robinson drag and stellar wind pressure. It should have stripped away fine dust grains and blasted that delicate cometary ring into deep space within a few million years of its birth. So why is Fomalhaut C's ring still beautifully intact? Well, because this particular red dwarf is defying expectations. When astronomers measured its rotational period, they discovered that it spins incredibly slowly for a 440 million year old M dwarf. Because it lacks rapid spin, its internal magnetic dynamo is muted. It behaves like a sleepy toddler rather than a volatile firecracker. Furthermore, sub-millimeter data from the ALMA telescope reveals that this ring is incredibly crowded, undergoing what astronomers call a hyperactive collisional cascade. The comets inside this belt are smashing together at blistering speeds, continually grinding down into fresh sheets of ice and dust. The cosmics are pulverizing themselves
Like,
so
what
fast
is wrong
that
with
they are
this shit?
regenerating fresh dust
Seriously.
faster than the stars
There's something
stripped
really
away. Two stars in the same system, A and C,
stupid going on
separated
here.
by many trillions of miles
It's
of empty
random,
space, are
but how
both
am I 9 out of
experiencing
10
a
times
highly
below
active,
aim on
synchronized
everybody?
smashing of
Like
space
3 characters
rocks.
in a row.
It
Like,
almost feels orchestrated.
seriously. It's tilting me.
So to delve even deeper into the weirdness of this system, we have to look back to the birth of modern space-based infrared astronomy. In 1983, NASA launched the Infrared Astronomical Satellite, or IRAS. It was the first telescope designed to map the entire sky in infrared light, essentially looking at the universe's heat signatures rather than its visible starlight. And when IRAS pointed its sensors at Fomalhaut, it detected something completely unprecedented: a massive, blinding excess of far infrared radiation. The star was emitting far more heat than a young, hot A-type star had any right to produce. This discovery sent a jolt through both the scientific and speculative communities. In 1960, the visionary physicist Freeman Dyson had calculated that a highly advanced spacefaring
Well, let's check everyone.
civilization would eventually require
Oh
so
my
much
god, so we have
energy that they
2
would
good
build
and
a
then
massive
there's
system
people who
of
matter. Okay.
orbiting solar collectors around their home star, a concept now known as a Dyson ring or a Dyson swarm. Dyson pointed out that according to the laws of thermodynamics, these megastructures wouldn't destroy energy. They would process it and radiate it away as low-temperature waste heat. The primary technosignature of an alien megastructure would look exactly like a massive blast of infrared light with very little matching visible starlight. For a brief, thrilling moment in history, Fomalhaut's immense infrared signature made scientists wonder whether we had just found an alien civilization actively re-engineering their star and just around the corner. But eventually, sharper space telescopes revealed the mystery. It wasn't an alien megastructure like a solid Dyson ring.
Wait, what?
The infrared excess was being caused
What
by
the hell just happened right there?
microscopic dust grains in massive, nested, concentric rings surrounding Fomalhaut A. The starlight hits light hits the dust absorbs the energy, it warms up and re-radiates it out into the cosmos as infrared light. But while the Dyson ring theory was ruled out, the sheer complexity of these rings, recently mapped by the James Webb Space Telescope, unveiled a system so intricately structured that it replaced one mystery with another. Now, mainstream astronomy, unsurprisingly, firmly maintains that Fomalhaut is a rare, perfectly natural phenomenon across all the stars in its system. Astrophysicists theorize that a violent gravitational shakeup a few million years ago, perhaps a close encounter between the stars or a migration of hidden giant planets, gravitationally stirred the comet belts of both Fomalhaut A and C simultaneously, triggering the frantic dust-producing collisions we see today. Now, here's another problem, though. If something this violent happened, then how does this trinary system remain together? Something that disruptive should also have pulled these stars apart. But nevertheless, I want you to keep an open mind of all of the grandest possibilities in the universe, so let's engage in a fascinating speculative thought experiment. Let's look at this exact same astronomical data through the lens of astroengineering and search for technosignatures. What if the math feels too perfect because we aren't looking at a natural planetary nursery, but an active industrial workspace? What if Fomalhaut is a massive, multi-stellar mining operation run by a hyper-advanced Kardashev Type 2 civilization? Think about it. If an advanced interstellar civilization wanted to harvest raw materials on a monumental scale, they wouldn't waste energy diving into the deep gravity wells of fully formed heavy planets like Earth. They would go exactly
Like, why couldn't his aim have been good
resources
too?
are. The planetesimals. Asteroids and comets are the unmelted, pristine building blocks of a solar system, and they are packed with accessible heavy metals, silicate ores, rare earth elements, and precious volatile
Why'd I
water
hit load
ice,
game? Oh
all
god.
floating freely in microgravity. And interestingly enough, this system is actually a bit devoid of heavy metals, as if perhaps the metals have disappeared.
I know this is the
somewhere.
content everybody
Anyway,
wants to
if
watch.
you are a massive
Degenerately re-rolling
spacefaring
for
empire,
very strong
processing
troops
billions of tons of asteroid
to try and
ore
carry me through the
across
game because
multiple
I'm
stars,
clearly too
you are
bad to
going
do this
generate
myself.
An unthinkable amount of industrial waste, pulverized rock, refined
Even
slag,
with good
and
soldiers,
stripped
I'm just
ice.
constantly
In the
fucking
vacuum of
dying and
space,
losing.
You
So
can't just pile it up in a landfill. The most efficient solution would be to dump it into stable orbital lanes around the host stars. Under this scenario, those mysterious self-replenishing dust rings aren't a natural paradox. They are the colossal, system-wide tailings pile of an active interstellar operation. And the disappearing planet candidate Dagon and the newly discovering dust cloud nearby, known as CS2, Under this speculative lens, they aren't just random natural asteroid collisions. They are active
Oh, that were serious. That were ready to
where
infiltrate their
massive
city
planetary
centers.
building
Blah,
blocks
blah, blah, blah,
are
blah,
being
blah, blah.
systematically obliterated and processed for heavy elements. And remember those
Venice
invisible
1-5.
shepherd planets that standard astronomy says must exist to
Oh,
keep the
yeah, I
rings
skipped
from
it. Okay.
diffusing?
Oh, no,
What
there we
if
go.
the reason we can't see them is because they aren't natural planets at all? What if they are artificial gravitational anchors? An advanced civilization would need to build a glowing warm gas giant to shepherd dust. They could deploy massive, cold, low albedo megastructures, essentially artificial dark worlds designed purely to exert precise gravitational control over the debris. These structures keep the pulverized asteroid
I feel like
tails
anyone who turns in and
perfectly
sees me doing
confined
this
in
just
tight,
instantly turns the stream
high-density
off.
harvesting lanes, allowing
But I don't know.
automated cargo swarms to easily sweep through the rings and scoop up refined ores without losing a single gram to deep space. The synchronized dust production across a 2.5 light year gap between star A and star C is not a cosmic coincidence. It is a coordinated, multistellar.
Like, I don't
corporate
even really
harvesting
care about the rookies so
operation.
much. Just the skirmisher needs something good. That's not true. I do want the rookies to have good aim too, because one of them could go into, like, there's just so much fucking RNG in this stupid game, man.
Models of planetary formation,
Oh, because even if the guy who gets good aim on a rookie, he could go into Ranger, the class where aim doesn't fucking matter, and the guy with garbage aim could roll into Sniper, and then you have a useless Sniper.
Some amazing coincidences all taking place right in front of our telescopes. Remarkable events in such a short amount of time. There are no artificial narrowband radio signals, though, emanating from the system. No repeating artificial laser pulses, and no undeniable non-natural structural geometry detected within the rings. It is probably a beautiful, violent masterpiece of natural stellar evolution. But maybe not. Fomalhaut serves as a profound reminder of why we study astronomy. The physical signatures of chaotic, newborn planetary systems and hyper.
This has been over 30-40 minutes of just re-rolling.
Remarkably similar when viewed
I'm not even
through a
playing the
telescope
game. The game
25
is literally
light years away.
RNGing me
As
so
our
hard, I can't
instruments
even
get
play the
sharper
game.
And next generation observatories look deeper into the
Like,
gaps
that
of
is
these rings,
actually
we will
insanity.
eventually learn the truth. And
Or
we
am I
should
the
be
insane one?
open-minded about the truth. Whether we are watching the messy, beautiful birth of natural new worlds or witnessing a vast stellar empire harvesting the raw materials of the cosmos, Fomalhaut remains one of the most provocative, magnificent mysteries of our night sky. But what do you think? Is Fomalhaut just a turbulent celestial nursery, or are we looking at an industrial empire at work? Please let me know your thoughts in the comments below, and also don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that notification bell, and hype the video. And as always, please consider supporting me on Patreon. The monetization world is not enough to support creators anymore. It just isn't. Without viewer support, creators like me are just not going to be able to keep doing this. So please check the description for various ways to support what I do. Thanks again, and until next time, stay angry about space.
achievement along the way. He holds certificates in hydrocarbon process plant operations, security and risk management, and diesel mechanics. He's a member of the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers and worked as a mission support specialist with Boeing at a high-security defense facility in Darwin. There, he received a Defense Merit Award for his discovery of a serious programmable logic controller coding error, during which the facility was running on standby generators, thus averting high-level mission capability loss. More recently, Mr. Cruikshank has been working as an operations technician for liquefied natural gas companies ConocoPhillips and Santos Limited. Fuel production of liquefied natural gas on Mars is the focus of his research thesis, a concept that was validated by being selected at an innovation symposium for further study by the Chief Technology Officer of ConocoPhillips in 2019. Throughout his career, he has worked in the war-torn country of East Timor, in large cargo ship engine rooms in Singapore, in the oil fields of Alaska, and also with indigenous communities in outback Australia. Since 2012, Mr. Cruikshank has also worked as an industrial automation and security consultant, having earned a security clearance from the Australian Government Security Construction and Equipment Committee. In 2018, he successfully designed and installed the first facility security system for the United States Marine Corps at Robertson Barracks in Darwin. Mr. Cruikshank joins me remotely for this interview, where we'll discuss two anomalous objects photographed by NASA's Spirit rover in 2005.
So, Jeff, for someone who doesn't seek the spotlight, you sure are ending up in the news a lot recently. I mean, I see you on News Nation with Ross Coulthart. You got an op-ed in Liberation Times. I see that Tim Gallaudet is mentioning you on LinkedIn. Man, you're all over the place these days.
It's just the data, Brian. It's solid data. It's US government data, so it's pretty hard to dispute. Arrow won't look at most of it, but we've got people on the inside in Congress that are actually moving the ball forward.
Oh, man, you're so modest. That's so funny. Dude, okay. So you have been investigating quite a lot of stuff recently, mostly around this topic of disclosure. What brings us here today is your analysis of one particular rover image from one of the Mars rovers that was taken, I don't know.
Oh, here, how about
almost 20
this?
years ago at
Instead
this
of just
point.
having this on the
It's
screen.
taken by NASA's Spirit rover and originally photographed on June 27, 2005. And what this image shows is not unlike most other rover images, just mostly a boring, desolate, rocky landscape on Mars. But there are two particular rocks that caught a lot of people's eye, including yours. These two rocks, they're located about 10 meters away from the rover. They're not too far away. We can get a decent look at them. They're maybe about a foot to a foot and a half large, rough measurement. These photos that NASA provides more or less are what we would consider these days to be low resolution. So unfortunately, we have to zoom in to really get a good look at some of these particular rocks amongst everything on the landscape. But unfortunately, what happens is that these objects, these rocks, become quite pixelated. So we have some image specialists out there who we both know. One in particular, his name is
John Ward.
from South
That guy
Africa.
owns. John Ward is
able to take these
the GOAT, man.
low-resolution NASA images and upscale them, as try to smooth things out, try to denoise, try to get rid of some of the pixelization. By the way, John, thank you so much for doing that, buddy. It's fantastic work. But Jeff, the rocks that we're talking about here were originally discovered by someone named Rolf Varga, who is apparently in Zimbabwe. Do you know anything about Rolf?
No, I don't, but this is exactly what Squires and Bell wanted. Lots of eyes around the world looking at images. We've got guys like yourself, Mohammed Beskalam in
Well, I
France
figure
looking at
I should
images.
have
So
this playing instead of
everyone's
just me
looking at these
constantly
images
re-rolling over and over. Like, this isn't, I'm not actually playing XCOM 2 right now. The game is gatekeeping
This
me.
is exactly what the scientists wanted. The way that the scientists had set up the feed, Steve Squires and Jim Bell, they wanted to share these images with the world straight away, as quick as possible.
Yeah,
without
as soon as I
embargo.
actually get some good
So
soldiers
they
that
set up the
are,
feed as soon as
you know,
the images were decoded from
up to
JPL,
par,
or
then I'll turn on
uploaded
to the
the
full
internet.
game again. But until then,
So that caused a problem when this image came
may as well
through
be
on
watching
the 28th
this.
of June 2005. It propagated throughout the internet. There was nothing they could do. It's quite obvious that it's a manufactured object, pretty cut and dried. From the shape of the
I feel like
rock,
when I
looks
start
like some
counting
piece of
to point out
machinery.
how bad my
It's
RNG
very
is,
hard to describe.
RNG just takes
It's
notice
like
and he's like, oh shit, I
like a
gotta
wrench,
equal things
like
out. Otherwise, it's
sort of
apparent that I
sticks in
hate
the
him.
wrenches. But the actions of the JPL.
Like, I'm so paranoid. Like, I'm
on
making up
27th
random
of
things in
June
my head like that.
2005 were
Just
quite
try and
telling.
cope with this
The
RNG.
weeks afterwards, they sat there for 2 weeks and only moved probably 1 or 2 meters. So on the 14th day, they started taking more photos in different wavelengths. The pan cams on the Spirit rovers were able, they had a set of 8 filters. They could take photos in the range between 400 to 1,000 nanometers. So you can, the software that NASA's got, you can manipulate the different wavelengths and look at different features, because minerals in the rocks reflect light at different wavelengths, and you can determine.
Now, see, 73 is acceptable, but everybody else, of course, sucks ass.
On the surface by just examining how they react to different wavelengths of light.
You found something, a tool online, something called the NASA Analyst Notebook. Were you previously familiar with this tool?
Well, actually, I didn't find it, Brian. The NASA Planetary Data Science people actually pointed me in that direction and gave me a login to that software. Anyone can log in, and gave me a basic rundown on how to use it.
Not only were you interested in this image, but you started contacting NASA scientists looking for more information, and they pointed you in the direction of this Analyst Notebook tool. Can you describe for us what this Analyst Notebook tool allows the user to do?
Analyst Notebook is actually quite common in the intelligence community. You can
Oh shit.
data, voice, traffic, anything, imagery, and it's quite a complex tool. NASA's got their own version of it with for planetary data. What brought me to contact NASA was Jim Bell, who was in charge of the panoramic cameras. He wrote a book in 2006 called Postcards from Mars. In that book, on page 106, there was a map that showed the traverse of the Spirit rover between the solar days, which they call sols, from about 500 to solar day 580. Now, the traverse map of that in that book showed some anomalies around Sol 527 when that original image was found. And I actually looked into the data further along in the preceding days and found another image of that same rock at solar day 540 and solar day 541. So that didn't line up with the map in the book. So I reached out to Dr. Jim Bell, who published the book. He's still associated with NASA, and asked if he could explain the discrepancy. And that's how the geoscience node at Washington University that looks at the planetary data science contacted me and showed me how to use Analyst Notebook.
Got it. And while you were using the Analyst...
Alright, I'm gonna watch episode 20 of Slime. If you're not caught up and you don't want spoilers, don't watch. Like, I don't even know what the hell is going on in Slime. Like, I'm really not liking Slime recently. the power scaling is just so like it's just so wrong. It feels so weird. Like these people are just randomly appearing that are as strong as Rimuru, who's got like all these godlike skills. It's just strange. It just doesn't make sense. But I'll be right back. Like for example, Rimuru can literally predict the future. And he fought even with Hinata, and then Hinata just gets easily washed by some old man. He was a hero. Like, it just doesn't make sense, man. Alright, here we go. I clicked skip intro, didn't I? No, here, I don't want to get in trouble, so I'm just going to turn this off. Rid of my cam too, because yeah, I'm going to be eating. Self-conscious about that. I'm going to turn off the sound and everything too, so yeah. Okay, I'm back. Okay, I'm back. Ban that guy.
Analyst
Play
notebook.
this.
You kept coming back into it. You kept looking for more images, but you ultimately discovered something about the rover's journey related to this particular location. What I find so fascinating is that as you were digging into this analyst notebook tool, you discovered that this rover just sat parked there more or less. Maybe it only moved a couple of meters, basically analyzing these rocks because they were, one could speculate, quite fascinating to those people down at JPL, which strikes me as odd because if they were just a bunch of boring rocks, they would have taken the photo and kept moving. But no, they stayed there for up to 14 days.
That was what was anomalous with the map on postcards from Mars, and the response I got back from the planetary data science people was that the map was inaccurate because it was published in 2006, which was only a year later. But you have to put yourself in the scientist's shoes, Brian. You know, they didn't fall off the melon cart yesterday. They knew what happened to Levin. They knew what happened to the Allen meteorite people. They were vilified academically. And, you know, when your job is dependent on tenures and, you know, academic publications, that's a career-ending move if you just publish, you know, that there's a different form of life on Mars. So I believe that's, you know, perhaps NASA management were wondering what to do in that 2-week period. Must have been very soul-destroying for a scientist to make one of the greatest discoveries in human history, only to be told by NASA management that, yeah, we can't announce this yet.
Yeah.
What I found so curious was
Or ever. Until, like, and you won't ever get credit for it.
2 weeks essentially taking additional photographs, and not only did they take just regular photographs, but they took additional photographs using different wavelengths, different settings on the camera. Can you explain more about that? And I got the impression that they don't always do that. That this is something like a special extra couple of photos that they took.
They sat there and decided what to do. They took you know, a multitude of more images on both pan cams, left and right, different wavelengths.
Can you tell us what the importance is of taking a photograph with different wavelengths?
Different minerals in the Martian surface reflect light at different wavelengths. So if you take multiple images at different wavelengths, you can sort of determine the composition of the feature that you're looking at, and different times of the day. And that was the other thing that they did. They waited till the sun was in a different part of the sky to take these photographs, so they had a fairly good cross-section of light position from the sun, and using the different wavelength filters, got a large amount of data from this particular feature.
Do you think they took these additional photographs with the variety of wavelengths because they were curious, like we're curious when we see these two odd-looking rocks? They were just hoping to see if there was something more to them because they just look so strange and different from the surrounding rocks?
Yeah, that's correct. I think they knew eventually this had come to light, so they took all the data they could, perhaps hoping that someone like you and me stumbled across it 20 years later, which is exactly what's happened. Yeah, and you've seen recently they've discovered, you know, long-term
Microbial
hydrocarbons on Mars, you know, C10, C12s. This is a slow drip feed of information that, you know, life is probably all throughout the universe. It's not just entirely dependent on photosynthesis. There is also chemosynthesis, so it's irrelevant how far a planet is from the sun. That biological process is not dependent on the sun like photosynthesis. We've discovered organisms like that at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, I was going to say, the stuff that lives at the bottom of the ocean, dude, like...
So yeah, it's a slow drip because obviously, the fact that there's life elsewhere in the universe runs counter to the common narrative that we've been told for thousands of years, and probably interrupts the control systems in place. Humans aren't the top of the heap, and yeah, so we're very slowly getting told the truth.
So, two of the lead scientists on the Spirit and Opportunity rover missions, two guys named Jim Bell and Steve Squires, they were particularly interested in uploading all of the images that were sent back from the rovers. They wanted to upload them to the internet as soon as they received them here on Earth, quote, free from restriction, embargo, and as quickly as possible. Why do you think that is?
Both those gentlemen had worked at JPL for a few years and had seen data scientists start referring to the data that was collected remotely by NASA assets as my data or my imagery. So the US taxpayer was on the hook for that, the cost of collecting that imagery. Steve Squires and Jim Bell did not want that to happen. And, they admit they got scooped by a few academic institutions and media outlets that wanted a quick buck by printing a report, but they were happy to do that. So they just wanted everyone to have a look. Even Bell says that in his book. He wants kids, lay people that are interested, even members of Congress to have access to this imagery. And you might note that the missions now don't actually do that. They download to a place called Malin Space Science Systems in San Diego. So Malin Space Science Systems has what they call a securely compartmented information facility, where they analyse the downlink feeds from most of the planetary orbiters, particularly the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter and the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. So it makes you wonder why any of that information would be classified at a high level. Like a skiff costs millions of dollars a year to maintain.
This is like actual insanity what I'm looking at here.
It's a lot of money to spend to maintain those compartments, if you like.
That way you guys can see the aim of these soldiers.
There, why go to that trouble?
So they were afraid, based on previous activity, that the images that were received back from Mars perhaps would have been hidden from the public?
Yep, that's exactly what they thought. And there was one instance there.
They were right. They're 100% right. Like, obviously you'd think that, man.
Because they were dual missions that happened at the same time. Spirit was slightly first, and Opportunity came down later. But when the rover started taking photos of the heat shields that were used to enter the Martian atmosphere, Jim Bell quotes the story that someone in a suit turned up and wanted to classify the heat shield imagery because apparently it was a threat to national security. So those types of heat shields haven't been used in ICBM since the 1960s. You don't want a slow-moving copper heat shield coming in on an ICBM because they're very slow, and that'd give the adversary an opportunity to take them out. So ICBMs is a completely different type of.
Look at this shit, dude. Like
that's fast, and it's got what they call a high beta, which is low resistance.
I can't even play the game,
and that's
because of
the argument that heat shields that Spirit and Opportunity had.
Because I'm playing not created equal. That's crazy.
Stretching the bounds of reality, in my opinion.
Jeff, in general, one of the common criticisms that I'll hear from people online, skeptics mainly, when presenting images of what independent researchers like yourself would identify as a possible anomalous object, a possible artifact, more or less. One of the common criticisms I hear is that, well, you know, this is coming from an independent researcher. If this was something of importance, then NASA would tell us. But
That is
in
so
my experience,
stupid.
it doesn't seem like
Like-
NASA is interested in doing any.
If you have that kind of thought, you're so far gone. You're such a sheeple. It's insane. Like, you think you're so smart yourself. Like, it's wild if you would ever have that kind of train of thought.
Other than just simply publishing these photos. They don't really offer any analysis or commentary.
You've got to qualify that a little bit. I bet the scientists really want to get this word out, but there are very, very powerful forces in particularly your government that do not want this information to come out. And again, it's that we're not the top of the heap control mechanism, that they're scared of losing control, and how that the Abrahamic religions are going to handle this sort of information is another thing that's on a lot of people's minds. So I think the scientists really want to get it out there, but there's political implications of doing so. So that's where the bottleneck is.
Do you think there's this unspoken rule that if there's going to be a big deal made about any of these rocks, then we're just going to let the public handle this?
Well, it's worked so far. We're talking about an image that first got uploaded 20 years ago. So if they just don't mention it, it's only people like yourself that actually promote this sort of research. And it's not data that I've come up with myself. It's NASA's own data. And
Yeah, that's the
quite
thing. They're
open
not
for
like,
anyone to use their
they're
tools
literally
to
looking at what
analyse,
NASA's put out
the
themselves.
So then let's ask this a different
It's
way.
crazy, man.
If someone were to come up to you, Jeff, and say, well, what makes you qualified to look at these anomalous objects on Mars and identify them as possible artifacts?
Well, I'd have to refer them to the Intelligence Services Act of 2001, where I can't tell you what I was trained to do by the Australian government. That's an act of parliament. That's all I can say. So they don't know what qualifications I've got, and I've got a bachelor's degree in information technology, so I do know about data feeds and that type of stuff. So the fact that I don't have a PhD or a tenured position at a university is kind of irrelevant, and possibly that would be a threat to any tenured professors or academics that haven't found this information, or there's possibly academic jealousy.
Jeff, do you think that there's any one person on Earth who's quote-unquote qualified to be identifying what an ancient Martian artifact might look like?
Obviously, it is worthy of further investigation, and why NASA didn't do that and JPL didn't do that, I think they just wanted to stay the hell away from it, and it was quite obvious from the imagery what they were looking at. They didn't want to poke the bear and get any more data, so at least they know exactly where to look next time on a manned Mars mission.
Is it safe to say that we can trust our common sense when we see something that just doesn't look right?
Yeah, that's the big point, is you've got to do your own research and form your own opinions. You can't just wait for people to tell you what to think.
Exactly.
It doesn't cost you.
Exactly.
Get online, spend some time, do your own research, and come up with your own conclusions.
The two rocks here in question that we're looking at, one of them, some people describe it as a tool or a wrench or something like that. The one next to it I describe as a container that maybe fell over on its side. What I find so interesting, it's got this really
right there.
Interesting circular
Yeah.
hole
Yeah.
on its side or on the top, depending on how
Completely
you're looking at it.
natural, bro.
I just don't know if nature produces rocks that look like that. So to the untrained eye, it just looks like these things stand out from the rest. And I guess that's why you took a look at these and why NASA sat there for 14 days.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the common
that's so
thing,
telling right there.
pareidolia. You know, it's just human brains looking for imagery that they you know, can recognise as common objects. But you know, JPL scientists must have suffered pareidolia for 14 days to sit there and just take photos of this object. So that argument.
Oof.
So Jeff, you're
Jesus.
among many out
Brutal.
there who are doing this research independently, looking at NASA images and trying to find anomalies. Who are some of the most notable ones that you've been keeping your eye on?
Apart from yourself, there's a guy on LinkedIn named Amin Mohamed Beklassam. He's in France. He's quite prolific in his investigations in some of the imagery that comes through and shares it quite openly with everyone. And that's where I get a lot of interesting input from. As you know, Jean Ward in South Africa. So it's a worldwide, global thing. And you know, it's the human hive mind all working together to get to the bottom of this. The one question is there life elsewhere in the universe? And if we find it on Mars, we find it everywhere, basically.
Yeah, that's how you and I synced up originally, was on LinkedIn, which is kind of a great place to be. It's one of the lesser known social media platforms, but yeah, Amin's on there. But you're right, this is worldwide. I mean, you're in Australia, Jean Ward in South Africa, Amin in France, there's Rami Bar-Alan in Israel, we have Michael Craig in England, we've got Gary Legier in Colorado, and I'm sure there's plenty others out there, but you know, they're all doing the hard work. I mean, credit goes to you guys for really putting in the hours, taking a look through these images, through the data, and just doing all the reporting that many of us feel like NASA should be doing themselves, but simply doesn't want to. So,
Yeah.
you know, thanks guys. Thank you. Jeff, let's pivot to something else here. You work in the liquid natural gas industry currently, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right, Brian. Yeah, I liquefied the field gas from offshore oil fields and turned it into a liquid because it's easier to transport. It shrinks 600 times when you go from the gas phase to liquid phase. And it's at atmospheric pressure as well, so that gets shipped across to Japan and other customers around the world.
Describe for me how you think the liquefied natural gas process could help generate some fuel for us on Mars.
Both SpaceX and Blue Origin have what they call methalox, which is liquid methane and liquid oxygen rocket fuel. The problem with their cryogenic fluids, both of them, the problem is trying to keep them cold on a 6-month journey to Mars. It'd almost be impossible. We don't have that kind of insulation technology to do that, so we have to make the methane and liquid oxygen on the surface of Mars for the return journey. Mars is fairly challenging. The atmosphere is 95% carbon dioxide. The atmosphere is almost a vacuum. It's only about 6 millibars, whereas Earth is 1,013 millibars at sea level. So you can't keep liquids in their liquid form because there's no pressure to keep them as a liquid. So it's going to be very challenging to produce liquefied methane and liquefied oxygen on the surface of Mars, but there are major oil and gas companies looking into it. I made a proposition to ConocoPhillips in 2019 to look at producing LNG on the Martian surface, and it got selected for further research by the Chief Technology Officer at the time, Greg Lavelle. So yeah, they are looking at these various ways and means to produce liquefied natural gas and liquefied oxygen on Mars. And it uses a process that's been known for over
Wait, did I
100
not
years called the
select
Sabatier
my
process,
options this
where
reset?
you can combine
No, I see the
carbon
Marauder. I mean,
dioxide
Skimmer,
and
sure.
hydrogen under pressure and temperature in the presence of a
Okay.
catalyst, and you'll get methane.
Oh my God! Wait, we're
water
in.
as the output. So there's plenty of carbon dioxide, obviously, up in Mars. The only thing that's probably missing is the hydrogen. But if there is a source of water on Mars underneath the surface, like brines or something, that's potentially a source for hydrogen. So yeah, that's one of the challenges that the space agencies and the private commercial space entities face in any human Mars mission.
Like how long
Jeff,
did that
let's
take
talk
me?
about
That's
the
wild.
All-Domain Anomalous Resolution Office, otherwise known as ARROW. They released on their website a document where it was discovered that the Department of Homeland Security provided the Department of Defense with documents and relevant information associated with a program known as Kona Blue. And as I understand it, Kona Blue was a prospective special access program established to protect the retrieval and exploitation of non-human biologics. And included in this report were a request for all records, reports, raw data, and threat analyses pertaining to the Moon and Mars. I found that particularly interesting. What's your take on that?
Well, Kona Blue is actually, that was a code word that was developed for the top secret, in the top secret environment, you've got certain compartments, and Kona Blue was the name given to one of those compartments. So if you have a top secret clearance, it doesn't necessarily mean you get access to everything. There's certain compartments that you get briefed into, and Kona Blue was one of those. It was set up by Lieutenant General Ron Burgess, who was the director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, and he was trying to talk the Department of Homeland Security into actually taking on the anomalous aerospace activity that they'd seen. Nobody wanted to touch it, basically, so they were trying to shop it to DHS to take responsibility, and they refused, so it actually went nowhere. But
Okay, I was expecting you
there's
to
obviously
miss.
something there. if
Expecting
they're
you to hit Rin.
going to the
Oh, okay, you didn't kill though.
trouble of making code word
Nice.
compartments, establishing skiffs to maintain that information. It's a hell of a lot of effort to go to if there's nothing there, basically.
Well, I found it particularly fascinating given all the attention that UFOs have been getting recently and the declassification
100% on your Justice Strike?
secret programs, that they're still interested in, well, what could be going on with the Moon and Mars? Like, they haven't ruled out those locations as being potentially active with non-human intelligence.
Well, I guess if it was a intelligence from another star system, you'd want a forward control base close to the subject planet, like Earth. You'd probably set up something on the backside of the Moon, which never faces the Earth at all, just the way that the Moon's gravitation works. And so, yeah, there'd be a sort of a forward command post there. I guess their biggest query is, what is the intent?
Like they should walk towards me.
When adversary does reconnaissance like that, it's not usually good. It's usually the initial preparation of the battlefield. And there's a lot of talk lately about this being a threat. They've had thousands of years, possibly longer, to activate a threat.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, if they, like, people who think that, like, they're here for a military purpose or, like, are just so stupid and they don't understand even the most, like, basic fucking concepts. Why would they wait so long to do something about it if we were ever a threat or if they were going to fight a war? Like, who is dumb enough to think like this?
If they wanted to, I'm sure we're just like a zoo animal to them, that, you know, nuclear armed on their way to destroying themselves. They're probably, hopefully, going to intervene if missiles start flying.
Well, see, they already have. Just, there's the during the Cold War or whatever it was, when the Russian systems got a false flag that the United States launched missiles. They tried to fire back, but then they didn't. They weren't. They like all their tech malfunctioned at just that time, and they saw green lights at the base. Like, shit's just so crazy, man.
Hopefully, yes. Last question, Jeff, and then I'll turn it over to you in case you have any other comments. On this broader topic of disclosure, these days UFOs seem to get all the attention. But there's still folks like you and me who've got a watchful eye on our neighboring planet Mars and who have identified quite a number of anomalous features and evidence for life and such. Why don't you think Mars is given the same attention with the rest of the public on this topic of disclosure as UFOs?
I'm not really sure. The thinking is that if life did evolve there, it's probably long dead.
Well, Jeff, I guess what I'm asking is, why don't you think the public is as interested in Mars as they are with UFOs?
I guess they're just relying on the data from the science agencies like NASA and the European Space Agency, etc., that to come out and deliver any findings that they find. They're not really understanding the geopolitical situation that it'd uncork a genie if that information came out. Particularly, how would the Vatican react? You know, that sort of thing.
Religion has been the single worst thing to happen to humanity. I'm just gonna say it. Like, it's insane how much people have died and horrific shit has happened because of religion. And not to mention the gatekeeping, the burning of Alexandria. Like, the list is so big.
That's what's at stake. There's a lot of high-level discussions, and there always has been, you know, since World War II with the Foo Fighters. Both Allies and Axis sides encountered Foo Fighters during combat, and, you know, each thought it was the other side's special weapons, and that was why the rush to Berlin happened in 1945, and, you know, John F. Kennedy was part of that. He went there with James Forrestal in May 1945 to get hold of some of these miracle weapons. So yeah, there's a long history of the cover-up.
Jeff, do you think we need boots on the ground to investigate just what the hell happened on Mars?
Yeah, I believe it's worthwhile sending humans there. I know that some of the NASA scientists felt like looking at continuous imagery of Mars, it felt like a basaltic prison because there was just no features at all, and they got quite depressed looking at rock after rock. But eventually this is going to come out. The data is there, and it's solid data. There's no ifs, buts, or maybes about it. So eventually we'll reach the point in human evolution that we'll accept that there are other biological life forms out and about, probably, you know, evolved billions of years ahead of us and light years ahead of us in technology. So
Yeah,
it's just a matter of time, basically. I think to
it
finally
is.
answer the question, are we alone in the universe, it's worthwhile travelling there and having a look.
This is the continuing series of Blue Planet Red, an award-winning documentary film on the history, evidence for
Great
life,
video as
and
always
catastrophes
from
that
Brian
contributed
Corey
to the
Dobbs.
death of Mars. The documentary includes interviews with NASA's lead
So when I use
Oh, let's go back. There's not really a big intro. Okay.
we have to realize that the sun giving off charged particles, changing the magnetosphere and the magnetic environment of Earth can have incredible ramifications for modern technological society.
Professor Robert
83%, so it's basically zero.
in geology and geophysics from Yale University in 1983. He is now an associate professor of natural sciences and mathematics at Boston University.
So when I use the term solar outburst, I use that as a general term, and what that can include, not always all of them together, but in a major solar outburst, all the evidence is that these different features or factors and phenomena do occur together. You have a solar flare, incredibly hot, energetic, bright solar flare coming off of the sun. And with that is often a coronal mass ejection, which one can think of as essentially a bubble of plasma. Now, plasma is electrically charged particles, generally at very high energies, moving at very high speeds. So coronal mass ejection, one can think of that as this huge bubble of ionized gas or charged particles thrown off by the sun. So that's a second factor in a major solar outburst. So solar flares, coronal mass ejections. Something else that is associated with a major solar outburst is known as a solar particle event or solar proton event. The sun normally, in everyday terms, we're used to the solar wind, at least people who study the sun and are aware of the sun, that it has a stream of particles and a magnetic field, electric field involved. Whenever you have an electric charge moving, it generates a magnetic field, and we have the
This is kind of a bad situation.
particles coming from the sun and the heliosphere. But during a major solar outburst, this intensifies, and you can get these charged particles, primarily protons and electrons, but it can also be other ions, moving at incredibly fast speeds, and they may intersect the various planets, including planet Earth. So we have solar flares,
75% chance to
solar
hit.
proton events or solar particle events. Something else.
Oh, and you
associated
criticaled.
with a
That
major
is
solar
really,
outburst
really
is
clutch.
electromagnetic pulse in some cases, an EMP, which is something that in ancient times people probably could not detect or could not detect directly, but in our modern day with the electronics and electrical grid systems, etc., electromagnetic pulse would have
63% to
effects
pull?
on us, as would the solar proton event.
Be able to
as
get into
would
the, yeah, you
coronal
would be able to
mass
finish him.
ejection
All right, pull it.
with this bubble of ionized
Or
particles,
try and pull it.
gases, plasma hitting Earth,
Oh,
and the solar flare itself, which would be the first thing we see because that is a form of electromagnetic radiation, light, coming much quicker from the sun, then followed by
oh,
the
and then you
other
finish him.
features of a major solar outburst. The term
Menace
solar
1-5,
outburst is a general
area
term
secure.
for the different phenomena that can come from a very, very active sun, when the sun essentially explodes in everyday terms. One thing that we have to keep in mind, or people should realize, is that the sun is not particularly stable in the long term. Even on the short term, it goes through cycles, the sunspot cycle. It gives off various flares.
It does,
Most
he's
of them
right.
are
True,
relatively
this.
minor from a human perspective, but every once in a while it gives off major flares. It gives off these coronal mass ejections. It gives off solar proton events. SPEs, they're known, solar proton events, CMEs, coronal mass ejections. So when you have
Flawless victory.
thrown off by the sun, that's what I'm referring to as a solar outburst. And they can be more minor or they can be more major. We had a solar outburst in historic times known as the Carrington event in 1859.
Yep.
That created all kinds of what are known as geomagnetic storms,
Yep.
as electrically charged particles hit the magnetosphere of the Earth, hit the atmosphere, rain down all the way down to surface levels, the 1859 Carrington event was, from a historical point of view, a pretty major event. But from an astrophysical and geological point of view, it was very, very minor. So we have a situation where, if we look at various solar outbursts, we can think in terms of orders of magnitude, just like you think about earthquakes or volcanic activity. Some are more serious, some are much more powerful than others. I think in terms of geology often, because I am a geologist and geophysicist. That's what my PhD is in. So if you think about the Richter scale for earthquakes, you can have very minor earthquakes. You can have
Okay, this is actually really good. This is actually,
same
because I didn't get a sniper there,
the various phenomena
if I go
associated
into my
with
next
it.
mission,
The sun
I
is
can,
very turbulent.
I'll just bring,
It's very volatile. It goes through periods of increased
I'll bring the
activity,
cannoneer,
goes through periods
specialist,
of decreased
skirmisher,
activity.
and then a fourth
It
rookie with
develops
Giga Aim.
sunspot cycles.
Then he should promote
It
into
knows
it.
astrophysically very well. But we
So
really
let's
don't
see if we have a
understand
soldier in
this
here that's got some good
ultimately,
aim.
in any
Mary? Ooh,
detail
okay,
to
68.
predict when
Not
is it
bad.
going to be more active. We can make
69.
predictions, but they're not always good.
Nice.
And
Even better.
we have to realize
Your
that the sun
default, so you're
giving
good,
off
you're
charged
usable,
particles,
you're garbage.
changing the magnetosphere,
I want to dismiss you.
and the magnetic
Oh,
environment
here
of
we go.
Earth can have incredible ramifications for modern technological society.
Yeah,
So
there we go.
have
That's my sniper right
instances
there.
when
Javier.
there's what are really very minor solar events. but
Javier
depending on
Hernandez.
where their
Nice. He's
impact
gonna
is,
fucking go
they can
hard.
knock out grid systems. They can knock out transformers. They can cause blackouts. They can cause GPS malfunctions temporarily. And these are just very, very minor solar events. We did have a relatively large solar event historically in 1859. We have not seen a 1859 level event since then. That was known as the Carrington event after Richard Carrington, an astronomer who saw the first major solar flare coming off of it in 1859. It was followed by coronal mass ejections. It was followed by all kinds of geomagnetic storms. 1859.
Yeah, I like combat gear.
There
It's
wasn't
got it.
much in the way of electricity, but there were telegraph systems. Telegraph systems were overloaded literally. They became inoperable, or they were so overloaded with electricity in some cases because the telegraph lines acted as a huge antenna picking up the electricity and the electromagnetic phenomena, that telegraph operators could send messages they found without any kind of external source. In other cases, it wasn't so pleasant because telegraph stations
Oh my
actually
God.
broke down because they were so overloaded. So it caused damage to the telegraph lines in 1859, but that was really a minor inconvenience from the point of view of most people today. If we had an 1859 Carrington event, it would literally bring down satellites. It would bring down electrical grid systems. It would knock out transformers around the world. We would probably have not hundreds of millions, but billions of people without electricity for some indeterminate amount of time. Imagine how people would survive without electricity, especially in heavily populated areas. So these are very serious things to think about, and solar activity, unexpected
There we go. I like that
by
red.
the average person, could have major.
I don't like
will
that they're
have
tired for
major
8 days, but
ramifications
they're still going to go on the
for
mission
Earth.
whether they're tired or
Something
not.
else that people don't spend a lot of time thinking about, but if we
This
had
time,
even
build me a
1859
resistance ring
Carrington
first
event,
off.
bringing down electricity, grid systems around the world, the solar proton event and EMP, electromagnetic pulse that may be associated with such an event could literally fry personal computers
Commander.
and cell phones
Okay, sure.
and all kinds of
Actually, do I even
records
care
that
about
are
region income
stored
that much? 'Cause it's
electronically,
probably not even going to be a
including
lot.
many records for the financial system that don't occur in any other form than electronic form. Plus, they can, well, such an event, and I hate to even talk about it because it's so scary to me, could bring down nuclear power plants. because they need electricity for the cooling systems. It's sort of ironic that
That's
the
true.
nuclear power plants, which create electricity, would be damaged by a 1859 Carrington level solar event, so that they could no longer operate properly. You would basically have Fukushima type events around the world at the over 400 nuclear reactors that we have, or Chernobyl like events and radiation leaking. I mean, it's a very, very scary situation. Unfortunately, we as a modern society every day are making ourselves more vulnerable to a major solar event, or even relatively minor solar events, as we continue to have more electronics at a more delicate level. Yes, it's more efficient, they're faster, but they're not as robust. And during a solar event, they would be incredibly vulnerable. So not to be the bearer of bad news, but you heard it from me when it happens. My interest in solar outbursts actually arose from my interest in ancient civilizations and what happened to ancient civilizations, what could bring them down, what could bring the demise of ancient civilization, particularly at the end of the last ice age, which is circa 9700 BCE. And what I have determined through a lot of work over many decades now is that, yes, there were advanced civilizations before the end of the last ice age, so before 9700 BC.
Yep.
Let's think in terms of maybe 10,000 BC.
Without a doubt, yeah.
A rough number. So 10,000 years before the Common Era. And the end of the last ice age was at 9700.
And what happened about 10,000 years ago? Oh, the Younger Dryas, a cataclysm that wiped out all a bunch of... Dude. This is just so apparent. I don't know how,
BCE, where you had demise of early civilizations, represent, for instance, by what I call the Proto-Great Sphinx, and I've done a lot of work in Egypt on the Sphinx and showing that its origins go much further back than 2500 BCE, that I'm convinced it goes back to at least around 10,000 BCE. The head was recarved, etc., etc., and we could talk about that at length. You also have Göbekli Tepe in Turkey that confirms, in my assessment, that yes, we have true civilization, sophisticated culture, going back again to that early period, let's say roughly 10,000 BCE, before the end of the last ice age. At the end of the last ice age, we have data that indicates it was a
Wait, they're not even shooting the device. Hell yeah.
Traumatic change. Increased global temperatures literally overnight. We're looking at ice cores and sediment cores. We can pinpoint very accurately when the ice age ended, when you had these abrupt climate changes, you had earthquake activity, you had torrential rains, rising sea levels. It was a devastating time for these early civilizations. So what could cause this? Some people have suggested comets and meteorites and asteroids, but in fact, their dating of those, even the advocates of that, is 1200 years too early, because I'm talking the very end of the last ice age. And what I'm convinced is that it was a major solar outburst that brought about these major temperature changes, major climatic changes. You would have literally melted glaciers incredibly quickly when you had plasma, electrically charged particles driven.
Exactly. Like, it could have just been big ass comet, boom, hits the fucking ice caps, GG. Like, that's so, like, it's not impossible for that to happen.
The Earth during a major solar outburst, you can think of huge lightning bolts hitting the surface of the Earth in places, because they would be directed in places. It wouldn't be over the entire surface simultaneously, but just like atmospheric lightning, these plasma bolts, if we could call them that.
There's also the Squatting Man, which was a giga giant plasma event that you can
places. You can think
That
of
a bunch of ancient
hitting
people
out
could see
with
all over the
fire,
world because it was just that big.
hitting ice or hitting water, melting it, evaporating it, putting huge amounts of moisture into the atmosphere that came down as torrential rains. We also find that when you have those huge glaciers, massive glaciers, kilometers thick, being melted so quickly, it releases pressure, so you have increased earthquake activity, increased volcanic activity. Plus, it's now been demonstrated that in some cases, even in modern times, increased solar activity can trigger earthquakes, sort of like clapping. In the situation of an avalanche, it just takes that small amount of energy to trigger a major effect that was just on the edge of happening. So we have these calamitous times at the end of the last ice age from what I am convinced was a major solar outburst, orders of magnitude greater than anything we have seen in historic times, orders of magnitude greater than the Carrington event of 1859, which is the largest that we've had in historic times. And all the evidence, I'm convinced, is there that this is what occurred. We have geological evidence for that. We have literal vitrification. That is where you would have these intense plasma strikes or lightning strikes hitting the surface of the earth and fast melting and then recongealing of the rock to form a crude natural glass, sort of looks like scoria. So it's a crude natural glass. And that's known as vitrification, right on the Giza Plateau, which is the site of the three Great Pyramids in Egypt, the Great Pyramid literally, the Second Pyramid, the Third Pyramid, and the Sphinx, an area that I have been studying since 1990 in great detail. There, I'm convinced that we find vitrification. And I date that vitrification back to the end of the last ice age, to the events that brought about the end of the last
Using
ice
all my
age.
grenades to make
Something
sure they
that,
die and I don't have
we
to deal with
found
any
recently,
RNG.
and my wife
After this,
Kate
it's just a
has been
sectoid and one more sectoid group over there, and the map's done.
when we were
You're gonna try and run away. Oh, you
Egypt,
ran away
we
so
see
hard you were
patterns
committed to burning.
emanating from under the Great Pyramid and the Second Pyramid. These look like sort of channels or scars in the rock, but they follow what are known as Lichtenberg patterns, dendritic patterns that you get when you have lightning or major electrical discharge hitting certain types of materials. It spreads out in dendritic pattern, and this is exactly what we see, I'm convinced, on the Giza Plateau, as well as direct evidence of vitrification. In some cases, these Lichtenberg patterns no longer have much evidence of vitrification in them, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah, just take a bunch of yellow
because
40 to 50% shots.
The glassy shards at a microscopic level are very, very fragile. And so from natural erosional processes, much less the camels and humans and donkeys traipsing all over them, it's hard to find some of this evidence on Earth. It's interesting that
34% long-range shotgun, almost.
Was the astrophysicist Thomas Gold in the early 1960s. He hypothesized, based on the evidence, that there was a major solar outburst in what he called geologically recent times, which is his way of saying the end of the last ice age. And
yeah, what are you going to do, bud? You better think about it real good.
To the moon, he actually found vitrified
Holy shit.
on the moon that he attributed to this solar outburst. Why on the moon? Because it doesn't have much atmosphere, it doesn't have the same erosional processes, it doesn't have the same weathering processes, so in fact it would be preserved much more easily on the surface of the moon. And
I think this should be fine.
Solar
I shouldn't.
That hit the Earth would also hit our satellite, the moon. So he actually found evidence of that on the
Move
moon.
right there.
We've since
That should not
found
aggro them, and then he can get in position to nade them all.
direct evidence on the Earth. And we also have various forms of archaeological evidence. So, for instance, Los Alamos plasma physicist, he's now retired, but the Los Alamos plasma physicist, Anthony Perrott, Dr. Perrott, has found among the petroglyphs, the most ancient.
Oh, he's dead.
The world. These are engravings on rock.
That Elamau is toasted.
mimic or they record plasma shapes that one would see in the sky. So think about the auroras, the northern lights or the southern lights. They sort of look like pretty sheaths of color, but they're essentially from the solar wind hitting the ionosphere, hitting the atmosphere, interacting with the atmosphere. During a major solar outburst, you have such phenomena much more intensely, and also at lower latitudes. You would see them around the world. This has been modeled, and there have been laboratory simulations of this, and this has been very well documented in the laboratory. And he was the first to discover, to the best of my knowledge, that these are also recorded on petroglyphs from this remote period. So
Yep,
people were
squatting man.
carving or drawing on stone what they saw in the sky. To go even further, again, my wife Katie first noticed that the Rongo Rongo script from Easter Island seems to record the same thing, the same phenomena that we're seeing in the sky. Now, that doesn't mean that this script wasn't maybe used later for other purposes, but it seems to have its origins in the same place. And yes, I just want to address this, that the Rongo Rongo we have now, of course, are copies of copies of copies of copies of copies, just like the Bible or Plato's dialogues, etc., are copies of copies of copies, but that doesn't negate their origin, that they could go back to that earlier period. So we have lots of evidence, I'm convinced, physical evidence, geological evidence, textual, if we could call it that, for the archaeological evidence. Plus we have myths about thunder and thunderbolts in the skies, and suggestions that there was something strange going on in the skies that people were observing, going back to a very early period. We have Plato's Atlantis that actually ties in here, because Atlantis was destroyed in a day and a night, supposedly, and sank under the waters, and there were torrential rains, etc., etc. Well, these are all features that you see at the end of the last ice age. And a lot of people ask me, oh, Atlantis, where was Atlantis? I'm not worried about where, quote, Atlantis was from a geographical point of view. What's interesting to me is Plato's dating of Atlantis. He dates
resist the mind control. Resist it.
To about 9600 BCE.
Good job.
Convert it to our modern calendar.
That's
incredibly close, and I think too close for my taste. For
oh my God! But now you're going to get blasted by him, aren't you? Oh no, he jumped down, but he's still going to get in range on you. But you have cover bonus.
End of the last ice age, based on modern analysis of ice
good.
And sediment cores. So all this data put together convinces me that we had a major solar outburst at 9700 BCE. When we talk about vitrification, what it means, or what it is
it's a sword strike.
You have a lightning bolt or some kind of electrical discharge or some kind of source of incredibly intense heat hitting the surface of soil or rock or sand, basically melting it really quickly, and then it congeals and cools really quickly. It makes glass. So that's the vitrification. And so it's a natural glass. Some of it looks prettier than others.
Let's see, what are you going to do? Are you going to run away?
Weird,
that's actually good, because now you're going to try and resurrect a zombie, right?
Material, it's all bubbly and not very pretty.
He had a flanking shot on the soldier down there. I thought he was going to take it, but he didn't, so...
Beautiful green. You have what's known as the Libyan desert glass, which I believe was produced during such a process of solar outburst and vitrification of the rock, where the plasma discharges, we'll call it lightning bolts, literally hit the surface of the earth. In some cases, you have vitrification actually of ancient structures. So in Europe, in Scotland, for instance, or in Wales, you have these incredibly ancient structures, which some of them have now been dated back to around the end of the last ice age, which show vitrification. When you look at the patterns of vitrification, I'm convinced that you can actually start to reconstruct where in the sky the solar discharge or the plasma discharge came from and how it hit the outside of one wall versus the inside of another wall.
I killed that zombie because I don't know if they give XP or not, but I wanted the
melted
XP.
it, and it recongealed in this natural glass type structure.
But surely
People
he's not going to
argue
miss
about,
another
they're doing that on
86%
purpose
sword
to
swing,
get the
right?
temperatures you need to melt that.
Like she
And
wouldn't
why
do this
would
to
you do
me.
it? Because actually it weakens the walls. It
Okay.
weakens the rock. The legends about
Another
King Arthur,
flawless.
some of them talk about how he lived in glass castles. Well, people think of like a cathedral and stained glass windows, but if there's any truth to that, I think what it's actually saying is he was reoccupying these very ancient forts that had vitrification on them, and they were recognizing that. But it's now known from archaeological evidence that a lot of these so-called Dark Age forts from maybe 1500, 1300 years ago, they don't actually originate from that period. They're much, much older structures
Nice.
that were reused.
It's a
When
medical
you hit
protocol.
rock and you vitrify it, when you hit it
Remote
with
use
a,
sniper. Yep.
a plasma strike with a super electrical discharge or a thunderbolt, whatever you want to call it, it compromises the rock. So it actually can cause it to decay more quickly in some cases, to erode and weather away more quickly. So this is a factor that has to be taken into account. And this is ongoing research. This is ongoing science.
But they used to be smooth-sided.
Okay, but let me, when you're talking about the pyramids, they were once smooth-sided. Now, do they go back to that earlier period? I'm not convinced that the pyramids that we see
Oh,
now
jump
go
scare. We got
back to that
Xcom
earlier
sounds
period. What
back.
they seem to be doing is marking where there was a major
Commander,
plasma strike
we
on
have
the
a lead
Giza
on the
Plateau,
alien black
and
site, but we'll have to
that came
rely
from
on
the
the
sun
local resistance to
during a
actually get
solar
us into the
outburst,
facility.
and the
Yep.
sun
We should
was
try to
very
make
sacred
contact
to
with their
many
forces and
cultures.
I've been streaming for about 2 hours, and it took me about an hour and a half. But I did take a break to watch an episode of anime as well.
Avenger plotting new course.
Around the world, including
There's no sound? What the fuck? Okay, there should be sound. Wait, hello? Hello? What? Hello? Hello? Oh, wait, hello? Are we good? Oh, wait, hello? Are we... Okay, okay, phew. I mean, realistically, most of the time it is me. But yeah. I've been going for about 2 hours, and an hour and a half or more was spent on resetting. But I also took I was watching some anime during that too.
Avenger plotting new course. New objective added.
Okay.
it looks like we've got our work cut out for us, Commander.
The Advent Captain seems to provide a means of stabilizing the link between the local subordinates.
Huh.
Where it fucking gets like kind of juicy
Yeah. Adam,
is when you're doing
Where it
like
are you down for a kale tonight potentially?
Sure.
Or no?
Yeah.
I told Tommy you probably would be. I just assumed. But I would entirely assume you're a TK gender.
Well, how else would I get a Phoenix mount?
They asked Tommy to be a guild officer, and he said no.
Jesus.
I think there's some history with Smeld and Tommy not getting along.
Oh.
Yeah, Tommy said that Smeld has some beef from like a long time ago.
I mean, Tommy seems very opinionated.
New objective added.
He is.
And he's like not
He
afraid to
makes
share those opinions, which is fine. But
yeah, he makes us look very casual, which is
like, dude, when we were like not gonna do that skip on that bog lord, he was like freaking out. He was having a fucking, you know,
We're going to need a specialized
a time.
facility to test it out.
I agree. That is
And that's fine. That's allowed. It just
everyone in this raid essentially is Ring of Ancient Knowledge fucking locked.
it's rough.
But that's just the way it's gonna be, I think, for trash runs. I feel like everyone's either here for the... Oh, people are fucking soft-resing Heart of Darkness, too.
Soft resing or hard resing? Oh, there's soft. I guess if you need the pattern, like if you need them for your patterns or whatever.
Setting course for
Yeah, maybe I should do...
Dude, getting Devil Soldier off these is always so good.
So I guess like yeah, all hard res or all soft res.
Oh no, bracers, they're hard res, never mind.
I was about to say like the run I was in did not have any hard reses at all. It was just everything was open loop.
Everything's open other than seemingly
Nibble thought
bracers,
pattern.
nibble thought pattern. Yeah.
Yeah, because those will go for a fuck ton.
I think this
Yeah,
guy
right now they're going
and
for
you
3,000
have
a
good
pair,
potential. Yep.
which they take like 3 or 4 Hearts of Darkness. So I'm not sure where the profit margin is for. I'm assuming it's like 2,000 gold still, but
I mean, it's probably pretty decent.
No, I never noticed it before, but the Chosen kind of got a lot of.
some guys are saying from doing like
got some junk in their trunk.
doing the trash runs here.
When I
it's
say
like
Chosen, I
5%
meant
chance to get
skirmisher.
a run, like an epic per run of the trash up the thing.
Jesus, that's fucking dire.
Squatty maker.
And the one guy's like, no, it's 5 to 10, and I'm like, I don't think that's that big of a fucking difference.
Yeah.
Fucking. But everyone in this raid seems like they're like 1,800 to 1,900.
If you like, the issue with like the one I was doing is like they didn't communicate.
I could have brought rookies, but
there's
more
just a lot of
rookies,
time.
but I also do
pulls.
want.
And it was like,
my
okay, man, like there's
skirmisher
fucking
and
5 pulls. You just do them
sniper to
back to
get up
back,
there.
mark the shit. Like this trash does not do things that really like matter, for the most part.
So that, like that way I can just quickly get my guerrilla tactics school upgrades. So yeah. I don't know if it's hard to hear me when they're talking, so I just muted for a sec.
So if you're running 3 tanks, you don't even really need to. Just fucking pull it, man.
Yeah, right. Like.
Also, my raid frames got like way bigger today for some reason. I hate it.
I noticed there was some weird UI stuff with me too.
Like my raid frames were like a third of my screen, and I fucking about to lose my fucking mind.
A useful aid.
That's insane.
Moving to designated coordinates.
Okay. Moving to designated coordinates.
I go as ordered.
Wait, what time is it? What time do I need to get on?
It's at 8 EST.
8 EST was what Smelled and or not Smelled, ZVN and Tummy were saying.
Oh, so it's still almost like 2 hours. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No time soon. It just Tummy messaged me. He's like, "Hey, would you Anime and Retardo want to do fucking Kale tonight?" And I'm like, "Well, I know me and Retardo would for sure, probably, but I have to ask Anime."
I think I could do just a Kale.
I mean, that's pretty easy.
Yeah, and there's like a lot of shit. Like the ring off Kale, I still need Verdant Sphere. Like I don't know how many SRs we get for Kale. I don't know if it's just 1 or.
It'd probably just be 1 if we're just doing the thing, especially if we have to pick up hugs.
Fire the ring and call it a day.
I need.
Oh,
for,
no.
I mean, I guess. What?
I just. Oh, your XCOM?
Yeah. I thought I clicked down into this building on accident. That would have been so fucked. You guys don't even understand.
Dude, why would you do that to yourself?
I didn't. The camera moved at like the wrong time. You know, it happens.
I will watch. I hear their movement.
Not to me.
Oh yeah, you never had that issue in all your hours of XCOM 2?
Nope. And I beat the game on Giga Ironman. No saves. Didn't even think about saving. If I saved, it would fucking delete my OS.
Well, Iron Man just can't. There's no like save option. It's only save and exit. Can't just.
Well, sure, maybe for you.
Detection.
Affirmative, moving out.
Let me guess. You also did it. Not even a 4-man challenge. You did it on a 3-man challenge.
Oh, dude, I was doing it on a duo
Solo.
challenge.
Oh.
Solo. Fucking. Yeah,
Okay.
just do that entire place. Just like one.
Easy. I had Archangel snipers, and yeah, it was not a problem.
Okay.
Yes, Commander.
Archangel Cipher? What the fuck virgin
Yeah,
shit
dude.
is that?
Sounds like some
Well,
Matrix
it's
shit.
pretty fucking good.
Moving on target location.
Pretty crazy strat, to be honest.
Oh.
Got it. Heading to that location. Objective
We have a
position
visual
confirmed.
confirmation on the VIP. Remember, getting that VIP to the extraction
Are you
point
guys sheeping
supersedes
these?
all other priorities. Don't let
No.
anything happen to them.
Yeah, we have fucking like 4 warlocks in this guild that are or raid that are like 1900. I think we're fucking able just to AoE everything.
Yeah, blow
here.
this shit
And
the fuck up.
And this mage is like 1990, and
Did everyone SR the ring that you want?
okay, so
Menace 1-5, you've got the primary targets in tow. Secure
there's
the
1, 2,
additional
3, 4,
operatives
5,
if
6,
possible,
7,
but
8,
make sure
9,
you
10.
get
There's
all
11 people on the
contacts
ring.
to the evac point.
Jesus Christ.
That's pretty bad.
That's fucking dire.
Scanning.
Well, everything. The only other thing is the Blessed Band, which is the
Moving to designated position.
healing one, is another one, and then Choker of Serrated Blades is the other one that has 2, 4, 6, 8.
Yeah, I
And
can
there's
imagine
2,
that's
4,
what
6, 8, 10. There's a 10 on the healing ring. So everything is pretty much either on that, and then there's 3 warlocks on the shadow damage hit cloak, which I feel like I'm just gonna hit eventually because there's only like a few people in raid that would even want that.
Okay, Cal, I've
And the only
noticed that
person that
too.
soft res that early on was Cersei, which
Like I've
is
never
fine.
seen anything spawn, especially like in the above floor of the apartment. I've never seen any aliens just defaultly up here. But I still go through it scaredly because it's like, well, what if there's a 1% chance or something, you know? Like,
Moving out.
I'm getting this Death Sworn rep with Ash.
why don't
Oh,
you
yeah, the
ask
Ashton.
me to do that?
Closing on target.
There was 23 people in the raid. They invited me, then filled up.
But there's like a million groups going, I think. Like it's
There's a lot of BT trash forms for me though.
Roger, I've got my eyes on.
This is the third one I messaged because the first 2 needed tanks only, and it seems like groups are just like chain doing this.
Got it covered.
Makes sense.
You hear anything?
I just get that. Yeah, I just want the serrated blade neck. I don't think there's anything.
Nothing else would be. I mean, if you can look at the trash, it's Banded Devastation maybe, but that's haste and attack power, so it's only Rep Paladin really.
Orders confirmed.
I mean, not
I don't
bad.
think you'd want
How
that.
much attack power?
It is 66 attack power, 31 haste, and 44 stamp.
I feel like haste is a good stat for me.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that I don't know if you would take soft res that in this run over, like, you know,
The choker, yeah.
the serrated. Yeah.
Got it. Wait. Are those humans?
It appears the alien devices dropped during the first invasion had a
Wait.
degenerative effect.
Wait, what the fuck?
Causing their physical
What?
and mental health to rapidly decay.
What?
While maintaining primitive organic function.
What?
Approach with caution, Commander.
Cal, what caused
Some
that?
people on this run are fucking soft-resing gens.
What caused me to become unconcealed right there?
I mean, I bet a Crimson Spinel goes for like 1,000 gold right now.
I don't doubt it. Also, there's some paladins here for
This
Hammer
guy's
of
still back
Judgment,
here.
which is
He's
the,
not in line of
spell hit
sight.
damage
I
and
walk to the edge.
thing.
Oh
It's not as good
my
as,
god, you did tell me that.
The Archimedes sword, but it's like probably the second best.
Whatever,
thing
it's
for
not really,
paladins.
it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. Like, this is just fine. It's just annoying though.
It's like slightly better than Fang Leviathan. Like, not much. I don't even know if it would be worth enchanting over Fang Leviathan.
Oh, that's fair.
I await their approach.
It's like,
Yeah, you
all over the place. The lost
told me about his
powers.
sinister
I don't know.
aura.
These lost seem to be pretty sensitive to noise. The sounds of
and then hit
combat
instead of
are
crit,
likely
so I
to
guess it
draw
just
even
depends on.
more of 'em.
So I guess hit would be better than crit for, Prot.
I move. The Elder's puppets come.
Wait, are those guys gonna go up the ladder? Don't go up the fucking ladder. Actually, that's fine. That's completely okay.
Oh my god, the paladins in this fucking raid are the best players I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, dude.
I got aggro and got instantly bopped
Oh, hell yeah.
as the mob was running to me.
That's very poggers.
Wow, it's
I've
like they're actually
fucking-
at their computer playing the game. That's
Mhm.
insane.
And also, like, you can see on the raid frames when somebody has aggro, it, like, circles them in red. So, like, you can... It's not that hard to bop somebody that goes red in the raid frames, I feel like.
True.
Moving to designated position.
Come get some.
That one's like, did you like that bop? And I'm like, I would have run away with me. Let's leave all this behind.
They're starting to lose ground.
I haven't been bopped in a raid ever. Yeah, fucking holy paladins, man.
Dude, I got bopped. I've been getting bopped. Like, I got bopped in Hydro at least one time.
I've never been bopped. Like, they really don't bop fucking warlocks, man. Oh my god, I didn't even realize there was trash back here. Past this door thing.
Mm-hmm.
That person's fine. That guy's fine, right? Like, since I haven't engaged him, they won't target him. Yeah, okay, good.
Don't claim that I am.
He never will be.
I think we're dying.
That's fucking unfortunate.
We pulled
You
these
can call
fucking
that cringe.
spawns. And... I don't think that was the conks, man. I didn't get aggro, I just died to fucking poison.
Hmm. That is unfortunate.
Because, like, you need to wait for no, we just fucking died to poison sprays.
Kill confirmed.
Well, half the raid did.
Taken care of. Enemy destroyed. Gonna need to reload soon. It's down.
promoted, and kind of just reload. I'll keep you here, but I will hunker down.
It will be safe.
Back in.
Load. Also, you hunker down. Hunker down. I don't want to give the aliens any extra chances to shoot at me. Should resurrect a... What, you're going to try and mind control? Please resist.
What's in my... Nothing. It's nothing.
I had a fucking sack here.
That all you got?
Please beat that sectoid's ass somewhat, please. Do one attack on it at least. Oh my god.
It's inside me.
How bad is this cow on a scale of 1 to 10? In your opinion?
Hostile neutralized.
Oh, hello, Pidgey. Yeah, things have, things have gone quite sideways.
Apparently this group's been running since 7 a.m.
Jesus Christ, that's kind of insane.
The only, like... The
I don't know
only
if I want
solace I
anything
have is that it was the sniper that got mind controlled.
that
So
bad.
realistically, the only thing I'm going to have to worry about is pistol shots coming from him. But I'm still need to have a counter to him. Oh my god, he does have a need.
Bombs away!
Okay, will a mind... I don't know this. Will a mind-controlled unit use a grenade on themselves? Yeah, I don't have a flashbang. Just say, for example, I take the scientist, I put him in here to kind of block him in. He would maybe just shoot the scientist or whatever, but he would survive, and then...
How is a 1700 prop paladin doing better threat than our paladins do?
It seems like he was doing fine at least.
I mean, yeah, he could also crit the
was
scientist,
doing
and
okay.
then I'm really bad off. Okay, you know what? We move here.
Affirmative, moving out.
And then take the shot on the A Lamau. This is a
Yeah, Crone's paladin's
93%.
actually really geared. If you didn't look at, like, you looked at it, it's actually like 1800.
93%.
It feels like he was doing like what Adam was doing in that classic experiment where he's rating on like 2 characters.
Dude, I think he's rating on like 3 or 4.
Jesus.
Not yet, Cal. Potentially. Oh my god. Am I really gonna have to move?
Actually, I think the soft res hasn't been
and rely on me
updated.
rolling a 4.
Just people in the soft res aren't here.
So
I'm
I
not
mean,
sure
I guess if
how
it's
many
been
people
running
actually-
since 7 a.m., they probably don't like clear that out between runs.
Yeah. There's only 5 warlocks in the raid, and there's like 6 of them on this sheet. On that, and then 3 on the thing, and 2 of the warlocks on the sheet are on the cloak, not the.
Am I really in a 50-50 situation like this? You've got to be like...
There's some pack that this guy wants to have 3 tanks for.
Oh, wait, it's not... Yeah, it'd be moved right here. That would give me the line of sight. I mean, I'm out of options. Okay, I will land the shot. It's a 99% chance. That's insane gambling. I've already moved my other two units though, is the problem. At least this way, there's always the 40% chance of the crit too. I've got a 50% chance to roll a 4 plus a 40% chance to also just crit. That sounds so garbage. That sounds really bad. Oh my god. Yeah, exactly, Cow. Welcome to a gambling stream. Alright, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, if this misses, needless to say, I'm done Xcomming for a bit. Wow. Dang it! Oh my. Should be applauding my luck, okay? Nah.
Target neutralized.
Where's the advent troop? Oh, there would have been a significant crash out if I missed. That's for sure.
It's too bad Nagentis doesn't have much trash. So I feel like Supremus has like a decent amount, and fucking like after Supremus there's like so fucking much.
Yeah, there's a lot more in Supremus than there is this.
And like just doing like the 5 Nagentis pulls fucking.
Yeah, that's kind of scuffed.
There's been more trash than I thought because all the stuff off to the side, like there's like 2 or 3 pulls at the start you don't usually do.
I don't think they're in range to hit my skirmisher, but if they are, that's all I could really hope for. I mean, that's a fair trade-off.
Sam, did you had like 4 viewers for a bit? I don't know who Pidgey that flies is, but maybe you do.
Yeah, he comes
Is
around
that
often.
one of your Xcom regular?
You're starting to get regulars. Isn't that exciting?
It is. But I feel like my play is disappointing.
That's
I mean,
fine.
a lot of the time it's not about play, right? It's just about being entertaining.
And because I play like garbage, I do crash out a lot, so.
There you go, you got the dark side Phil angle.
Oh, an amethyst dropped. The worst gem.
I am reloading.
How much that sells for?
I want to get rid of this guy. Got this problem right here.
I'm on the move.
I think you're right, Cal, because I've never seen multiple units from a pod go up the same ladder, like ever.
Target neutralized. Got it covered.
Kill confirmed.
%, gambling. Okay, survived.
It's down. Hostile neutralized. Enemies down. Rock and roll.
Huh.
Target disabled.
Here.
That's affirmative.
Takes the shot at the guy on the balcony. Only 76% chance. Okay, but you didn't fail me.
Neutralized. Toss me some ammo.
Yeah, you. Go on, Overwatch. Overwatch. Yep. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? Excuse me, Advent Trooper? Oh, get absolutely fucked, you dumb A-Lamau ass. Oh my god, look at that. They just used the same ladder when we were talking about it. What? The game is literally listening. They're spying on us. What is this? Okay. Reload. You. I think we fall back to this room right now. I'm not even going to concern myself with the loot right now. Because this guy is right here.
Oh, if I guess rolled 100 on a goddamn Mark of the Eldari.
You did? Hell yeah.
Yeah, really. I'm sure he's really happy about that. Because it was non-active. Oh, because yeah, if they're not active, then they're patrolling up, so that'd be their normal movement pattern. But if they're, yeah, okay, I get it. Oof.
Wait, he's dropping SSC and TK now too.
Marks of the Illidari, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know. I'm really thinking about that, Cal. Like, if I just nade it, I take out the wall, expose the sectoid, then I could take him out with presumably enough attacks, but I still have this piece, son of a bitch right here. Safe. Okay, you know what? I think what I'll do is
Target disabled.
I think there might be more lost in here, but I'm not seeing close enough. That'd be an issue. That's extreme gambling. But it's the most beneficial chain of events, because if I can get rid of this guy, then I can focus my attention on the other side and just that one over there, that one loss that's already up here. Oh, man. Oh, man. No, Pidgey. Both of them are still, just chilling down here. Oh, wait, yeah, no, we did. He's freed from mind control. Everything went better than expected. I'm just, like, do I take this 76% to maybe avoid 1 or 2 damage and then risk everything else? Yeah, that does not add up. Let's do it. We'll just get rid of him. It's a regular lost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Oh, actually, I guess she's not in range. Yeah, good call. Yeah, you're right. Okay. All right. Yeah, let's I see. Okay. Now, do I want to have this sectoid drop to the bottom? Or do I want to... You know what? I guess we'll just throw it. Doesn't... We'll do this. Alright, that's actually exactly what I wanted. That's really good.
Moving on target location. Enemy is still up.
Why would I think an 87% chance shot is good enough? No, sure, let's go. Let's miss an 87 and then let's miss an 80% back to back. Oh my fucking god.
I need a medic.
Well, you see, it's a fragmentation grenade that does 3 to 4 damage.
They got me.
Oh, in before Cal calls me bad because I took an 87% chance to shoot. I
Cover me. Reloading. We deny our creators. We triumph. Weapon depleted. Justice comes for all. Their service is over.
Moving to designated position. It's killing time.
Confirmed. Enemy eliminated.
Heading there now. Missed.
so an 87, an 80, and a 89 within 4 or 5 shots again. You can't tell me that this is not fucking like the most insane bullshit ever created. Like
Got it covered.
Well, it's fucked up because if you notice, the other parts of that grate did blow up and be destroyed. That wasn't even centered on.
Target eliminated.
Yeah. What the fuck? What is this? What? 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 Like, what the actual fuck was that though? Like, seriously, I knew it could hit terrain, but like, what? Jesus, tap dancing Christ! Like, why? Thankfully, he can still run there. This isn't done yet, but I'm just like, oh yeah, apparently the Lost, they're so strong they can just go to the floor and just fucking bash that shit. Like, okay, it's not over. Everything's okay. It's not good, but not bad. Okay.
Taken care of.
No longer a threat. On my way. Nailed him. Running dry. Target eliminated. I'm all out.
Readying weapon.
We're green to go.
Overwatch. Locked and loaded.
I will not waver.
Come get some.
I gotta have that backup up. Oh, okay, you didn't miss. I need to get people over there on that ladder to block them from coming up still. Oh, please. Yes. Okay. Okay.
I go as ordered.
Hmm. I feel like it must be, right? Like, wait. He can't move through here? Okay. Okay. Well, at least I don't think there shouldn't be any more advent in my vicinity I gotta worry about, so.
I'm on it. Heading out.
Okay. Okay.
Reloading ammunition.
Orders confirmed. On the move. I'm on it. Adjusting aim.
True, Cal. Anything is possible in this game. Oh my god, it's spreading. I, 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 hopefully this wall crumbles from the fire.
I'm back.
Dude, welcome
Welcome
back.
back.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah, true.
How was
There's-
your trash run?
We're in the second round of it.
Anything cool drop?
Just gems so far.
Do you feel like you're doing a good use of your time?
No.
Oh.
I'll be honest, after this one, this round finishes, I'm probably just gonna leave. This isn't.
Target neutralized.
What was the solution I had last time to mounting? Running it as an administrator?
There was something with the safe thing.
Oh, that's right. Like the safe programs.
Yeah, that was, if I remember correctly. Like, don't quote me.
No, you're right.
When
I do remember.
mentioned.
And like, realistically, as stupid as this mission has gone so far, it's actually still really good. My skirmisher is still full HP,
That's right,
3/4
that was
on
the issue
will.
that you finished with. So
My
I'm assuming if it was
sniper's
your
only
last
slightly
issue, it's
hurt.
probably
It won't be that
one
many
caused it.
days. My other rookie, sure,
Yeah, I
she's
think
hurt, but the other rookie's
right.
still full HP. I'm getting 2 more soldiers on it. Like, it's still fine. It's still fine. I just need to relax.
As you order.
So no, safe issues was how I had issues installing that Elden or the one thing too.
The light has left them.
It's weird it doesn't just give you an error instead of it just fucking hangs.
It just doesn't do anything for me. It just ignored it.
Clean them up. Grapple back up top to safety.
Very strange indeed.
Reload.
Must reload now.
Dude, I'm already giga jinxed, Cal. I mean, you're right. I don't know what the hell I'm doing saying it now. I'm just asking for it to go even worse. Okay, remember, there's still a lost coming in from this door. We'll have you make a bit more distance. Yeah, there he is right there. Pistol Overwatch. You just sit there and Overwatch. Nice. I'm looking at that building on fire over there right next to my VIP. Like I'm ready for something to just... Okay. Oh, okay, the fire went out. Alright, we're slightly out of danger there. Who else can shoot?
We take from the elder stock. We triumph.
Damn, dude, Ascension is shutting down. Adam, did you see that?
Are they? Damn.
Yeah, they're shutting down September 5th.
My
Blizzard got 'em.
RMTs have done there.
Blizzard got him, dude.
Oh yeah. Rock and roll.
How'd they get them?
Probably with legal.
Yeah, lawyers, I would guess, yeah.
A legal team, I suppose.
I'm gonna wait again so that way I can send my skirmisher back down and have him come back up if it gets bad again.
Scanning. Got it covered.
Another swarm is close by. Okay, sure. Move here. I want to try and get them active.
That's one of the contacts we were looking for, but there are still others in the area.
You stop camping this.
Closing on target position now.
Run up to there. Oh my god, I'm lucky that they had just the mobility to do that. Now Din. Oh my god. I'm not gambling with that. I refuse to take a 97% chance shot. Not here, not now.
I take a new approach. It is under my watch.
Overwatch.
On Overwatch. Scanning.
I am the victor.
Do you want to do a double up, Neil?
Yeah, let me just finish this,
Or, yeah, when you're done, so not like
pull.
Immediately or whatever.
I think we're like one pull away from being done, maybe two.
Shit. You got that mark of the Illidari, huh?
Yeah.
It is dead. Ammunition is low.
Poggers, it's like 50 gold. Buddy, you just did a daily.
More like 3 dailies.
Ammunition. Reloading.
Shit, yeah.
Come to me.
Oh, okay. I'm like, oh god, am I gonna somehow pull this guy up here, melee swing the floor, and just have my skirmisher drop to the ground or some shit, dude? Like,
Their casualties grow.
Moving to designated coordinates. Nailed him.
Oh my god. Thank God I didn't take that shot with Mox. That was 97. I just missed the 98. Holy moly. Thank God it didn't matter. Yeah. Okay,
Wait.
that's good, Cal. I figured as much, yeah.
Dude, there's no double up.
They got rid of it in this game mode?
Oh,
Or with this?
I don't know. I don't see it in the fucking thing.
okay,
That's
73
fucked up.
is... Oh my god, that's actually really bad.
Oh, apparently it just never loads, so they disabled it.
Enemies down.
I think, unless I'm like missing something.
No longer a threat. On Overwatch. We're green to go.
It's like I just don't see it as an option straight up.
It's done. Locked and loaded. Moving to Overwatch.
Oh yeah, it is disabled for...
Not even close.
Ideally until tomorrow, maybe?
Target eliminated. They will fight no more. Their service is over. Soon to be out of ammunition.
Okay, 91% miss. Within 3 shots of missing a 97. 96, okay. Wait, why can you... That's a weird interaction.
Hostiles pacified.
That's a safe spot.
And our tanks are fucking dog shit in this raid.
We're just glazing them.
Yeah, the good one left, and now this one is like...
Got it covered. Affirmative. Covering now. Come get some.
Not good.
Well, this mob literally just didn't get tanked, walked into the middle of the raid, and then just killed everybody.
Shit, brother.
They live no more. For the free. I am almost out of ammunition. I must run. Good to go.
Okay, Brony done.
Moving out. On it. Will do.
Yeah, this is some real 9/11 Building 7 shit. This fire is somehow gonna like this building just perfectly fall and demolish. I'm ready for that too, man. Oh my god. Okay, no, yes, no, no, yes. Move right here. Give me a full view of the downstairs. It looks clear.
We deny our creator. No ammunition.
I gotta, this is the time to move the VIP.
on target position now. Okay. Reloading weapon.
Oh, they reset when we were dead.
Affirmative. Moving out.
Rolling.
I'm on it.
Come get some.
It's only 61%. Of course it would miss.
Overwatch.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't get it. Yeah, I didn't get it.
Oof. Like the whole ass building is gonna go down at this rate. That's crazy. Okay.
It is dead.
Thank God, 100%. I don't have to worry. Okay.
No longer a threat.
Stand forward. On the move. Moving.
Yes, Commander.
Moving out. Locked and loaded.
Reloaded. Let's do this.
I must reload.
I saw one going up top. Okay.
Moving on target location.
Moving.
Affirmative. Moving to designated coordinates.
Utilizing hook. I will go.
We triumph.
There you go. Oh.
Non-evade detection.
Moving to Overwatch. I'm on it.
Affirmative. Covering now.
Okay. Oh my God. I completely forgot about the others way up over there.
On focus.
I must focus my
Hit the
strikes.
target.
I saw my life flash before my eyes right there.
My ammo is gone. Readying weapon.
Enemy down.
Heading to that location.
Their casualties grow.
I don't have line of sight on that one.
It will be done. The light has left them.
Target neutralized.
79 gambling. Okay.
Nailed him. Running dry.
You need to move here and plug this hole. Then you also have a shot on these two. 76.
Hostile neutralized.
78.
Hostile
Wow.
pacified.
Crazy.
Ready to go.
Crazy what happens when they don't want to die to zombies. Here. Shut that off. Overwatch. Can I get you out? Yeah, get the fuck out of here, man. We can't.
Affirmative. Moving out. VIP secure and in position
Roger
for
that.
evac.
Firebrand has the VIP. Commander, we should get the rest of our people to the extraction point as soon as possible. The longer we wait around, the worse our chances look. Get it together.
Hostile neutralized.
Here, move. Right here.
Good copy. Moving on target.
There are no additional VIPs or resistance operatives working
68.
in that area.
Both of these people I've recruited are
Move for extraction.
garbage. Like, just leave. Actually, wait, no. 68 isn't the worst. I must say.
Eten Batal. For the free. Ammunition nearly gone. Cover me. Reloading.
Position confirmed.
Is the only one left? Okay.
Enemies down. That's affirmative. position nigh.
And right here, Overwatch.
Come get some.
Oh, okay, yeah, all the Lost are dead. Thank goodness.
I will move. Understood. Moving out.
On the move. That's affirmative. Moving to position.
Ending deployment.
Just in time.
I'm out of here. Let's go. Getting out of here.
Okay.
All Xcom operatives are secure. Firebrand is returning to base.
Mission accomplished, Commander.
That is
All Advent gene therapy clinics will
the
be closed
wildest
tomorrow for equipment
third mission ever.
initial reports.
I have yet to discover exactly what type of exposure led to the creation of these lost.
No, they would just float. Yeah, you're right, Pidgey.
Would indicate a widespread effect.
17 days on my sniper? Not cool.
Where do you turn in marks of the Illidari?
Maybe the Ashtung vendor, or maybe someone new chat. I don't remember.
I thought it was inside Black Temple, but I don't remember.
So don't.
Shatroth City location scry or inside the bank, depending on your vendor or your faction. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the apothecary guy. He's right on the platform with the rep vendor.
Wait, you can only turn these in after your Shatar, Cenarian Expedition, and Scryers is exalted?
Maybe you go check that, because that doesn't sound right to me. But
I
maybe
am
that's...
looking at the apothecary. He's like, only the most seasoned hunters of Illidan's meetings gain access to my wares.
Jesus,
You will be
wow.
considered worthy when you are gain or when your stats with the Shatar, Cenarian Expedition, and Scryers are exalted.
I'll just find someone in the guild who is. Uh-huh.
You're still on the option house, dude. I bet it sells for about the same as 10 haste spots.
I wonder if
I'm
it's
just gonna
like
sell it.
Zero in is so good. Do I use my ability points right
I
now?
sells for
But like I know the
50
Reaper
AG.
is gonna get multiple things I'm gonna
My
want.
Cenarian Expedition is almost exalted.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Scryers is done. Cenarian should be like close. It's just Shatar that's kind of a pain in the ass.
Yeah. Shatar, I'm only a third of the way through Revered. About like.
It's really just the extra hit chance is nice.
Which
I'll
that'll
hold
be
off on it for now.
A slog if I do it.
Yeah, there's no way that's worth it just to turn in fucking marks of the Illidari.
As far as I can tell, Advent's technology, along with
Let me know when the group starts forming and I'll get on.
It's starting at 9 Eastern, and
That's
they're
fair.
doing invites 30 minutes early.
I think it was 8 Eastern.
Yeah, you said 8 last time.
They changed it.
Oh, okay, so now there's another hour. Alright.
Yeah, now it's an hour later, so it's 6 your time. But they're doing invites at 5:30 your time. So.
Okay. Yeah. And like zero in isn't really important to like it's just zero in is like a nice bonus where one of those 25-point abilities could really be massive. And even like say the ranger gets one of those, I'll need more points as well.
Mark Steeldar is selling for 85 gold and 99 cents.
Avenger plotting new course.
85 gold?
85 gold.
That's pretty good. I think classics were 80.
Uh,
I don't know what 10 haste potions is, but I bet it's about equivalent.
yeah, I'm about to look. It's actually less than 10 haste potions because haste potions are 9 gold, 50 silver each.
Oh,
So you
okay,
get like an
that's-
extra haste, 1.5 haste potions by.
It might take a little bit for it to equalize.
Yeah.
Because you need to be exalted or whatever. That's not as
This
easy
is definitely cheaper than haste potions were, though.
Wait, did I just have an
Yeah.
engineer not doing anything? Oh my god. No, I think I just got it. I know, because I just got a scientist. What the hell was I doing?
At least 15.
We're gonna hit the income here. Overt action. Blah, blah, blah. Locate the Reapers. 3 aim is pretty nice. I mean, I don't have to build a GTS. I don't like you saying that. You're like, this scrub over here has to clutch on 5 squad members.
So flasks have gone up in price. They're up to 94 gold apiece.
Jesus, that's is that just a weekend thing?
I'm assuming it's because it's like the first raid nights in the flat, like the marks haven't like.
Yeah, they haven't begun to circulate. There's not like.
Yeah.
This
So
is
all you're
weird,
getting
though,
is like
cheap already.
You're getting a.
Let's see.
Also, there's probably a lot of people that aren't actually exalted with shit. With how
Yeah, I bet that's like a decent amount of.
I wonder if I just.
Of people for sure.
See. I kind of want the rookies, but I do have a decent amount of troops right now. I was gonna save it, but you know what? Let's just do this. Let's just send them out. Oh wait, no, they healed. Okay, thank goodness. Wait, no, that's the wrong one. It has to. There we go. That's the right one. You're gonna get some aim. We'll send a random rookie with you. Firm action. Godspeed, the Anatolis. I wonder if I just no, because I need. I wouldn't. Okay, let's go. Because the next mission I should be doing is a retaliation site where the skirmisher would have been incredibly useful on, but I could probably manage. It's the 18th. You know what? Let's try. I might be able to make it. Because that's definitely not going to be done by the time. Do that. Go to the skirmisher HQ.
United States.
I think he can make it. I think I've got enough time. Oh my god, I just... Okay, I don't know anything. I don't know anything. I'm a dumb arsler. This But I thought the supply drops were at the end of the month. Oh no, there's the supply drop right there. Okay, man. I see. Thank you, Pidgey. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna run in with this team though. And yeah, let's just hope for the best. Haha. Let's hope the Chosen is either weak to explosives or melee attacks.
Sky Ranger, squad green to deploy.
Word just came down. The aliens have amassed a huge force to strike one of the resistance outposts nearby, and those people desperately need any help we can provide them. We're going in to eliminate the enemy threat and secure the area. Menace 1-5, hostile forces are attacking the outpost. Eliminate all enemy units and protect those civilians. Advent came in hot and so did we. You won't have a concealed position for deployment on this one.
Yeah. Until it happens to me. You know what? Honestly, fuck the civs. They can die for me.
On my way.
It would seem Advent has begun deploying their so-called priests into combat. Their implants provide significant enhancements to whatever latent psionic energy they may have once possessed.
Understood. Moving out.
Moving to position.
That sounds on par for XCOM, Pidgey. Yep.
Confirmed.
Is that an explosive? Well, it doesn't matter. It's not like it's a land. So we're gonna do this.
Here, catch.
Get rid of his cover. Then everyone is just gonna take yellow shots at this guy. $79, $72. All right. Since you have a shotgun, just take the shot because if you land the shot, he's down. Okay.
Target eliminated. Roger that.
Then we can move everybody up. Oh, fuck. I shouldn't have moved that far. Oh, God. Who's it going to be?
Stand proud.
Dude.
You fall to the Elder's greatest warrior.
You know, the civilian would not have been in that position.
The Elders must have caught wind of our operation. They sent in one of the
No,
chosen.
I've got plenty
We
of
should
grenades,
try to
though.
Track that thing down and deal with it before it causes too much trouble.
Also, you spoke this into existence? Oh, and before mind-controlled grenader throws grenades into a building with at least 3 civs. Thanks, Cal. Thanks. And I always was shit talking the Warlock too, and now here we go. Oh man.
I'm on the move.
78% chance is terrible. But it was good enough.
Enemy down. My power cannot be compared to these lower forms of life.
Moving out. Headed there now. Overwatch. On Overwatch. On Overwatch.
Oh. Okay, see, what is the trigger for this thing turning into a faceless? Because there's no way all the other alien pods are dead.
Kind of shapeshifters. I'm guessing this is it.
It is a remarkable species. If only we had some means of containment.
Don't even think about it.
That Civ has got moves. Yeah, I know you're going to summon spectral zombies upon me. That's why I went full Overwatch mode.
That is not target neutralized.
Interesting. Well, because I know I've been in vision of other ones before. I think what Pidgey says is right. Like, there's just a chance every time, like, during your turn. Okay. I don't think this will reveal anybody.
Heading out.
90% chance shot. When he max rolled the damage too. Okay, yeah, that's insane.
Heading to that location.
I don't know if I even played that much. Not War of the Chosen.
Enemy down.
Okay.
Dead in the water here.
I'll take that. Sure.
Closing on target position now. Moving to designated coordinates.
You Overwatch.
Moving to Overwatch.
Probably don't need you on Overwatch. You can reload.
Fight for the glory of the elders.
Don't remind me of that, Pidgey. I'm gonna get re-triggered.
It's killing time.
I'm gonna have everyone reload. I'm gonna take this slow. I don't care how many civilians died.
Back online.
Scanning cover. Covering now.
Destroy all who would defy the elders.
Oh, don't worry, Pidgey. I told him about it, and he called me bad because I was taking 85% shots and spreading out.
Okay. Scanning.
On Overwatch.
Understood. Moving out. Overwatch. Affirmative. Come get some.
And honor the elders with your actions.
Alright, so what, Spectral Zombies on like a 2-turn cooldown? 3-turn cooldown, I think? 3-turn cooldown seems right.
It's down.
Alright, now I can freely go aggro this pod. Oh god, that's a fucking death trap right there. No cover.
Orders con- Moving to Overwatch.
That means that should not aggro.
Come get some. Closing on target position now.
Position confirmed.
Guys,
On Overwatch.
oh. That makes sense. It's probably a 33% chance if you walk by it. I was gonna say, you're gonna watch me miss some Overwatch shot, which triggers the explosive I'm next to and just kills my own troops. Oh my fucking god, right here.
Negative damage. Orders confirmed. Moving out. Shot wide.
Okay. Why do I take 83% chance shots?
You're not gonna like this, but
When will I learn?
Understood. Moving out. Bombs away.
Okay.
It's a 66% chance.
Hostile neutralized. My expectations for them were
I... That's pretty accurate in all honesty, Pidgey. Sometimes I feel like they really don't care, and they just want to die. This is also a very questionable move I'm doing right here, but... What?
It's still moving. It's been so long since I have seen a sword thrust in pure hatred. Serve them, spread our message.
Please, for the love of God, shoot a civilian and not my troop. Oh, you're shooting my troop. Oh no, thank goodness. I don't... I don't know why, like, in my head... 8 out of 10 times. I mean, yeah, 8 out of 10 times. 8 out of 10 times, but it's more like 1 out of 10 times with these 80% shots, man.
Show me why the Elders favor you so. That's the Elders' warlock. All reports indicate he's nearly as dangerous as they are when it comes to psionic capabilities. Face the terror within.
Wait, what the fuck did he just do?
For this misstep, die for your hollow resistance.
Well, hey, Sarah Wilson, even though she can't aim, apparently she's got the willpower of a god. Okay, so here's what we do. Giant hole in the wall. Take cover behind here. That's green tile.
On the move.
Oh, he took... Oh, fuck.
They got me.
Your life escapes, and in turn the void consumes you.
Nailed him.
The weakness of these minions only furthers the need for my presence here. Reloaded.
Wait, 2? 2 Ayla Mouse? Wait, how can you shoot him but not the tank?
I'll get him next time.
Like, this isn't natural what's fucking happened to me. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe that missing this many 80 and 79% chance shots in a row is natural. Oh, cool. Yeah, waste the 1 grenade you have. Thanks. Just critically hit me. Critically hit and kill one of my troops. Shoot at a civilian. Oh my god.
Accept my embrace.
Get out of
Watch
my
it.
head!
That thing is taking control of our soldiers. The Elder's judgment is nearly upon you. Headed there now.
I just hardcore gambled.
Target down. The loss of these subordinates is as meaningless to me as it is to you.
Hi.
Heading there now.
I'm just weighing all my options, and everything is fucked.
Getting it done.
We will cleanse this world in the name of the Elders. You are your own worst enemy. The Elders will not be.
Please shoot at a civilian. Oh, you had to reload.
Let us see the grand strategies of Xcom's fabled commander.
Putting him next to fire is a big risk, but I don't know how to do this without risks at this point. Things are just so... Oh, wait, that's actually... I don't know if he's in range of it, but hopefully he is. That civilian was in range, but he wasn't. Okay.
Roger that.
Let us begin then.
Got it.
I just don't know. I don't know, man. He was running away. Oh my god. I think it's over if this mind control succeeds. Oh my fucking god.
What's in mine? Nothing is nothing.
I'm looking ugly over here. With each new wound, your troops grow weary.
Oh wait, she's freed. He did go on Overwatch though. Dude. I think it's time for the Joestar technique, honestly. I don't know what else I do here. Wait, is that a faceless?
Copy that.
Stepping off.
Copy that.
We will bring this resistance to a...
And you know why it's an 86 melee attack, right, Cal? Because of the not created equal mod. Otherwise, it would be higher. Shanked them? Oh. Oh. Wait, so is that a faceless?
see that the Elders have a greater vision than your simple minds can conjure.
That's affirmative.
Confirmed.
Hostile neutralized.
They should feel proud in having died for the glory of the Elders. We fight for the glory of the Elders. Your forces will perish, and you will return to the Elders, Commander.
Affirmative.
Okay, I've stopped the bleeding. He's still at half HP. I can just regroup and probably take it out. Well, no, you misunderstand what I'm saying. Without the mod, he would have been at a 90 swing chance or something instead of, what, an 86, and then that 90 probably would have landed where the 86 didn't. And you always pick Blade Master. Oh, it would have been 88? Okay, well, shit. Never mind. I probably still would have missed then. Yeah, never mind. I would be cooked. It's just 2-aim, though? Yeah, I don't think so.
Rolling. Rock and roll.
Rock and roll.
Bring the Elders' wrath to all who would oppose them.
Commander, the aliens have slaughtered the resistance here. We can't let them get away with this. Menace 1-5, we have to get control of the situation and take out those hostiles.
Location confirmed.
Why'd I do that? I'm done. I'm done playing XCOM 2. I don't give a shit anymore. This is like I'm too stupid. I'm tilted. I'm done playing XCOM 2 for at least 7 to 5 hours. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna go play an easy game like WoW or something. Like I'm not smart enough to play this game. Nah, casuals are better than I am. I'm worse than a casual. And it's just like, it's so dumb because like the beginning of the game, so incredibly RNG based, but then later on, the game just gets easier and easier. But early on, it's just, I feel like you don't have nearly as many options, so you're just constantly at the fucking mercy of the game. Well, that's fair, Pidgey, but like they're probably really new to the game or something. I don't know. They that's pretty dumb. But
Time's the raid in an hour?
I just
They're gonna start doing invites in about 30 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna play a game of TFT, but I will just trust that you will tell them that I, will be there.
Sure.
and like that.
Playing from Pixel 9 Pro XL.
And that's just the difference. And that's why I'll never be good, because to me an 86% chance shot is perfectly fine to like take. And honestly, that wasn't the issue. Me moving the Ranger when I knew the Chosen was an Overwatch right there. Like, I could accept all that happening, but me moving the Ranger when the Chosen was on Overwatch and it dying, like, that's just like. Because everything was fine. I don't care about the civilians living or dying, right? And all my soldiers were still alive. If I just didn't fucking do that. Or like, it's not even over. I still have med kits. I could stop the bleeding. He's already at half HP. I mean, shit could probably go sideways with mind control still, but it's just like, and like the thing is, I'm fine with 86 and 80+% shot missing, but I feel like for me, it's like, it happens constantly, like at an unreal rate. Like, I take 10 shots with 80+% chance, and I'm lucky if 2 of them lands. Like, that's just fucking tilting beyond tilt, man. I'm not even taking some like 50-50 coin flip bullshit. It's like, I man. Like anywhere else in life, I would be like, oh, you have an 86% chance to succeed. You're stupid if you don't take that. But yet in XCOM, apparently I'm a dumb fuck idiot for thinking an 86% chance is good enough. Like, it's just like, it just keeps happening over and over. Like, I don't understand. That's why I feel like the game is fucking rigged, dude. Like, it's all just probability and RNG, but I'm fucking tilted, man. I'm super tilted.
Oh.
Yeah, but I always get the worst outcome. Like the game doesn't relent. It just bends me over nonstop. And also, like I'm saying, that hit the miss with my ranger wasn't the issue. Like me moving that soldier as I remember the Overwatch is just like it's too tilting. And yeah, I know, Cal, but yet somehow you're always able to position yourself to get 100% shots, and I'm never able to do that. Cal, I appreciate you saying that, but it doesn't help. I mean, that's obvious to me, Pidgey, but Cal is just playing in some magical world where early game he gets 100% shots guaranteed all the time. And I don't know what game he's playing, but that certainly is not my game. Oh, no problem.
What's up? Oh. How's the island?
It's unplayable now.
Is it because there's like all those people there for dailies and shit?
Correct. Literally, like hundreds of people are on that island right now.
I heard you can't even do dailies. Like it's so fucking bad.
Yeah, it looked pretty bad.
So you're there probably at like 7 a.m. or some shit.
Yeah, you must. Yeah, even then, I don't know. I feel like it's such a small place, and there's so few servers that.
I was hoping people would care less since there's another Drake mount that you just bought.
Right?
That's objectively better looking.
But it doesn't have the prestige of grinding all those
I
daily
don't really see any
quests.
prestige there.
Yeah, well,
There's tons of
neither do I.
prestige in fucking layering to farm eggs.
And I'm pretty sure that's what I was doing, Cal, because nobody had died up to that point. But you still have to troll me nonstop, and I get it. I shouldn't be getting so tilted, but I'm already upset at the way shit has gone. Yeah, haste potion price hasn't like changed at all.
Aren't they 12 gold a while ago?
I bet it depends on the time of week.
They're like
to an
11
extent.
something now, or 10 something. It's like basically not noticeable. Also, the echo is back.
Hey, there's good guy echo.
Is that better?
Test, 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 test. Well, it's there a little bit, but not bad.
I feel like waiting to buy flasks until Monday would be the best. Also, the echo's back in full force.
Yeah, I don't know why it got worse there.
Also not sure. Is it better now?
Maybe? A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I have the voice isolation on. I've changed my setting. I don't know.
Only there is a way you could have like your sound just go close to your ears in some enclosed space.
Yeah, dude. Maybe the technology will get there eventually.
Also, it's still there. Yeah, hopefully.
You
Hopefully
want me to leave,
technology.
or I can mute myself if it's too bad.
Are we like pugging the KT or is it guild?
I don't know. I think they're trying to get like mainly guild.
Yeah, ZVN asked me if I was going, so I think he's trying to like recruit people to.
Because depending on how many pugs we have, I'll SR Verdant Sphere for you, Neil.
Nice. I'm hoping that we have mainly guild. I think like they were also talking about maybe hard resing the sphere for the guild.
Oh, okay. Well, that would be good. Then I could just go in on my mount. So how come it's allowed that apartments charge you fucking $55 for just to do an application?
That's crazy. Just for like an
Did that all in
application.
Canada.
form?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
I've never application fee. I mean, I haven't like moved a lot, but
A lot of the bigger companies do that, like Boardwalk and shit.
Jesus.
They say it's because they're charging you for the cost of doing like the background check and shit.
I guess I could see that. Maybe I don't know. That's still
That's
kind of
the that's the validation they give, even though those tests cost like $5 to 10, not like 50.
But do they not know that we know that that work is like 10 minutes of Googling or whatever on the computer? And like, what else are they doing during the day anyway? Also, hearing myself is. I'd say maybe. Oh, you should go push to talk. But yeah, it's so fucking such a scam. Because it's. Oh yeah, apply for this place. We already know someone's gonna move in, but apply. We're gonna take your money and then decline you. Like, it's so fucking shady. Invites are going out.
Nice. Time to AFK inside the instance.
Yep. Why'd I get a loot reserve? The update thing.
That's probably the mod. Is that a date?
Yeah, no, it is. But just maybe because someone else in the group has it or something.
Yeah. Also, I've had that pop up, like mods pop up as I change zones. I don't know why. What does Ash Tongue Rep get you in BT?
Nothing good. Just your useless like class trinket, or at least it is that bad for me.
I don't remember it at all, so I don't think it's that good. It would be okay for Affliction. Depends on the internal cooldown, though. It each time corruption deals damage, it has a 20% chance to give you 220 spell power for 5 seconds.
I mean, that's kind of weird. It'd have to proc a lot.
Yeah, for 5 seconds, that's not very much. That's to say, like if it's a short ICD, like a 15-second or something, that wouldn't be terrible. But if it's like a minute cooldown, that's pretty shitty. Yeah, all these trinkets are really fucking weird.
The ancient dynastic Egyptians, and I would assume, therefore, the people of that much earlier
They started
period.
invites, Nick,
We're talking
by the way.
thousands of years before the dynastic Egyptians.
Not sure.
I'll be on
they
in a
may
bit.
have seen this
Alright.
as a
Give me like 10.
sacred site because this is
Yeah.
literally a place where the sun touched the earth in a very dramatic, very compelling
It's funny.
way.
We can even hear your push to talk sound. You talk.
Part, our working hypothesis is that this became a sacred site because of the solar outburst.
I haven't heard that in so long.
Down there, the plasma strikes, the vitrification. The ancient Egyptians in dynastic times said essentially as much because they talked about going to the Giza Plateau, looking at the, quote, thunderbolts, somehow petrified. We would call it thunderbolts, which I think they were probably recognizing the vitrification in the ancient structures. They seem to have built pyramids on top of them. Those pyramids from dynastic times, I believe, based on evidence I've been putting together, are actually, we'll call it modifications, reconstructions, or refurbishings of older structures that go back to well before dynastic times, maybe back to that early period, maybe back to the same period I'm working on for the Great Sphinx, or that my research points to for the Great Sphinx, that this Great Sphinx itself originated about 10,000 BCE or so roughly, and there's evidence that the Sphinx
Also,
itself
this
was
is
hit
kind of
by,
stupid, no? Like, if we're gonna do this, we can't just take the extra, like, 15 minutes to go kill Solarian, too?
There's actually a fissure.
I hope so, but I'm not planning on it.
Sort of separating the front from the back.
Everyone seemed really opposed to doing anything that wasn't Kale.
Plasma strike. And also, this is, again, we have to look into this more because part of it's hypothesis and speculation. But what I'm very certain about is that the Sphinx is weathered and eroded by torrential rains, by incredible amounts of water runoff. And when do you get that? You get that significantly at the end of the last ice age. And you've had periods of drier periods, moisture periods since then, which would also contribute to it. But for the last 5,000 years, it's been hyper-arid Sahara conditions. So when I was first working on the Great Sphinx in Egypt back in 1990, I first traveled to Egypt to look at it with my now deceased colleague John Anthony West, who got me involved in the Sphinx work. I saw within a few minutes of going to Egypt myself that the weathering and erosion on the body of the Sphinx, not the head because the head's been recarved, the body of the Sphinx and the walls of the Sphinx enclosure are not Sahara condition erosion and weathering. It has to go back to earlier climatic history. I was perplexed initially by how far it goes back, but based on seismic studies, based on a lot of other research now, I do think it goes back to the end of the last ice age. And now that we have this mechanism, our causative factor of what ended the last ice age was a solar outburst, which would have accompanying torrential rains, it all starts to fit in place and make sense, and I think makes for a very cogent analysis and whole. So we have craters on Earth, and in the past there were incredible controversies as to how some of these craters were formed. Were they from impactors from space? Were they volcanic? Were they from buildup of steam in chambers that then exploded? Or in more modern times, we found that you can have craters that are from huge sinkholes or from methane buildup that then either is released at the surface or explodes essentially. So to have a crater and assume it's meteoritic may be the case, may not be the case. Well, something that I think is incredibly important when you're looking at planetary geology is that you don't necessarily always jump to the conclusion that a crater is meteoritic or asteroid in origin. And many times, and this is from experimental data as well as natural history that has analysis of actual craters, I'm not convinced that we can always say with certainty how a particular crater formed. What we do understand, I believe fairly well, is that yes, some craters can be formed by major impactors, by physical impactors, I should say. So meteorites and asteroids and maybe fragments of comets, that type of thing. But even there, it's often the pressure and the blast that's forming the crater versus, in a literal sense, the impactor, which may explode above the surface, that type of thing. So something that we also have to consider, and I think is very important, is that you can get craters from plasma discharges, from electrical discharges, for instance, from a very active sun that is throwing out coronal mass ejections and other phenomena like that. In fact, the sun is a star, and everyone should realize that, because people think about stars and they seem to be less prone to the concept that stars are always unchanging, because we know that other stars can undergo explosions, novae, nova events, and everyone knows, it seems now common knowledge, oh, sometimes stars explode. Well, our sun is essentially in the same category, and it can have more minor explosions, it can have more major explosions, it can have, it's now hypothesized that it can undergo what are known as micronovae events, and other stars are known to do this, where they throw out a sheath of particles and electrically charged particles. So think of a coronal mass ejection, but not directed just in
Just
one
trying to like mainly pug.
specific direction, not just a bubble of gas coming off, but essentially a sheath of material coming off the star or the sun in all directions, intersecting all the planets. So there's lots of possibilities for electrical discharges from the sun impacting the planets, be it Earth or Mars or the moon when the Earth is hit, etc. So we get these craters on the moon. We get these craters on Mars. We get other features on Mars in particular that need explanation, need geological explanation. And the classical way to explain them is by, quote, known factors like volcanoes and tectonic processes and grabens and meteorite impacts and asteroid impacts. And often, in my opinion, as a geologist, and I have a PhD from Yale in geology and geophysics, it sometimes really strains credulity to explain some of these features based only on known geological processes that have been assumed to occur and have been documented in many cases on the Earth. if you think in terms of electrical discharges, that's what happens, and this has been shown in laboratory experiments. And we know that with electrical discharges, plasma phenomena, that is electrically charged
Is that better?
particles
There's
at
still an
high
echo?
intensity, you can
Test,
do
test.
laboratory experiments
does
and
not
get
seem to be.
phenomena that are
I think it might be my
incredibly
fan,
similar to what you
like,
see on
triggering
Mars, on
the
the
mic
moon, on
thing
other
with
planets.
noise.
We also know from
That's
plasma
fucked up.
physics,
That's what's
and
happening.
this is very well
Truly.
documented now, that plasma and electrical
How hot is it there
phenomena
today?
of this nature can be
27?
scalable.
It's a beautiful
so
day.
you can literally model
Did you cut your
things
grass?
in the
I did.
laboratory,
I have to
run
weed eat tomorrow, though.
experiments to see what really happens in the laboratory. Yes, on a very small scale, but that is scalable up to planetary scales and even larger. So when you start looking at electrical phenomena and combining that with, we'll call it more conventionally known geological processes,
Risen is looking
I
for
think you
hydro
start
trash
getting
farm
a
people.
bigger, more cogent picture of
Dude,
what's
if
happened
only we
on
weren't locked to
Mars, the
the area of
moon,
the
even
instance that
Earth.
has no trash.
So some
Right.
features on Mars, like the little craters around the rims of bigger craters, or series of craters that are linear, where you're going crater, 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 right in a line, in some cases starting with larger, going to smaller, or vice versa. That is very typical of powerful electrical discharge phenomena versus trying
Do you remember to get your fucking
hypothesize that
hydro rings,
somehow
dude?
an asteroid broke up and just spewed
I upgraded
out a
the
bunch of
thing.
little
Yep, as soon as we
craters
finished
in a
hydro, I just
row,
walked
and
out
when you
and
get
It's like,
lineation
yeah, it's like
going
136 now, I
across
level,
of
which is nice.
numerous,
Dude, it's fucking
series
huge.
of craters, again, that's much more similar to electrical discharge properties. And when you get series like that, lineations, then you get another lineation and cutting across it the other way. This is not what river channels do, or
They're a
fluid
new SR?
flow, which some people
But
have
there will be one
suggested for some
posted.
of these
Okay,
features.
it's not.
But it, again, it's very typical of electrical discharge properties. So I think we have to start looking at electrical discharge properties, plasma properties. I believe they would come
Yeah,
from
I guess it's kind of hard to
major
plug fucking
outbursts.
just KT this week
And
when so many people need a
not
LAR.
to deny that other geological factors may be important,
Yeah.
but we need to look at the broad picture. We need to look at all the possibilities. Something that has been suggested for many of the features on Mars, we'll talk about Mars in particular, is where you have essentially linear
I'm messaging that fucking
features.
retard
You
named
have
Raccoon.
long features, and it's been suggested that's
Oh, just because he misread the group?
Yeah, I'm like,
probably
Alar
if you
Dead wasn't clear
speculated
enough.
that it was liquid water. Very early in the history of Mars,
Oh.
that Mars was very, very different. Early in its history, that was a blue
It says
planet
Solo
versus
like
the
skip to
red planet
Solarian
that
slash
we see now,
Kale.
and the iron and the hematite, the iron oxides, and that you have flowing water. And yes, flowing water will flow in channels. It can form linear features, and it can basically form
I said it's like a time permitting thing.
We'll call it valleys and ridges, that type of thing.
Dude, Vexenti's
But
like
in
literally
Mars,
you.
in some cases, you see these linear features. Then you see cutting across them at a
Who the fuck
angle,
is this fake
maybe even
Adam?
close to perpendicular to the other linear
He's a
features.
warrior.
You see other linear features cutting right across them. So think of all of a sudden scraping along, and you've got a bunch of parallel valleys and hills, and then you scrape like your fingernails, think of it on a small scale, scraping right through them, cutting across them at an angle. Water doesn't do that. Water seeks the lowest
you got him.
level. It would flow through them. It would continue to flow through them. It wouldn't cut across them. But plasma discharges will just cut across a surface like that. So something like that is very telling, in my opinion. Other cases, you have
Oh, damn, two SRs. Okay.
lakes or
If we're doing Solarian, I might,
type features,
or
but they have
Astromancer, I
no
might put one on the
inlet or
wand.
outlet, or if you start to try to model them,
I
it
feel
looks
like
the fluid was flowing
I don't know what the
uphill
temperature check
rather
on
than
like Solarian would
downhill
be,
in
but I
some
feel like we lose
cases,
every
and
pug,
it gets very
and then the run just
complex, and I
ends.
think
But maybe if you don't
continuity in
need
some
two things
cases
off a
to try
Kale,
to
that's, you know.
explain
It's literally
them
just Verdant
as
Sphere and
fluid-based
wand.
features. this is not all the features on Mars, because there
Like
are
honestly, like we
features
still
on
need
Mars
fucking
that I'm convinced were probably
what, 6
from
people?
water or some other fluid flowing, and there are geological formations that sure look like they are water-based formations, that they're sedimentary layers that were laid down. But that's not all of them. I think we have to consider the possibilities that another factor was in play, and that would be major discharges, electrical discharges, which I think would be coming from a very active sun with solar outbursts. Currently, Mars, as we know the atmosphere, has an atmosphere of about 95% carbon dioxide. It has about 2.8% nitrogen, I believe, about 2% argon, various trace gases, including oxygen, water vapor, methane, other noble gases, that type of thing. So, and it has a very thin atmosphere. The atmosphere is about, bit less than 1% in most places, the atmosphere of the Earth. So a very thin atmosphere, primarily carbon dioxide, probably very, very different than its original atmosphere, or when I say original, from an early atmosphere on Mars, based on the geological formations that we're familiar with on Mars. It looks like there was water flowing on the surface,
Tunner has twin blade,
or at least some kind of liquid. We assume water. That there are sedimentary deposits on the surface.
steam crystal.
There are what I am convinced
are just like double that side of the ring,
on the surface of Mars. Some of what have been associated with rivers and riverine channels on Mars probably are not, in my opinion, they may be plasma discharge phenomena, but others probably really are due to water or some kind of liquid flowing on Mars. So why do we have such a major change in
that's different.
of Mars in its history? One reason I speculate, and I think this is a pretty good speculation, is that when it was hit by major plasma discharges
Guild wants me to BT trash
from
farm
the sun during solar outbursts, it basically threw off a lot of the atmosphere.
Jesus Christ, we're losing like every fucking pug.
Very high energy.
Well, it's because Vin is just inviting people at random.
Of Mars.
They're not joining, so like they're getting invited, finding a Lars locked.
People in the queue and then fucking inviting them. Yeah, that's fair.
Levels could escape from the surface of Mars.
Man, I feel like this is not a...
That combined with a certain level of meteoritic bombardment, which is the general explanation for why Mars lost its atmosphere.
A success, but I guess we'll see. You know, maybe, dude. We still only need 6 people. Fine.
I don't have high hopes, but
and explain why we
maybe Smell will show up. Maybe one or two other guildies will show up.
I mean, I feel like because the raid was supposed to start an hour ago and got pushed to this, like if people were going to show up from the guild, they would have.
Take into account because it's logical to compare the atmosphere of Mars and early Mars and early Earth and later Mars, more or less present-day Mars and present-day Earth. Earth was probably hit by solar outbursts also. In fact, I'm convinced it was hit by major solar outbursts, including at the end of the last ice age. But Earth has not lost its atmosphere the way Mars lost its atmosphere. Well, why? We have to account for that. One thing is,
Mars showed up.
Is a much smaller planet.
Dude,
so it's
that's the hero we needed.
Half the diameter.
What is
Earth.
this?
It's got, off the top of my head, about 11% of the
doesn't even say the Kale's dead, or is it just a Kale?
Weaker surface gravity.
Is he like hoping these people like zone in and like
maybe 38% of the Earth's surface gravity?
Just hit accept and be like, I guess I'm not doing a lot.
More easily, including the atmosphere, things ejected from the surface. So it's got much less grasp, if you would, on its atmosphere. So under those conditions, it's going to lose it much more easily, not be able to retain it. Furthermore, something that I think is important in my assessment is that Earth is a much more active planet tectonically, with much more volcanic activity than we see on Mars, at least in relatively recent times. So you effectively still have outgassing on Earth to replenish some of the loss that Earth would experience versus
Quit looking, dummy.
That apparently has not been the case for a very long time.
Dude, we only need 2 more people, dude.
Right.
Okay, pepperoni. Get up. I need another drink.
How the fuck did Sly not get his fucking BT attunement done? But I mean, like, you could have done that, had all that shit done, like, essentially weeks ago up to Hygel.
Pepper dog, what are you doing? Wait, did we go in Discord? Or the Discord beep beep? We all did. Okay.
time on Mars to have the same type of active tectonic activity, the same type of active volcanic activity. Now, there is evidence for tectonic activity on Mars, and there's evidence that's been put forward. So, for instance, you have what's sometimes considered the largest volcano, or one of the largest volcanoes known in the solar system, Olympus Mons on Mars, and it looks like a huge shield volcano, to use the geological term, but it doesn't look like it's active at the present day, at least not to my eyes. And when you look at details closely, scalloping along the edges, the crater, the major crater that it consists of, and smaller craters around it, it starts to look, to my eye, as from a geological perspective, less and less like any kind of typical shield volcano. And in fact, it may well be, and I can't say this definitively at the moment, but I have to speculate, along with some others, that it may be a plasma phenomenon. It may be a plasma blister, as they've been called, where you have a major plasma impact in that region, essentially blistering the surface of the planet. So it may not be a volcano at all, or certainly not a typical volcano as we see on Earth and some other planets and planetoids. Then we have things like Valles Marineris, this huge canyon type structure that's about the fifth of the circumference of Mars. People think of it as like a huge Grand Canyon, but you know, this is literally thousands of kilometers long and incredibly deep. And one explanation, one geological explanation that's been proposed, is that region of Mars experienced swelling and uplift and stretching, and then the canyon, basically it's a section of rock that collapsed and went down, what's sometimes known as a graben type feature in geology. And that's one explanation that's been proposed. But when you start looking at it in detail, another explanation, which I find quite compelling, is that it's essentially from a plasma discharge, a huge electrical discharge that ran along the surface of the planet in that area and gouged out, literally burnt out, gouged out a big scar in the planet. And it shows scalloping features, it shows rounded sort of rotary type features, if you would. If you think of a plasma discharge as a major point that's moving along the surface, that looks like it's thrown up material on one side and redeposited on the other side, which is what you expect with certain types of plasma discharges. So again, I think we have to look at other possibilities, including electrical phenomena that probably were occurring in the solar system, and not just in very early times, but right up to geologically recent times, and even to this day, because the sun is an incredibly active star. And there's some evidence, I'm convinced, that it may, the sun now, may go through a periodicity on the order of not tens of millions of years or hundreds of millions of years in terms of its activity, but more in the order of 10,000, 13,000, 12,000, somewhere in that time range, period. So I'm not surprised, and I hate to even be saying this, but we had a major solar outburst at the end of the last ice age, which was 9,700 BCE, or 11,700 years ago, and there is astronomical astrophysical evidence, good solar astrophysical evidence, that the sun is becoming more active in the last 70 years.
Wait, Neil, you didn't SR the wand?
Or the last century.
I'm not sure we're doing it
to the
entirely.
It was advertised, though. It was like Solarian /
They've said in Discord that they're going to do a vote after Kale
than it ever has been since
that is so fucking stupid.
11, 12,
that doesn't work with an SR system.
This may just be a natural cycle,
you know what?
For the sun.
Whatever. I'm not going to care.
Earth, with our incredibly
smart money is just on doing Kale
technology,
SRs.
at least
Well, I
need
just
to be
doubled
thinking about this.
doubled
As a
Ashes of
side
Alarm,
note,
but yeah.
I want to point out
In your
that
guys'
we
situation,
have,
or
in
Neil's
modern
situation,
times,
I
very,
should
very
say.
recent
Yeah,
times,
I'm not. I
discovered,
don't care
or
about Solarian.
Yeah,
not myself, but people who work on meteorites, they've concluded that there are a lot of meteorites, it turns out, on Earth that got thrown off the surface of Mars. And some people wonder, well, how can that be? I mean, how many asteroids are hitting Mars with the impact to throw so many meteorites off that somewhat be intercepted by Earth? But it makes a lot more sense to me if you're talking about plasma discharges, which would throw up incredible amounts of material, some of which would reach escape velocity instead of flying back to Mars. They would get thrown out beyond Mars and escape into the solar system, some to be intersected by Earth.
I think he rates on like 4.
Note, but I think it contributes further to the hypothesis and evidence that Mars was hit by major solar plasma, I think it's solar, plasma discharges. So getting back to Mars, you would see these incredible lightning bolt
actually takes off a little
phenomena gouging the surface of the Earth literally, and this would also affect the atmosphere, because as you throw out big chunks of rock, you can think of throwing out small chunks of rock, you can think of throwing out little particulate matter. Also, as the plasma discharges come in, there's a phenomenon sometimes referred to as sputtering, where you have the ions hitting any atoms in the atmosphere, knocking them around, in some cases causing them to mutate in the sense of knocking neutrons out, that type of thing. And so you have this cascading effect where they're thrown all over the place, and especially with Mars and its relatively low gravitational field, because it doesn't have that much mass. Some of them are going to be thrown toward the surface, yes, but some will be thrown towards outer space and reach escape velocity and literally be lost. So it's sort of one-way street for Mars, as I see it, that as you undergo these major plasma discharges, you're gouging and modifying the rock surface, and you're losing atmosphere. You're not replenishing it because it's not this active tectonic planet that's spewing out more gases from the center. You're only losing gases. So my speculation is that yes, we had major solar outbursts in relatively recent times geologically, like the one I've focused quite a bit on at the end of the last ice age, but we would have had earlier solar outbursts also. And looking at Earth data, we know that there were earlier solar outbursts. Just recently, another one was documented at about 12,300 BCE. We have evidence in terms of fulgurites.
Well, like, why are we clearing this way? If we have no, we're not even going to think about doing void removal. But if we potentially do Solarian, we should clear on the right.
Sediment cores for smaller solar outbursts. When I say smaller than those at the very end of the last ice age. Since then,
I'm pressing X right now.
A number of different times.
Yeah, I questioned it too, because I
larger
remember
than
like
the Carrington
Solarian trash
event of
being
1859.
Easier?
Not to
Yeah, Solarian
digress
trash
too
was a
much, but
lot
for instance,
easier too. Yeah.
One that's become famous in the literature is known as the Charlemagne event, because it occurred during the reign of Charlemagne in the 8th century of the Common Era. So not that long ago. And it was larger based on the estimates looking at isotope data, then the Carrington event would have been horribly devastating to modern society. But of course, in the 8th century, 774, 775, which is the best estimate for it, they saw pretty things in the sky. But that was about it, since they didn't have
I would have left.
Since they didn't have the electronics that we have.
Well, guess what? All these people they're trapped. If they're here right now, there's
I guess they've already accepted the lockout, hey?
Plasma discharge, electrical discharge that looks like a Lichtenberg pattern. I will not say definitively one way or another, because I don't think we can say definitively one way or another. And honestly, I have not explored it with that in mind whatsoever. And I think we may have a very complex situation with the Grand
Say that,
Canyon.
but what if you get a ring?
What I mean by that is the problem that we
You
face
know, I
on
would be.
Earth, that we have a very
less
Depending on how
active
many lights,
planet
I might still
with a
regret it a
very
little bit.
dense, relatively dense, active atmosphere. So any kind of electrical discharge features that we
Oh, we're
find
gonna do
on
Solarium
Earth
first? Jesus.
have an overlay of erosion and other types of geological
I
processes.
couldn't even see where
So
the
this is
Discord
something
was.
that, to me, is a little
But
frustrating.
no, they're not going
at
to go
the
this way.
moment
No, I'm
that
just standing here. I'm
stuck
following
on
the
this
group. I'm
planet
turning my brain
where
off. We
we'd
need to
like
stop thinking
look
so
for
hard.
electrical discharge features, or I would like to look for it, and some of my colleagues, but we have this overlay of other types of features. So yeah, we have a river running through the Grand Canyon. Does that mean that
You said
river
with 45
formed the
minutes
Grand
left, I
Canyon
feel like
per
you're really
se,
assuming
or did it follow a
it'll go
pattern that was
smoothly.
gouged into the rock earlier and has since then emphasized it and reinforced it
Yeah,
and
I'm fine with that. Just that
elaborated
wasn't
on
sure what I
it?
should do for soft resins.
I think we have to consider the possibility that there's more than one factor involved with the Grand Canyon, and it's not a simple feature. And in some cases, we have to look to other planetary bodies to sort of isolate certain factors. That's why Thomas Gold was able to see
I'm just gonna double hard res the
vitrification
fucking
on
sphere.
the moon
I don't trust this
before
stuff.
it was really recognized
Yeah, dude, this is
on
already
Earth,
like
because you
going this
had
bad.
a
Is
simpler situation on the moon.
Is it going bad?
It's
Because
definitely.
you don't have all the other compromising factors of dense
Like forgetting that we need a
atmosphere
second
and
tank for
erosion
Kale,
active,
and then
other active geological factors. When I
spending
was a
50 minutes
graduate
sorting
student
that
at
out is
Yale,
definitely not great.
we didn't think about plasma discharges.
That is pretty
and
bad.
Solar outbursts and that type of thing. In fact,
There's this one
I
guy
wanna
that
say
it's
very
his first
few
time
people were
here,
thinking about before the
which is
last
also not
decade. I
like
was not trying to claim anything great here,
ideal.
but I published the first edition, the first edition of my book, Forgotten Civilization, with the subtitle "The Role of Solar Outbursts in
Good
Our
look,
Past
Pepperoni.
and Future,"
Wait,
came out in 2012.
do you need 2 tanks for
A lot of
KT?
the data now
For the
that
weapon.
Not
really
if they're
confirms how
in
active our
theory.
sun has been,
If we bursted down the
and how
axe,
we've had
we
things
could
like the
get away with not
Charlemagne
having it,
event
but
in the 8th century,
Yeah,
and
I don't
we've had
trust this
other
group to.
major solar
Like I think it's
outbursts
doable. It just would be
between the end of the last
require
ice
an element
age
of like
and
skill. That
historic
if we were
times. That's
really
all
rage
come out
heavy, we
in the
definitely
last
could.
decade
Yeah.
or so since I first started publishing on this. I believe, and I think this is really important, that
maybe if it was like a
do
warrior
my
tank or something
absolute
too, where you could
best
just like pop
not
CDs.
to just go
and-
into something and say, this is what I'd like it to be. But I
I
look
know-
at the
yeah, I know
evidence,
you
and
wanna go
wherever
outside.
that evidence
Yeah.
goes,
Dude, just go.
that's the way I follow it. And whether that's
Huh?
popular or
Just
not,
go. You'll probably
whether
only
it's
take
what
like
I
10,
would
15 minutes, and
personally
when
going
No,
into
he wants to go
something
for
or not,
like
I always try to
boar.
follow the evidence. And
Okay.
I think
A
that's
real
the way
more
to do science, or at least that's
worthwhile.
He
the way
doesn't just want
I
to go
do
inside. He
things.
wants to, like go on a.
This is the continuing series of Blue Planet
Wants to
Red,
go on an
an
adventure.
award-winning documentary film on the history, evidence for life, and catastrophes that contributed to the death of
Are you bored? Are you bored?
The UAP task force has refused access to the UAP task force has
It sounds
refused
like he's going to
access
town.
to a broad crash retrieval program. These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will, non-human.
That's absolutely insane. Whoa, look
Are you
at
so
that statement.
mad?
Y'all, these UFO sightings are getting stranger and stranger. Take this alleged UFO sighting from North Carolina, August 24th, 2026, that left 3 witnesses stunned, absolutely shocked by what they saw. After this strange expansion, they saw what you just saw. They said that in person, they weren't sure if this thing exploded or if it took off so fast that it just looked like a streak of light. They weren't sure what happened there, and they were literally in shock, frozen, just staring at the sky for like 2 minutes after. Honestly, I probably would be too. Then there's this strange anomaly from China, August 22nd, 2026. Writhing and slithering around in the sky, baffling witnesses. Some said it looked like some form of plasma or ectoplasm.
So what
moving
Discord are
around
they
in
using?
different colors. Other said
A
it
different one that's
looked
been
like
linked. I put it in the
if you
guild
would
chat.
touch it, it would
Oh,
be
I
a
saw it, but I
liquid, and
wasn't
kinda
going.
get
That's
it
too
just
much
from the
effort.
video. Then a clip from Mexico, August 24th, 2026.
I still
There
don't
was
have
a
the
full
mod where I
moon,
can just
so
copy
some
and
of the
paste
light
things.
kind of matched the reflection of the window. It kind of reminds me of the orb from Chile, August 18th, 2026. And y'all, I didn't forget that it's Throwback Thursday, so today we're going to check out some insane new UFO sightings, as well as look back at some UFOs that have been seen everywhere, like the same craft being seen at different locations, and UFOs that may just have broken reality. So grab a snack, sit back, smash like, and enjoy. We're jumping right into Houston, Texas, March 19th, 2026, where witnesses captured this strange
There's also, like, I
UFO
think to
in
kill the
sky.
trash, I feel
At
like you need 2
first,
tanks.
they thought it may have
Maybe
been
not.
a tic-tac
Oh,
shape,
yeah.
but when they grabbed their
Definitely,
phone and
huh?
zoomed in,
But like for this kind of
they saw
pull?
that
Yeah.
it was
Oh, you
much
definitely
Yeah.
actually do need
stranger
to.
than they originally imagined.
And that's why we're waiting right now,
Yo,
is because,
look
like,
at
now
this thing. I've never seen
down.
I was gonna say a UFO shaped like this, but I've never seen anything shaped like this. What is that in the sky and over Houston? A very strange shape indeed. Speaking of strange shaped UFOs, check out this resurfaced clip from Brazil, September 16th, 2024. Witnesses on a highway captured what seemed to be an upside down pyramid or a triangular object just above the mountainside. They said they'd never seen it before or after this, and it makes no sense. There's nothing up there. What on earth could this be? It doesn't end there. Indiana, March 18th, 2026. Another delta formation caught zipping across the sky. Now you're gonna see another light seemingly past
Jesus,
you,
we
but
have
it's
the
actually
big old
stationary
Dunkus in here.
star,
Oh,
and
man.
that delta
Yeah, dude.
formation is
Things
what's
are that
moving
desperate.
across the sky. There seem to be more lights flickering around.
No, it's just funny
but
that
it's really hard to see. It
come
actually
to
reminds
this.
me of this clip from Poland,
Yeah,
March
he's
13th,
1752, which isn't
2026.
terrible.
Yeah,
where
he's
we see a
geared.
very similar delta formation moving across the sky. Yo, what do you think these are?
We're just going to fucking Void Reaver, dude.
And they're not always so high up. Sometimes these delta formations seem closer and come in various colors, as was the case in Brazil, January 7th, 2025. What on earth are these? And it's not just delta formations. This next sighting is absolutely insane. Miami, Florida, March 19th, 2026. A witness captures this from his balcony, and he is absolutely flabbergasted. Now, normally I would be skeptical of a video like this, but
Oh.
what the witness does and their commentary with what they do
All
makes me believe
almost
it
melee
even
died
more.
because.
And because I'm so shocked by this and so
Maybe it just didn't
drawn in by his
cheap.
commentary.
Also, Nick, did you notice how in Hydro, trash was not even half as deadly as this?
Yeah, dude. Except for, like, yeah.
Well, like if you, yeah, but that was on us because
no
we're
way
out there
we
like
did.
man fighting a necromancer, but like we didn't have to do that. But you know what I mean.
But, like, I couldn't man fight anything in here.
Exactly. There's no fight. It's just.
No bullshit. Look at little
Just
Thunder,
getting
man,
fucking
through
railed.
the pool. What is that? Oh, wait. Bye. Oh, shit. This is incredible.
Him moving his hand through it, showing his house, making sure we have points of reference to see what he's seeing in the sky and where he's seeing it. This
There's
is
like a 50-50
fantastic
chance we
sighting.
get there and then told you it has
And
to go.
again, I normally would be skeptical of something like this, but
Yeah,
he
because well, if
seems
he's
very
east and it's
legit.
10 east,
And it makes me feel
yeah.
like this other clip from
I
Florida
think I
has
might follow
credence.
him.
This one occurred July 16th.
You can definitely say that it's too late for you.
Check out these orbs as they
Hit
flutter
10.
around the
So
sky
you're
and
like, I
dance around the
know
sky.
right past
Well,
that.
why the fuck did we wait till so long to start instead of the original time?
I mean, I'm assuming that there wasn't enough people and that because like ZBN was whispering people doing temperature check.
I don't even know.
So I
What do
think
you guys think?
he probably got a lot of feedback that like 8 is too early, but 9 is doable.
That's weird.
Or some, you know.
I don't know, I'm just tilted today from whatever's happened to me in XCOM.
You shouldn't play things that tilt you.
But it tilts me more to like let it win.
It's just a video
I've
game,
never
dude. You're
seen
not letting anything win.
so bizarre
You're living
in
your
my
life
life.
in a fulfilling way
And
that
again, just because of that
fills
preview
it with
that we
the things
saw
that
with
you
the
enjoy.
dude freaking out and
Well,
reacting to it, and this being it
guess
just,
what? People enjoy my
I can
suffering,
believe
and
this.
that's all I can give.
I've never
So
seen anything like this, and I'm
that is fulfilling in its own way.
blown away.
Next, on March 18th, 2026, storm watchers in the United States captured this strange object flying across a storm they were recording. Check as they zoom in, you can see it looks almost elongated, but it could have just been how fast it was moving. What are your thoughts? We also have another clip from Texas, March 17th, 2026. This is another angle of that UFO that was seen that at first I thought was skydivers, but then it had the
You should
upward
ask your XCOM
trajectory.
viewers if they'd be
Well, in
interested
this
in
video,
seeing you
in
play
this
Zero
other
Company or
angle, you get a clearer shot.
I'm not
and a
interested
better
in
look
playing
at
Zero
that
Company.
upward trajectory
That's
before
why I'm not
comes
playing
back
it.
down and then zips
That's
off
fair.
and disappears. Y'all, what is this? Now, you guys may also see this clip going viral as it just resurfaced from California, December 2nd, 2021. What seems like an elongated tic tac or UFO in the sky with many various colors. Though it may be going viral, y'all, this has been confirmed to be a SpaceX train launched the same day. There's also this clip from Monterey Park, California, March 14th, 2026, that I am a bit iffy on. I want to try and find more information about it.
You're back.
Still, they did chase this thing down and record as long as they could, so I truly appreciate the clip, and I want to hear your thoughts about it in the comments below. El Paso, Texas, March 10th, 2026, where witnesses while driving saw this strange
Dude, there's just like a Blood Knight in the back.
craft,
Oh, never mind.
seemingly made of light, just
No, it's
hovering
been there.
Boys got
into
it.
the sky.
No, it's been there
Looking
for like 20
just
seconds
pretty
at
big,
least.
y'all, look at this.
Like, how are we gonna kill Kale if we cannot, like, we could barely manage the trash to Kale?
The trash is harder than Kale. I'm gonna be honest.
Take a look at this
I don't-
resurfaced clip from Belgium.
I
in
don't think that's true.
2005 that shows
Like, I
what
agree
could
that the
be
trash is
one
difficult,
craft
but like
or
we
several orbs of
very
Delta
easily cleared the
Formation
trash to Kale and
flying
then wiped on
across the
him.
sky.
Yes.
What do you think? NHI
And
or
that makes me think that
TR3B?
Kale is harder than the trash.
I mean, that's fair.
Speaking of
But
TR3B,
I'm just saying from a
check
melee
out
point
this
of view.
resurfaced clip from Bishkek,
Yeah, I mean, for
Kyrgyzstan
melee.
in 2019. These don't just look like TR3Bs. It looks like two triangular
Because the mages
pigs,
were
maybe as
not
thin as sausage,
hard sheeping.
working in tandem. What is happening here?
I truly don't understand how we have like 4 mages. polymorph issues.
You mentioned that guy's your dad.
It's okay. You can run from it. I've hamstringed it. This is hamstringable.
Yeah. I realized that.
Oh.
And there are so many more fascinating sightings to come, so sit back on the couch, relax, and enjoy.
You're personally attacked here.
Man, these pubs are fucking like truly something else, dude.
There is an alleged leak by a defense sector executive and U.S. Army veteran. They say that they're having frequent experiences with various orb-like entities. This is very strange. This is all coming from Jay Anderson, the Project Unity on Twitter, who says that the source of identity is going to be concealed to protect them for now, which is why there is no sound in this clip. However, they are working on an interview and getting more information out there. So as of right now, like I'm just seeing this, I'm blown away because it does look kind of cool. You know, it's a little blurry. They said it's almost impossible to
That pull
focus
went a
on
lot
these
better,
things,
dude.
but it was a full-on craft. And I'm hoping that we get more information soon.
Our mages were locked in.
I want to hear your thoughts in the comments below. What do you think about this? Orbs are some of the most interesting UFO phenomenon, but I'm not gonna lie, the colors on that orb were absolutely stunning. I've got an insane resurfaced UFO clip for you guys. Yes, this is from 1966, making it much older, making it much harder to fake. This occurred in Catalina Island and was captured by Lee Hansen, April 15th, again, 1966. The movement is very strange. The craft even stranger. Sound off in the comments with your thoughts on this. looked like the traditional flying saucer shape. However, it did look a little thicker, maybe like it was two-plated, which is something we've seen before with like a row of windows in the middle, which is also very fascinating. Las Vegas, Nevada, January 23rd, 2026. Witnesses captured this strange object moving erratically over their skies. All the neighbors came out. Take a look.
Like, what is that? It's gonna move.
There it goes, it's moving. Oh, it's coming back.
Yeah, it's coming back. Okay, look right there. Above the fucking tree, it's blinking in green. It's stopping, and then it'll go hella fast in one direction, stop, and then it'll come right back. Yeah, do you see it? Yeah.
Now watch, it'll move.
It's not a plane. It's gonna move.
There it goes, it's moving.
It's gonna move.
There it goes,
Mantle of
it's
Elven
moving.
King. Have we seen that before?
Yeah.
I think we have.
It
Isn't it like plus fire damage or something? Like something that's like useless for absolutely everyone.
was useful for. That's just the caster's shoulders, right?
Yeah, it's just damage crit
That was
hits.
last year for Shadow Priest.
Like, what
Makes
is
sense.
that? I gave it to you yesterday. Dang, now it's behind their house. I actually did.
It's beeping.
Okay, here's
Can you
this like
see it?
weird ass thing.
Now it's moving again.
It's going again, but it stopped, went hella fast, and then stopped again.
But it stopped, went hella fast, and then stopped again.
Oh wait, I think I
This
see
guy's
lights
like-
though.
He was ready to chimp out at like the
What the
moment's notice.
Look how weird these
Dude, he went
freaking
from
clouds
fucking
look.
Giga pissed to Giga happy, like instantly.
Yeah.
I know, the only caster that used that was Shadow Priest. That was their best slot off piece for using their 4-piece, or 2-2 or 4-4.
Absolutely fascinating, and I love that they called out the stop and start motions because that is very strange. Next, over in Colombia, January 18th, 2026, we see another UFO with a very strange shape. What is this?
Miren la nave, miren la nave. Esa nave, estamos en Jericó, en el Retiro.
Pepperoni, you
Yo
lick
ni
her
lo
dog?
veo.
Can you lick-
Amor, llámalos. Los voy a llamar. ¿Está fija? Sí, está fija. Solín Salarra. Solín Salarra. La familia. Familia estelar. Aquí y ahora estábamos hablando de Arturus. Y aquí estamos. Solín Salarra. Solín Salarra. Solín Salarra. Solín Salarra. El despertar. Wow. No existen las casualidades. Gracias, Jericó, por tu energía.
Fuck, Tommy lit
Gracias
you
por
up, dude.
culminar este retiro hermoso con estas presencias. Gracias porque nunca estamos solos, siempre estamos divinamente guiados, observados por nuestra familia.
Now I'm just gonna trigger the shit out of him. Now, like, I'm never gonna say Tongus ever again.
I find this strange shaped craft so fascinating because I really can't discern their purpose. Iowa, February 6, 2026, where witnesses captured a delta formation in the sky, and then it started doing this.
Oh, God.
I can never like. I have a hard time with Tummy telling when. Like, honestly, I think he was kidding. But
Yeah,
like,
he's
part of me is
100%
like,
kidding.
was he?
I'm pretty sure he was.
I'm pretty sure too. But there's like an aspect of his personality that's like, was it just a bad moment for him?
Jesus. 99?
God.
What was that? What were they doing? And where were they coming from? They remind me of that old clip from Russia that showed the orb UFOs showing up at the nuclear power plants. Remember this? More wild lights in New Zealand in February of 2026. These lights were seen 3 nights in a row. Share this out and take a look.
Another one. Another one.
I can't find my way. Been searching for food I have never seen.
That's kind of like the one from Iowa. Where were they going and what were they doing? There's also this strange clip from Oregon, February 3rd, 2026. Another craft in Delta Formation, this time moving across the sky as if it's one giant triangular craft. That is absolutely fascinating, and it reminds me of the clip from South Carolina of the same day, only the one in South Carolina looked more like a saucer shape. If that's not enough to make you question what's happening in our skies, maybe this next clip from Marseille, France, February 7th, 2026. A UFO, or what some are calling a crack in reality, can be seen in the sky. Let me know in the comments what you think this is. That is one of the most fascinating clips of anomalies in the sky I've ever seen, because again, it looked like a tear in reality. That did not look like a craft. It looked like someone cracked a hole in the sky. That's crazy. And with a crack in our reality, it makes sense that we're seeing stuff like this in our skies.
That's not. Oh, it's moving. It's moving.
It dipped under the clouds there. Did you see it?
Aye, and another one just.
Can't tell where it's coming from.
It's too low. That shadow's all
on.
wrong.
Oh my god, there it goes again. Shh, that's not. It's moving sideways.
Oh. You feel it?
It ain't thunder.
Look by the trees, right there.
Lower now. Closer.
Why is it bending like that?
I don't know.
Here comes another one.
These are some of the wildest UFO sightings I've ever seen. Almost as wild as that UFO disarming the missile in the sky. Y'all, what's happening?
Do we have a hunter for the bow and ship?
We're having the
Huh?
having told you to do the thing.
Oh.
I just finished farming the alchemy effects and the amount of pre-prisms and pre-elixirs that you have. Both pre-prisms and pre-elixirs by analyzing how to put these effects into a piece of equipment. First you have to go to Edna's Resort. On the Prini workshop, you'll find the equipment alchemy option. Here you will see your items, the alchemy effects, and the amount of pre-prisms and pre-elixirs that you have. Both pre-prisms and pre-elixirs can be obtained by donating items, and just like pop boosters, they are kind of rare, so use them carefully. The first time you use alchemy on an item, it will unlock its effects. An item can have up to 4 effects, and depending if you're using alchemy on a weapon or a piece of armor, you will get different effects. From here you have 2 options. You can either use the alchemy button and reroll all the effects, or you can select a specific effect and use the re-alchemize button to reroll that specific effect. Alchemize uses pre-prisms and re-alchemize uses pre-elixirs. You can also lock an alchemy effect to guarantee that you won't reroll that effect by accident, but if you do that, you will lose the option to use the alchemize button. Having an alchemy effect on a piece of equipment doesn't necessarily mean it's active. Next to the description you will see a list of innocents. For the first effect, you have to have one of the species shown equipped, and for the others, you'll need to have all 3 species to activate their effects. You'll know when they are active because the innocents start glowing. Talking about alchemy effects, the first and second slots are always fixed effects. What changes are their values. The first effect will always be Innocent Effect Up, which has a maximum value of 40%. For weapons, the second slot can be either Critical Rate Up or Critical Damage Up. The first goes up to 20% and the latter goes up to 100%. For armor, the second slot will be an increase to HP, defense, or resistance. The maximum amount of HP you can get is 350,000. For defense and resistance is 287,500. For the third and fourth slot, there's a wide variety of effects. For weapons we have Damage Up, SP Gen, Starting SP, Ailment Chance on normal attacks, Action Gauge at the start of battle, and Action Gauge reduction with normal attacks. For armor there is Damage Reduction, HP Recovery, Ailment Resistance, and Action Gauge Reduction Resistance. As we mentioned, the first and second effects are fixed, so for most parties they will always be the same combination of effects. Innocent Effect plus 40%, Critical Damage plus 100%, and HP up by 350,000.
That works.
If you want to go for critical rate, that's okay, but I prefer bigger numbers. For armor, HP is the most optimal because it covers both sides of the spectrum. The only situation where it's best to go for defense or resistance is if you get some kind of extra benefit. Healers would like the extra resist, and some of the new attackers in JP get to deal extra damage by adding a small percentage of their defensive stats. The first effect you want to put on your weapons on slot 3 and 4 are damage up effects. The effects which give bigger boosts are the one which increases damage to specific targets, and that's exactly the reason why they are not good enough. You want something versatile, so most people will go for skill damage up, gender damage up, and species damage up. Action Gauge Decrease is one of the best effects you can use for PvP, but for most challenging content it isn't as good because the damage you do with normal attacks isn't worth the Action Gauge control. It's only worth it for characters which gain stats each turn, like Xenofuka and Deus Ex. Action gauge at the start of battle is a decent effect, but even 160 isn't that big of a deal for most cases. Both SP effects are the same as the previous one. They are good effects which might be game changers in specific situations, but in most cases, 10 SP at the beginning of battle and 5 SP at the start of turn isn't good enough, especially since we have a ton of SP batteries in the game and we're about to get more generic batteries. The ailment chance on normal attacks is probably the worst effect because most enemies in challenging content have some way of resisting them. For armor, the best effect is probably action gauge reduction resistance, because getting your action gauge reduced affects your score on challenging content like raids, and it will be one of the best effects when PvP arrives. Ailment resistance is another good effect. Although it's a little bit specific, it's worthwhile to make items which prevent paralysis, sleep, and forget, and equip them on someone who can cleanse the ailments from the party. Last are the damage reduction effects. These you can decide which is best for you. The damage reduction is very low, but if you stack them, it becomes good enough to use them. Probably the best effect are the damage reduction for gender, species, normal attacks, and skills. I wouldn't recommend HP recovery because for challenging content you want to have a healer on your team, so that effect gets diminishing returns. We're almost done. Last, I'll give you a couple tips you should take into consideration before spending your resources. Get max effects on slot 3 or 4 and then start using the re-alchemize button. These have more possible results than slots 1 and 2, which means it's more difficult to get the specific effect that you want. You can also use alchemy on your training and HL equipments. For this you want to get the maximum effect on slot 1, the other effects are irrelevant on this. Farm as much as you can. To make just one piece of equipment with maximum effects, you're going to need a ton of elixirs, so farm as many rank 4 equipments as you can. Get effects which work on different comps and for different targets. Versatility is more important than higher numbers. That's all for today, folks. If you like the video, share, like, subscribe. Next is a video about power creep.
Going hard.
See you then.
Bo's still alive and they got rezzed. This is spicy.
Oh shit.
Galadriel is.
I'm feared on this stage.
Oh god, I walked close to her. I was tunneling the bow. That's what I get. I'm dead.
You know, that was a run.
To be honest, it wasn't that bad just rushing down Devastation. Do we want to have him on his hunter and just let the lead solo it?
So?
And that addresses the bow and Phoenix kiting issue too.
So it's a little difficult to get the specific by 300 and the maximum effect on slot 1. The first effect of equipment doesn't necessarily
Welcome to the channel, I'm Red Cloud, playing some more Disgaea RPG, showing you today what I believe are the best alchemy builds for your unit. Looking specifically at damage per second builds, and looking at support builds, and just showing you what I think are the best routes to go for them in terms of the weapons. The weapon is the most important one, and then you have the gear as well, so you've got your belts, your boots, shields, etc. Their ones are a bit less important, not a complete write-off, but for me, it's mostly about the weapon, so I'm going to check these out for you. So starting off, we are looking at obviously your damage per second units. These are your most important units in the game, so I'm going to check them out first. Slot 1 is very standard. It just raises the innocent effect by a percentage up to 40%, so for the builds that one, get it as high as you can. That one's very simple. For the second row, for me, this one is going to be mostly going for critical damage, which you can get up to 100%. As you can see above me on my Calidia, it's up to 82, which is pretty decent. I thought for one roll, I was very happy with 82%, but you can also get critical rate, which will buff your critical rate up to a value of 20%. Now, I would probably only go for this one if the team you're taking in has lots of units that can already boost critical damage. Currently, we've got a great example of this in the very new meta of the game, and that is Tyrant Overlord Lahul, the spear unit, because he buffs critical damage with his NE +7, and some people are taking in multiple copies of him. I myself have 2, and since he buffs the whole party if he's holding a spear, and since he buffs the entire party's critical damage by 30% already, you take 2 of him, you already get a 60% buff for everyone. So in that case, it's not actually a bad idea to build around your DPS to increase their critical rate, because the higher the critical rate, the more frequently you're going to get that critical hit off. This might not be such an issue in the future because lots of units do buff critical rate through their skills, so it won't be such an issue then. It's not a major issue. If you're in the raids and you're farming for crits, then it's not a big deal. You are going to go until you get that critical hit. That is why I would still probably 95% of the time lean towards critical damage, because there's no point having a high critical rate if your critical damage is fairly low. So even though I know Calidia's critical rate is very low, only 4%, I've already planned that in the future I'm going to get other units that can boost his critical rate, so that's not going to be a problem, and he's going to be dealing a lot more damage then. Now slots 3 and 4 are where you get quite a lot of choice. A lot of the choices aren't exactly great, I will say that, especially these ones here where it's got damage dealt to sword equipped enemies, fist enemies, forte enemies. That is a very dodgy one to go for. Do not go for them, and I would definitely say do not put any of these on your units. As you'll see here in the game, the translation is a bit dodgy. It says monster magical characters damage dealt plus 10%. You would be excused to thinking that a monster magical weapon equipped with this one would get extra damage. It does not. It means enemies that are holding a monster magical weapon will receive 10% extra damage. So that one is very niche. I would not go for them. It's definitely more important for your DPS unit to be looking at if they are an elemental user and you know their biggest attack is a water attack, then going for raise water attribute damage by up to 30% is very good. The same with fire, wind and star, and if not, then I would go for damage dealt with special moves plus up to 20%. So for Calidia, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for special moves up to 20%. Normal attacks, no, that's a write-off for me. Don't ever touch that one. Non-attribute damage, I don't see why you would go for that one. You might as well just go for special moves, so you're covering more bases than non-attribute damage. For units like DS, he has a variety of different elemental attacks. I would say go for damage dealt with special moves for him. That way, all of his attacks get extra damage and not just the one attribute you do choose. Now, there are certain units, very few units like it, but there are certain units that would benefit from this selection here. Damage dealt to males, damage dealt to females, damage dealt to monsters, and damage dealt to humanoids. Now, Devil Girl Elizabeth already has 70% extra damage dealt to males, so it would make sense to get slots 3 and 4 the extra 25% damage dealt to males. That is her very specific niche, so I would probably build around that if she is my DPS unit. That means if you do cap this out and get an extra 50%, that's slots 3 and 4, 25% each, you are then getting a monstrous 120% extra damage dealt to males for Devil Girl Elizabeth. And for the females one, that's units like Princess Etna, that will work very nicely for her. Damage dealt to monsters, there's not loads like it. Sister Artina does have damage dealt to monsters, so if she's a DPS unit for you, I mean, it's going to be very rare that she is. She's more of a support unit, you might go for that one as well, but I wouldn't go for really anything else. I would not focus on the Forte weapon ones. The male-female ones are niche enough. Choosing the Forte ones is madness to me. At the bottom here, you might have seen a very nice one, which they're very nice. The SP at the beginning of turn and the SP at the beginning of battle. I would not choose these for my DPS unit because I would take in other units that can be SP batteries, so there's no need to waste the slot for that on my DPS unit. Now, looking at support units, again, slot 1, get it up to 40%. For slot 2, if they're your support unit, I don't think it really matters too much. I would not be focusing on critical rate or critical damage for them. They're not usually going to be putting out moves unless it's your secondary DPS. Build them the same as the primary DPS, but for the support unit, depending what weapon they're holding.
Your stay here is a short
unit
one.
that holds the bow. We know that bows and guns as well, they both have pretty high critical rate already, so I'll probably give them critical damage.
Massage,
the other ones
FF7.
where maybe you just need to do one extra attack with them every so often, maybe give them extra critical rate, so if they do an attack, then it has a good chance to be a critical hit. But for slots 3 and 4 for a support unit, it is going to be very easy for me to be SP at the beginning of turn and get that up to plus 5. That will be my standard for most support units. Getting this one here, it says in the English translation action gauge at the beginning of the battle plus up to 80, but in the direct Japanese translation it is saying wave. In all my times spinning on the alchemy, I have not yet actually seen this one, but unless they've changed it from Japan, I imagine it is the wave one. If it is just plus 80 at the beginning of battle, that's quite poor. If it's at the beginning of the wave, that is quite decent for an SP unit, especially as you're probably going to make them quite fast anyway. They get an extra buff at the start of the wave. It's pretty decent. It's going to help them out. It's going to help them buff your units a lot quicker. But if they are not an SP battery, then I'll be looking to give them SP at the beginning of turn plus 5. At the beginning of battle is a good stopgap until you get more materials to roll again, but I would always be aiming for that each turn, because if it's just
why'd he walk them to? Why'd he move them? They were fine right there. Now, you know what? Whatever. I get to
beginning of battle one then. Now, what about gear? These ones, I don't really like the gear ones. They're not that exciting for me, and I just found them a little bit boring, really. So slot 1,
And we already have so many. You can go outside, Pepperoni. You can do it.
Of course, he's such a good boy.
What if there's outside?
Like
There's a moose in Nick's yard with where he lives. He's fucked.
Yeah, moose out there. Possible.
Is there any creature? Actually, yeah, there is.
I guess it still does differ a little bit for DPS.
I'm getting flagged.
Hey, welcome back to the channel,
guys.
guys.
Got bumped.
So today,
It's watch out.
I wanted to cover.
I don't know why she
and then
did what she did.
Enrolling
Yeah.
individuals. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and check out and see exactly how this works in practice. So
That's a wipe I'm gonna release.
Go over to the Etna Summer Resort. Go to our printing workshop right here, and you're gonna click on Equipment Alchemy. In the Equipment Alchemy window, you're going to select the piece of gear that you want to change an effect on. So, for the purpose of this, we'll go ahead.
Okay. I We'll probably be back on a little bit later.
There are two different materials. If you want to reroll a specific slot, like right now I want to reroll a specific slot, you're going to go ahead and select that slot and hit re-alchemize. When you do that, it's going to use a prelixer. Alright, these are a bit rarer than the other one, but they let you reroll just one slot. And
this was a solid lockout. I got some gloves.
Downside to rerolling a slot, because it doesn't force the reroll. So what I'm talking about here, I'll just go ahead and show you. I'm going to go ahead and reroll this 10 SP at the start of each battle. And when I reroll that, it's going to ask me if I want to keep what I have, or if I want to go with the new roll. So I don't want wind damage dealt on my fist. It's not very useful to me. So
are they calling it on Discord? Is that what's going on, or are
I
they
still
like?
have my plus 10 SP at the beginning of each battle. So that is what I recommend doing after you've rolled a decent piece of equipment. You want to try to get the best rolls you can first using these pre-prism. So we're going to go ahead and use those and see how that works. So I'm going to go ahead, and right now I'm working on some equipment for my my supports here. So we'll go ahead and just re-roll this guy. So for this, you have to have none of these locked. If you lock anything, it's not going to let you alchemize. It only lets you re-alchemize. So we're going to go ahead and alchemize this. I don't generally care about anything that's on it right now. And with our new piece of equipment, it's just worse in my opinion. Not very good. Anyway, point being, that's how you roll those. So I'm going to suggest now what I recommend you use this for, and also some rolls that you might want to get. So for a damage dealer, right? First off, we'll go ahead and open up another piece of equipment here. Your first slot is always going to be Innocent Effect. It always increases the potency of the Innocence in that piece of gear. But if you're using an elemental DPS, like Thunderlord Laharl or Supreme Overlord Laharl, you're going to want the element damage boosts more than anything else, because those actually cap at 30%, so it's 10% more damage. So it's a much better option for characters that, you know, use an element for their damage.
I don't know why that one guy left.
Decent one that you can roll is
Borgon. He probably had to go or something.
Monsters or damage against humans, or any of those if you're going to go for raid score specifically, but otherwise I would avoid those. And an okay roll, if you get it, it's not the worst thing. What I have right now, the plus 10 SP at the beginning of each battle, or plus 5 SP at the beginning of each turn, those are decent, but in a good team composition, you're probably not going to need them. They can be useful, though, because it kind of opens up your team building a little bit. You might not need an SP battery anymore if you have this, so they're not awful rolls, but I wouldn't recommend aiming for that roll on a damage dealer. So on a support, though, supports have the same first two, obviously. All weapons will always have these two. And for your third and fourth slot for support, I'd actually recommend what's called
we're done?
Beginning of the battle.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that caps at 80. So what that does is it kind of pushes their turn order forward. And it can stack. All these things can stack, by the way. You can roll the same thing in your slot 3 and your slot 4. So you can actually total out to a pretty respectable plus 160 action gauge at the beginning of the battle. And that's very useful. Or I recommend getting the SP ones. So we have this SP at the beginning of the battle or the SP at the beginning of the turn. Those can also be incredibly useful for supports. I wouldn't be too worried about your damage roll here or crit roll for a support. They're seldomly useful. Some off DPS support types might want them, but I wouldn't be too focused on this. I would try to get either that action gauge or the SP down here. Alright, so that's it for weapons. Now for gear, though, we actually have some different nuances. Equipment has some slightly different roles. It has the same first for your slot 1, where it's just going to be Innocent Effect from 1 to 40. Your slot 2 can be either HP, defense, or resistance. It doesn't matter too much, but if you're really trying to min-max it, I would just go for the HP probably. It's caps off at 350,000. It's not the best, but it's not terrible either, and it's going to be more useful in more content as enemies are either going to deal physical or int damage randomly. Depends on who you're fighting, right? So I'd recommend that. If you really want to go for it,
Can we go back to Discord? Or are you still talking over there?
Now, the really important ones are the slot 3 and 4.
I think they're all leaving.
And for support, or really anybody, even a DPS would probably take the same roles, are either action gauge, reduction resistance, which caps at 20%. What that is, if you were playing during the last raid, you know how we started all the way in the back of the action gauge.
Want to do some alts for a bit, or are you gonna go play something else?
And again, it
I don't
stacks on
know.
itself.
I guess we do some
So
alt shit.
if you rolled this in both
It's up to
slots,
you.
you'd have
Apparently,
4% resistance
we don't have any tanks.
immediately, so that you're
Dude,
going to
if
be starting
only
much further up. And remember, you can have multiple
Alonis
pieces
was
of gear equipped,
70.
so you can actually completely eliminate
Yeah.
the action gauge reduction.
It'd probably take a while before I was actually geared enough to like
very
do like tier 5 and 6 shit though.
I don't.
And the other thing
Although
I would
a
go
lot of it,
for once you're
like
already at that
half my best in
100%
slot is fucking
action
PvP
gauge
stuff.
reduction resistance,
PvP stuff,
or
random heroic gear
if
potentially, like.
Oh,
the
there's So
enemy that
let me
you're
look at
dealing
the gear.
with
Like I could
specifically
say how much
deals
I
with
could get
these
easily.
things, I would
Right.
go with status ailment resistance. So that also caps off at 20%.
So if you
again, per
like,
stack, so
like I said, don't. If
normally
you
the
really
most
want to just
annoying
swipe to
status
58 and then
ailments
just
are
go from there,
probably
do it.
paralysis,
Don't worry about me.
and
I may because that would be like I don't know
focus
how like
forget
it's gonna take us like
because
weeks if not months at the rate we do shit
supports and
to release how
whatnot,
much
they
I
can
play
cure things
on
Yeah.
that character.
generally aren't
Yeah.
specific to forget, which would make them not be able to cure.
So my
other
best in
status
slot
ailments off the party.
neck is PvP.
But
My best in
I
slot
wouldn't really worry about
bracers are
poison.
PvP.
It's
My best in
probably
slot boots are PvP. One of my best in slot
weakest
rings is
of the
PvP.
status ailments. But
Right?
these are
Yeah. Those are all
Uh,
easy pieces you just honor farm.
The Hydral Trash cloak is my best
yeah,
in slot.
that's
That one that
basically
dropped
what I
last
would do
night
for your
twice. Like that
equipment
Pepe's
goals here.
shroud is
Now,
best in
some
slot.
recommendations on how you can really use
Past that is
alchemy
like
to its
the
maximum
Terran
benefit.
cloak, but I could also just use
here on this Orion's
PvP as
belt.
that one as
You notice
well.
it's got a speed of
If I
12.
couldn't get anything decent,
And,
or I could just craft something.
Well, you
only
probably
again
just use the PvP
maximum
cloak right
of
away
10,
because it's giga
but
good. Like if it's
Yeah.
comparable and it's
because
just
of
honor
the
farming,
innocent effect
you know.
right
Or,
here,
yeah.
this is going to amplify your speed in a
And
sense,
then
which
one
is
of my
it can
trinkets
amplify
is
any
still the
innocent
Blood Furnace trinket, the armor pen and hit trinket,
And I was gonna say, what about
and then
the
Bloodlust Brooch.
Courage of the Colossus?
Bloodlust Brooch and Icon of the Icon of Unyielding Courage. You don't even use tank trinkets. And then the third best trinket is fucking like the real best in slot instead of Icon is actually Madness of the Betrayer. Like,
Well, you should take it because, like I said, after seeing, I mean, well, I don't know what I'm talking about, but I
Yeah.
don't think it's stat contested.
then it's like Brutalizer off Supremus, like defense expertise. Who else cares about that other than Brat Warrior? Like Paladins don't use it. Like, for belt, it's Belt of 100 Deaths, but I could also just use Vindicator belt or fucking be like the Red Belt of Battle. So it's not like I couldn't get an easy belt either.
True.
That fucking warrior is like circling me right now in Holy Crusade.
Nice.
Just like how every time we do anything that isn't a main raid, we don't have tanks.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
And also, like, even for tanking weapon, I could make a blacksmith and do the crafted thing. like Blaze Fury, which is,
Yeah, true.
not as good as Brutalizer or like. So Brutalizer's best, then it's Blade of Savagery off Mother, and then.
Well, you shouldn't be looking at tier 3 best in slot, bro. You're like skipping.
I'm just looking. See, I'm just seeing like what's there because Mallet of Tides off Lurker is the tier 5 best in slot. And then past that, it was like Vaj Dagger and Blaze Fury. So the best 3 from last tier, or you just get a PvP weapon. In honesty, like even off Honor, like that's.
Yeah.
And then Ellie's looking for heroic Shattered Hulls.
If only you were there, and then you don't have to worry about the rep grind. You can just send yourself the key.
Yeah, it just gets keys for everything, which is easy. Because I'll be honest, if I just farmed a full set of like the Merciless gear off Honor, like that would pretty much be enough to start tanking if I like crafted a few pieces.
Yeah.
Yes. Apparently Tommy's doing a mags. Where is Mags? How do Mags help Tommy?
Yeah.
I see. Why is my gear score so low? But then I realized my weapons were still off.
I'm assuming, yeah, it's this Sloth Paw guy.
Yeah.
I messaged him. Oh, hell yeah, he invited me. Holy shit. That is fucking impressive.
Sven just added, messaged me to add the fucking. One second, I'll join that chat.
Okay. Oh shit.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate being here, Cosmic Summit. I've had a wonderful time. Katie and I are having a wonderful time. I want to thank George Howard for putting it all together. Where is George? He must be here somewhere. There he is. Good. How about a round of applause for George? But let me dive right into it. I believe you're looking at my title, because I can't actually see them here, my title slide. And what I'd like to do is talk about the evidence of true civilization at the end of the last ice age and then the solar outburst that destroyed it. So this is really, in many ways, a summary of over 3 decades of work on my part. So I actually got involved in working on ancient civilizations in a professional sense. In the late 1980s, I met John Anthony West. Some of you have heard of him. And I was at Boston University as a faculty member at Boston University. I joined Boston University in 1984 after getting my PhD in geology and geophysics in 1983 at Yale University. And John Anthony West invited me to Egypt because he had heard that I'm a geologist. He had actually spoken to a fellow faculty member of mine who happened to get a job at Boston University. He was actually an English professor, the other faculty member, and he recommended me as someone who could go and look at the Sphinx objectively from a geological point of view, because there was this question as to what is the origins of the Sphinx, how far back do the origins of the Sphinx go? And this is really what got me started thinking about ancient civilization and how far back ancient civilization could go. And I want to give you the background information right now. The standard paradigm of the origins of civilization was put together by a number of different researchers in the early 20th century, late 19th, early 20th century, and really sort of espoused, should we say, in a popular way, both among the academics and the general public by a band
insane
named
if they think I'm going to get on Discord for fucking
This is a
Magtheridon.
standard story that in many ways is still taught in our universities around the world, that we started out, humans started out as savages, as hunters, gatherers, foragers, then sort of graduated to barbarism in a technical sense with early cultivation, with agriculture, having small villages. Then the whole concept was that these villages would build up. The villages, agriculture, cultivation, Gordon Childe called the Neolithic Revolution or the Agricultural Revolution. And that was seen as a necessity to then graduate, if you would, to civilization, true civilization, which included high culture, monumental architecture, sophisticated technology, literacy, more or less writing and recording, and that this last stage was reached first throughout the entire planet in Mesopotamia, between the Tigris and Euphrates in Mesopotamia, and that this was the urban revolution, urban being city civilization, and that this was reached about 3,500 BCE, first in Mesopotamia, nowhere else, no earlier. Later, other cultures, other peoples sort of went through the same stages and reached civilization. For instance, in Egypt, just about the same time, or maybe a century or two later, China, etc. But before 3,500, 4,000 BCE, no civilization. I'm telling you, that story is incorrect and the progression is incorrect. And I want to show you some of the evidence for that. Then we'll talk about what ended what I call an earlier cycle of civilization that existed at the end of the last ice age. So everything started to change for me when I first went to Egypt. The Sphinx, the traditional view among modern Egyptologists is the Sphinx is about 2,500 BCE. The rise of civilization, as I said, is 3,500 BCE. I go to Egypt, 1990, my first trip to Egypt. I go onto the Giza Plateau. There's the Sphinx facing me. The Sphinx, for those who have not been to Egypt, sits on the edge of the Sahara Desert. It's carved from the limestone bedrock, and it sits largely below ground. And right away, within minutes, literally, I saw as a geologist that there's a problem with the dating of the Sphinx to 2500 BCE. The Sphinx sits on the edge of the Sahara Desert. We know geologically the Sahara, for all intents and purposes, has been hyper-arid for about 5,000 plus years. That's essentially as long as civilization supposedly has existed according to the standard paradigm. But I looked at it. One thing you want to know about the Sphinx is, as I said, it sits in its own enclosure. It sits in essentially a pit or a quarry. Why? Because to carve out the body of the Sphinx, they cut out huge multi-ton limestone blocks and moved them out to build what is known as the Sphinx Temple, which you see there. Do you see the person for scale at the gate? That gives you a feel of how big those limestone blocks are. This was constructed at the same time that they were carving the body of the Sphinx. This is actually, in some ways, more incredible than the Sphinx itself. They didn't just chip the rock out and take it away in baskets. They carved out blocks and built these temples. There's a Sphinx with the very ruinous Sphinx Temple right in front of it, and the what's known as the Valley Temple and to the left in the view you're seeing. The second pyramid sits right behind the Sphinx, which is one reason people attributed the Sphinx to 2500 BC, because they said it must have been carved by Khafra, the pharaoh Khafra, who was ruling Egypt around 2500 BC. So they say, oh, he must have ordered the Sphinx to be carved. And they even claimed that the face of the Sphinx was the face of Khafra, which is not true, should we put it that way. So the core body and the closing walls, I saw immediately as a geologist that it shows evidence of water erosion. It shows evidence of water erosion despite the hyper-arid conditions on the Sahara for the last 5,000 years. So right away, it made absolutely no sense to me that this was 2500 BCE. It just did not fit the climate of the time. And when you look at the walls of the enclosure, and you can see in the diagram in the bottom left as you're looking at the slide, that's a diagram showing how water will run down over the rocks, and notice that it gives sort of a rolling, undulating profile, but it also cuts these vertical fissures. Everyone sees that? These vertical fissures, which are very, very diagnostic. When I first presented this at the Geological Society of America annual meeting, a refereed, abstract and presentation, a lot of geologists came up to me and said, this is such simple geology. Why did no one ever notice it before? But historians, Egyptologists, are they geologists? No. And the implications of this simple geology are really profound. So we've got these protracted rains showing up on the walls of the Sphinx enclosure in particular, and also the body. That's a younger me in the bottom right-hand photograph. And that's John Anthony West and me looking at it. Do you see the fissure that we're in? That's how big they are. That's how eroded it is. It's not due to Nile flooding. It's not due to the Sphinx having once sat in a pool of water, as some people have suggested. It actually would not hold water. It's a very karstic, if you know what that is, limestone, very porous. And if it had been floods coming in from below, from Nile flooding, it would undercut the rock much more greatly than it is, because actually the softest layers of limestone are at the base of the walls and the base of the Sphinx. So I've looked into all these things. The Egyptologists say, they've given me dozens of reasons why I'm wrong. Every one of their dozens of reasons is easily negated, should we say. Rain erosion versus wind erosion. You can see in this diagram, what do you get with wind erosion? You get this wind tunnel effect, but it also keeps sharp edges, and you don't get the vertical fissures. One thing you want to realize is the limestone there, like most rocks, at least sedimentary rocks and also many igneous rocks, it's layered, sort of like a layer cake. And so what happens is that the softer layers erode out weather and erode out preferentially. But I hope everyone can see in the diagram the distinction. This is younger me looking at some wind weathering. Here's some real photographs of wind weathering. These are tombs just a few hundred meters away from the Sphinx, carved out of exactly the same limestone as the Sphinx. These tombs are well dated. That means they have hieroglyphics right on them that Egyptologists can read and have read to me, and I've learned a bit myself. And they say exactly who lived there, when, we know when they lived. These are from the 4th dynasty, within, a few generations at most of when supposedly the Sphinx was carved. It's just not possible that these weathered this way, the Sphinx weathered the other way. The Egyptologists, one in particular, who I won't name, Egyptian Egyptologist, he had some geologists from the University of Cairo come out to disprove me and say these were different rocks, they would weather differently, etc. They came back and said, no, Shock is right. They were never heard from again. I'm not saying anything bad happened to them, but this is wind weathering. You can see it on the upper left there, and then the angular wind tunnel features, and then we see once again the rain weathering with me for scale on the bottom right, the rounded undulating profile. So this is all very nice, and I was impressed by it when I first went there, but I didn't realize, I was a geologist. I am a geologist, and I realized the implications, but I didn't realize how upset people would get over it. Should we put it that way? So my initial dating was pushing the Sphinx back to a pre-Sahara desert period, which we now know the Sahara Desert was lush, end of the last ice age approximately, got drier, but it went through periods of more or less rainfall. So it went through different climatic conditions. And initially I was being, quote, very conservative and pushing it back to maybe 5,000 to 7,000 BCE. The one criticism I actually got from my fellow geologists, even very early on, was that my data,
I had my push to talk on. Are you guys kale killers?
with pushing
Oh
it
no,
back to
we
more around
wiped it
10,000 BC or so.
even earlier,
And
and
I'm
then
happy now,
they called it
a third time, and then it was like, okay, well, that's it.
The best
no, a second time that we didn't do like we. Oh, I guess third you did too, yeah. So that we did 3 in total, and then
that has real implications, as we'll see, because that
they
puts
stopped,
it
which is
before
weird because there's
the
only
end of
like
the
2 people
last
missing,
ice
but
age.
they
That puts
decided
it
to not
before
fill.
the end of the last ice age at 9,700 BC.
I mean, it felt like, dude, like the quality of pubs in that fucking run.
So
like those were the stupidest fucking people I've like ever
this
encountered
is, on the Saqqara
in the World of
Plateau.
Warcraft.
You can see the step
I mean, I was
pyramid
not on the
behind it.
Discord, so I was not
And
really
if you've been to Egypt,
fully.
I'm sure you've been to Saqqara Plateau, but you
Oh
may
man, there
not
was
have
one
seen
guy that
these
was like,
because they're
I've never
not
done this
super
before, but I
impressive. These are
really want to
mud
get twin
brick
blades of the
mastaba,
Phoenix.
dried
And
mud brick.
like
This is
Bexenti
not
or something.
baked mud brick. This is not
Hmm.
baked bricks. Even the
You know,
smallest
he was just
amount
like,
of rain will poof.
he was
These will
excited.
just wash
He just seemed
away,
like a little bit.
degrade, etc.
Was Neil
These
chatting with
have
them in
been
their Discord?
well-dated
Yeah,
carbon
he was over there because I
dating
think he was gonna
and,
do like a heroic with them and shit.
artifacts, etc. At least
Dude, he's gonna be
28
an
to
officer soon.
3,000 BC,
I know, at his rate.
approximately there. Point is, they're older than the traditional date or the supposed date of the origins of the Sphinx. If this area, because this is not very far from Giza, if this area had had the rain we would need
Why the
to
fuck are they doing
erode the
heroics?
Sphinx,
What is the point
these
of
guys would
heroics?
not be there. They would not
Oh,
be
it's just
there.
I guess.
yeah, badges.
Other things. I've been on the Sphinx.
I
That's
was
me on the
probably
back of
I was
the
thinking about
Sphinx
doing it,
at
but
the
then like
head
I
of the
got into
Sphinx.
this
The
Mag
Sphinx is
Theridin
a
group,
little It's a little
yeah.
misleading because under
I should see if there's a
under the
DST Google Group or
headdress, that's
something.
all modern
Oh yeah, that's also what I
repairs
need to
and
look for.
cement and whatnot. So it's been messed around with, should we say? But when you look at the Sphinx, it's been messed around not just in modern times, but in ancient times. So there are repairs on the Sphinx. Here is my sunburnt hand. I'm putting my hand on some modern repairs to the paws of the Sphinx, but if you look underneath, there's ancient repairs. For all we know, in fact, the evidence indicates that the Sphinx was being repaired in Old Kingdom times within
Well, but I bet it looks really scuffed if I log back on after 30 minutes.
of when it was supposedly
not really.
first carved out of the stone. And that really doesn't make sense if you have a meter or more depth of weathering and erosion.
It doesn't matter, dude. The run was dying whether you were there or not, friend.
It was, but I don't want to like. It's one thing to be like, hey man, I don't think this is gonna go anywhere. But I was like, I can't stay longer.
Yeah, okay, because you had something to do. Now you took care of it and you came back. Dude, nobody will say anything, man. Don't be afraid.
I don't think they would either. I personally would feel bad.
Then the Sphinx originated.
Okay.
Plus, I kind of want to play Zero Company instead of a fucking gruel run for a trinket that will never drop, or that I won't win.
That's fair.
Or for a game that I will quit into when Classic Plus comes out.
And I found this
Bro, Classic Plus is not a real thing.
Went to Egypt as a geologist.
We were all
I
fooled.
could see that there's limestone.
Why do you think we were all fooled?
Do you see how there's limestone and then granite veneer?
Like tons of new builds going on. All this fucking like private server shit happening. You think it's like a coincidence they put out a hit on every other private server? And now like the time is fucking just right, dude.
Structures with granite. This granite was then put on it.
The problem is,
I hope there that in some cases they literally.
and it's a weird problem, is that you're thinking of the most obvious, most logical thing that makes the most sense.
Why would you do that? Because this was.
But that's not how people at the high up in these
very
companies work.
Ancient sacred site.
I don't know, dude. I feel like there's been a little bit of a shift, especially what was that dude's name that did fucking SOD?
In modern times, but on the
he's always acting about Twitter and shit. There's a good dev behind it.
Those have been
times that shit just fucking works.
Bro, people turned on Agrin real quick. Me included.
Why'd they turn on Agrin? Why'd you turn on Agrin?
Because he stopped doing everything that people like. They just left Sod to be around like phase 3 or 4, and then he also stopped posting nearly as much. We stopped getting updates. Like
subsurface seismic testing. I did this with Thomas DeBecke, who is sitting in the middle there.
Maybe,
Dr.
dude.
Thomas
I believe in
DeBecke, a
Agrin.
geophysicist. My background is
okay.
My degree is geology and geophysics. Actually, I have 3 degrees in that, but that's another matter. And what we did is we pounded on the rock with a sledgehammer, and you put energy, or you can think of it as sound going down. It bounces off the layers. It gives you information on the density of the layers. And what I was interested in is subsurface weathering. So this is essentially mineralogical changes that take place as the rock weathers down, 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 down. Everyone makes sense? So it starts when you uncover the surface. And just a side note, when I was doing this initially, I knew better, but I was trying to not get myself in so much trouble maybe with the Egyptologists over 30 years ago. I sort of used a linear extrapolation for the depth of weathering. Everyone makes it? But actually, it's weathering, not erosion. It's mineralogical changes. But
Agrin's last post on X was in fucking June.
Why? Because you've still got more on top. So
June of this year?
Linear, which is why I initially underestimated the age of the origin. Does that make sense to people?
It was just him talking about a bug.
And what we found.
It's all hands on deck on Camelot,
the
buddy.
Sphinx is weathered very, very
we'll see.
on the 3 sides, the 2 sides and in the front,
or Fable, I guess,
as
it's
so in the back, subsurface weathering. And
yeah, Warcraft Fables, like that to me,
along with
like Camelot naming
Sphinx
I get it.
initially emerged from the bedrock.
Fable seems like they're gonna do a whole bunch of random ass shit.
And when I calibrate,
Fable sounds like it could be like a fucking mobile game, to be honest.
Yeah, it sounds like it could be a mobile game. It sounds like it could be like them doing retail stuff as well. Like, I don't know, man.
10,000 BCE at least. Maybe a little earlier. I wouldn't put it a whole lot earlier than that, personally, but end of the last ice age.
I'm not a huge fan of Fables. I could see it though, you know.
Area where I show it.
It's like, what do they like? What do they mean, Fables though?
Out later
for Warcraft.
Kingdom times when they refurbished.
Like, it's just a weird.
They cut out the rear.
It is a little bit weird.
It totally from the bedrock. It had only been carved down.
The way it sounds is going to be like a mobile game where you get to just go and do like random dungeons or something.
Data confirmed the 10,000 BCE.
Gotcha. Some I don't know.
Ultimately, even though, as I said,
also, what is with the randomized StarCraft games that nobody was asking for?
7,000 using.
I could see StarCraft. Like StarCraft, I feel like it's like not a fucking well-utilized IP.
The Sphinx.
Yeah, but they're like, let's make them first-person shooters or something. I don't know.
I mean, they were planning on doing Ghost at one point. Like, to me, that's like the least far-fetched thing there.
Well, no, it's like it makes sense. I'm not saying it's far-fetched, and I can see New Blizzard definitely doing it, but like
BCE during the age of what? Leo, on the vernal equinox.
Maybe they're trying to make it more of like a Space Marine-esque game, which would make sense.
Such that Leo is connected to the.
Could be Space Marine. Could be like even just like Call of Duty or something.
Before it rises all up, so maybe this was all quite intentional.
Maybe.
Sky's the limit.
Second thing that I
especially
noticed,
because Call of Duty is probably getting a little bit stale at Activision.
Minutes of going to see the Sphinx in 1990 on my first trip. I was warned by all these people that, oh, you know.
I'm saying it for sure. Whatever I'm saying, like you know,
psychic blackout or something. I don't know.
I could see it.
You know, because the Sphinx is such a powerful, and it's such a sacred site. And yes, I actually do feel that, but the first thing I know, maybe it's the second. I don't know. First or second was a weathering. The incompatible
like
weather,
StarCraft infantry sounds like
the head is too small for the body, and the head
could also be like an MMO or something.
In my opinion, absolutely not the original head. I came to that conclusion.
No, infantry implies like you're going to be
quickly within 10 minutes,
like an infantry
type thing.
Yeah, like you're going to be like you're the Space Marine. Maybe it'll be like a Helldivers-esque type thing too.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like it could very easily be a Helldivers type thing.
What happened? The original head was much
I mean,
bigger.
that could go pretty hard.
They wrote it down. When they tried to repair the body in the Sphinx, it's very difficult to repair a head like that, so they just carved it down further. Does that make sense? And I'm absolutely convinced of that. It's a dynastic recarving. I think it's probably early, very early in dynastic
What is Warcraft
times.
Chronicles? Is that the...
and we now
that's the book they put out, the lore book.
I'm not going to go into some detail here because I'm going limited time.
To me, like I don't know why that's like a main stage thing because it's like kind of
robertshock.com to read more about
I don't know.
This,
seems
but working with
like something I wouldn't put on a main stage if I was doing like you know big Blizzard stuff. But
yeah,
maybe that's something that ties into the retail expansion or
myself and Robert Vival joined him on
you know
paper,
something.
Talking about it,
yes.
We now understand that the Sphinx was originally
it says meet the teens. That's what's really throwing me off.
I hypothesized
meet the
teen.
Yeah,
originally, but it's a female.
Yeah, that one honestly like doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm not gonna.
We believe we know what female lioness it
not
was.
Not gonna sugarcoat that one.
It was the goddess, if you would, Mehit or Mehet.
Also, World of Warcraft Exploring Northern.
Ancient dynastic Egypt. It's
the next retail expansions in Northern.
And it's a guardian.
So you think it's just like...
And we now believe...
That's so fucking stupid. We've already explored Northern. Like, what do you mean? We had a whole expansion there. What did we not explore?
Sitting there...
I mean, like maybe it should change. I don't know. Like again, like that's fine.
Turns out they were looking for
you
the
can
wrong thing.
Maybe it's underground. Maybe it's like more Azul. I guess we were already at Azul.
There are records of a very ancient Mehit on.
It just seems like that has to be like. That's why it doesn't make sense for it to be like for the new expansion, but there's nothing else that could possibly be for the new WoW expansion except that.
Well, that's what became the Sphinx. And it also talks about the hieroglyphs, Mehit, guardian, guarding an archive. She was a guardian lioness. She guarded.
Yeah,
Can't talk. Guarded an archive. Well,
I'm
what
not
did
like
we
it's a for
find
sure
when
thing.
we did
Like
the
it could all be fake.
seismic?
It came
Can
off
you
of
see
4chan,
what
you know,
this
like it could
is? This
be
is a map looking
horribly
down on the
fucking fake.
Sphinx.
Oh yeah, this could
And
just
the
be
Sphinx
like,
is facing
yeah,
toward
not
the
even
right,
close to
facing
anything.
east.
That's why, like, I'm like,
Everyone see
like there's
that?
always so many
And there's
BlizzCon
different
leaks,
anomalies.
but it's
you
just
know,
like
around.
this one just
work,
hits
and
like the
one I wanna
dumbness I would
point out
expect
to
from
you
them
now is
so well.
Anomaly A.
It's
Anomaly
believable.
A on the upper right side of the
Yeah, like
diagram,
it looks like a
that is
believable
a low velocity zone,
thing
which
to me
is
too.
another way of saying that is a chamber or cavity.
The other option is it could
left
be like
paw.
not the main
There's
stage,
probably a collapsed tunnel running
and this is
from
like
it.
some
If
like
you look
shitty
at the
substage,
Bs, anomaly Bs,
and that's why it's
probably
like,
a collapsed
yeah, meet
tunnel
the
running
authors of
from it.
Warcraft Chronicle,
Anomaly
and
C
like
is a
StarCraft
chamber
Infantry is a fucking
behind
mobile
the
game,
rump of
and
the
you know.
Sphinx.
Well,
It's
also,
interesting.
why would you
We
have
did this.
both of
We
your
did
new
not
shit
know
on the
about
same
chamber
day?
behind the rump of the Sphinx, and we found
Because I feel like
seismically,
you'd
and
like
then the
do infantry one day and then Warcraft Fables the next
on
day,
site. I'm talking Egyptian Egyptologists say, "Oh, that's nothing. We already
instead of just
know
like
about
front
Usually what they
loading
do is they
everything.
announce everything
It's
on day
probably,
one, and then they
maybe
do
one
like various
period,
deep
that
dives
type
on
of
day
thing.
2.
So it shows that our
But then there's no
seismic
like,
is working. And then
but
they,
then
we
the
should
all
point
the
out
deep
there's
dives
anomaly
are.
A,
I mean,
and they say,
assuming
no,
this is
there's nothing
correct,
there. Nothing there. Well, how do you
deep
know? We
dives are
took
all
the
on the
dive.
first
No,
day,
we know
or
there's
like
nothing
kind
there.
of.
You see the
Yeah, sometimes
irony
they
of
do. Like
it?
I'm trying to remember like previous
Yeah.
BlizzCons, and like
Somehow our
sometimes I
seismic
think
was
they do
working,
like I don't
on
know,
the
like usually
west
like you
to
know it's like an
the
introduction to like hey
at the
like what is
rump
this
and not
thing
under the
on day
paws.
1, and then on day
realize
2 it's
now there's
like
reasons they
you know
might not
here's the
want
systems, here's what the
anything to
talent
be
tree might
there,
look like,
because it's a side
or
note.
some shit.
Have you heard of Edgar
Yeah.
Casey? Yeah, he sort of predicted that there might be a chamber or hall
Yeah,
of
Baroni, what are you
records
doing?
under the paws of the Sphinx, so that didn't look good for them if all of a sudden we found it, perhaps. But the point is, it is there. I have no question there's a chamber under the paws of the Sphinx, and it's under actually the left paw, the right paw when you face the Sphinx, and that's what Mahit was guarding a chamber. And when you look at something like this is the Tutmosis IV Dream Stela, which was erected about 1400 BCE. There I am for scale standing next to it. And when you look at this Dream Stela, can you see the two sphinxes on the stela? And what's under the sphinxes, it looks like a building. I now interpret those as chambers. And this also brings up the issue of, is there a second sphinx somewhere out there? A lot of people believe there is. I think I might know where it is, but that has to be tested before I start talking about it. But the point is that the sphinx is sitting under a chamber. We did...
What do you want?
And I just want to mention, people say, well, if there's a chamber under the sphinx, how do you enter it? Some people say, oh, this is the doorway. No, this is not the doorway, the stela. We did seismic work also in the sand that sits in front of the Sphinx. Do people see the Sphinx there? I don't have a pointer to use, but there's basically sand and whatnot in front of the Sphinx temple and the Sphinx. We did seismic work there also, and what we found is that there's a cliff face under that sand. So what I believe is the case is that there's probably an entrance in that cliff face under who knows how, under 10 or more meters of sand that goes in and goes into that chamber. Does that make sense to people? Yeah, and there's that's from the Dream Stela, one of the sphinxes sitting above the chamber. And we see diagrams just like this in the hieroglyphs going back to a period before the Sphinx was supposedly built, according to standard Egyptologists. So I was pushing the Sphinx back initially to 5,000 to 7,000 BC. I got in lots of academic trouble for that because the Egyptologists didn't like it, the historians didn't like it. It made all kinds of waves at the time. These are just a few headlines from different newspapers. I once said this as a joke.
What about Zero Company does not intrigue you?
Joke. I know. I once said not as a joke, but everyone laughed. But I never.
It's
I
literally.
really don't tell jokes. I just
looks
said
like
I didn't
Xcom with
understand
mods.
the first headline there on the left: scientists clash
Like
over
it looks like
the Egyptian
it
Sphinx.
looks like a modded
Because as far
XCOM,
as
I should
was
say.
concerned, no scientists were clashing on it. It was between geologists who are scientists and Egyptologists who, frankly,
It's
are
made by the
scientists.
Elder Firaxis devs, but so it makes sense.
Thank you.
Oh, it is the Firaxis guys?
And that's not to put
Yeah,
them
like
down
some of the
whatsoever.
veteran
It's a
Firaxis people.
perfectly
It's not Firaxis,
wonderful
but a lot of the people that were at
discipline.
Firaxis.
I went to Yale. Yale
makes sense.
has Egyptology. They have a famous fellow named Mark Lehner who studied the Sphinx for his dissertation. His name will come up again in a minute. He went to Yale also and got a PhD in Egyptology. I got mine in geology and geophysics. But it did create a stir among Egyptologists. So the geologists were agreeing with me. The Egyptologists weren't fond of this. And they actually arranged in 1992 to have, as part of the American Association for the Advancement of Science annual meeting, 1992, I was very young back then, debate, so-called debate on the age of the Sphinx. And so I was on the podium. You can't really tell, but I'm up on the podium there in that little picture. And Mark Lehner, who I just mentioned, who has a PhD in Egyptology, his response to me was, and I don't want to sound the wrong way, but I'll be sort of blunt. I thought we were going to debate actual evidence and data. It was really more me trying to present evidence, this is my view, and them basically telling me I'm wrong, and they knew I was wrong, and that was that. Yeah, it was serious. And at one point, I'm showing some of the raw seismic data to one of the, we'll say, opponents, and he's looking at it, and I'm clear that he can't quite figure out what he's looking at. Then I realize he's looking at it upside down. So I turn it around so he can look at it right side up. But it didn't seem to make any difference to him. He still didn't seem to understand. So Mark Lehner said, and this is a direct quote, it was in the New York Times, if the Sphinx was built by an earlier culture, where's the evidence of that civilization? Where are the pottery shards? Because they love broken pottery. And no, I have a degree in anthropology, archaeology. I understand these things. People during that age were hunters and gatherers. Remember the paradigm? Hunters and gatherers. They didn't build cities. That is, they did not have civilization at the time I was talking about. So this was a real conundrum for me. I didn't have a good answer for them. But years later, a few years later, enter Professor Dr. Klaus Schmidt. Unfortunately, he died prematurely, but he was with the German Archaeological Institute, and he began excavating around 1995. He began excavating the site of Göbekli Tepe. So Göbekli Tepe near Urfa, which is the traditional home of the biblical patriarch Abraham in southeast Turkey. This is a photograph that Katie, my wife is Catherine Ulysses, Katie, and she took many of these photographs of Göbekli Tepe and elsewhere. Göbekli Tepe, he published very early on that it had major building phases, 10,000 BCE to 8,000 BCE. That was his initial dating. We can think of the older portions of Göbekli Tepe that have been excavated as being roughly 10,000 BCE. They're definitely pre-Ice Age. The site spans the Ice Age, but this is what I had been informally calling Sphinx Age, and my academic colleagues were trying their best to make trouble for me, should we say, or worse, for saying such things. But here was another site, and I want to give a quote. I had the chance to interview him and speak with him. I forget when now. When did we go? 2023? Yeah, 2023, I believe, because I'm working on a documentary with a not-for-profit organization for the research of ancient cultures. We interviewed Professor Dr.
So
Ian
in Final
Potter,
Fantasy VII Rebirth, I just entered the mine finally because I fully cleared the grasslands.
Director for a very long time at
Nice, dude.
But when I was fighting the Midgar Serpent,
and this is a quote from
like
him,
Cloud gets taken underwater and then it just gets giga blasted out of the fucking water by some super powerful attack.
Amazing. at a ridiculously
Nobody's like questioned him. They still think he's schizo about Sephiroth. It's like, how do you think Cloud did that shit down there? Like, do you like?
People think it changes everything. It overturns the whole.
I mean, if someone was like, Hitler's actually alive and living amongst his clones, or
Okay, but if I had also already said Hitler in Magical Space World,
it's not just someone out.
I would be like, okay, yeah, back, huh? Or like
the most renowned.
I mean, I get why you can think he's a little schizo because he's like Sephiroth there, and then they see just a fucking Sephiroth clone or whatever.
I mean, he also like remembers, like he's telling that story of fucking
about Nibelheim acting as from the POV of I know that too. So I get why they think he's schizo, but like after he escapes the fucking like. The Midgar serpent, none of them are like, wait, Cloud, you're that powerful? Or like they just don't care.
I feel like everyone respects Cloud's abilities.
Yeah, but he was literally wrapped up by the snake and dragged underwater.
Physics, that type of thing, using different methods. So it's a really huge
site. I'm going to show you
a few pictures from different periods in time because I've been there with Katie a number of times.
He is, but like
I went there initially with John Anthony West before he died in 2018. He wanted to see.
I think that's one of those things that I'm just thinking too hard about
so
it.
this is an aerial view. You see how it's sort of.
Well, yeah, like I think like some of the, I feel like some of the combat stuff is like dramatized to make it like seem cool.
But Stonehenge is made.
Well, it's like it feels ham-fisted how they had to have like the snake impaled scene, and they're like, oh, how can we get this in there?
And there I am, that's 20.
Because it's so much cooler when you just like walk up and you see that shit impaled and you're like, holy fuck.
Like, and in fact, this canopy is not, well, it's not
helping
because it's allowing moisture to collect in its, in my opinion, I'm a geologist. I'd rather see it without a canopy. But there are problems when you excavate a site. Is it now subject to erosion and damage? Yes. But that's what you have to do to learn about. This is 2020. I was actually a bit cold there. It gets very cold there. But you can start to see the site in the background. And it's these incredible pillars and stone rings and circles, just to give you a feel for it a little bit. If you were walking around it today. And this is an older picture of it. Notice the pillar. Notice the beautiful carvings on the pillars. And there has a lot of relief carvings of animals and images, etc. That has this beautiful beast that's carved into the pillar that's not attached to it separately. Some kind of, people call it a feline or a lizard. Just as a side note, I have shown pictures of this to archaeologists off the record who wanted to stay off the record, and asked them, well, if you found this in isolation, just based on the style, based on the finesse, based on the skill of carving, just off the top of your head, how old do you think it would be? And these were archaeologists, work in the Middle East and in Turkey, etc. One of them said to me, and again, they didn't want to be on the record, one said, oh, maybe 1000 BC. The other one said 600 BC. This is actually 10,000 or so BC. So, I mean, much, much older. Put it this way, the dynastic Egyptians, 2,500 BC versus 10,000 BC. Do your math quickly, 7,500 years between those two. Only 4,500 years between us and those Old Kingdom dynastic Egyptians. So this really is old. That's sometimes known as the vulture pillar. I'm not going to go into great detail on all the carvings here. That's not the point at the moment. These are some more of the pillars. The one on the left is actually the first one that was uncovered by the landowners. Do you see how it's sort of broken on the top? They hid it when they were trying to plow and clear the land. They thought they were just going to knock it out, just some old boulder. But no. There's a fox. And do you see the little piglet, if you would, or the little boar underneath? These were used, and they were, I believe, incised and re-incised in some cases. There's other ones. These are some of the T-pillars. I'll come back to that, but do you see how they have arms? And this one has a little animal, like a dog-like animal under its arm. So Göbekli Tepe is in northern Mesopotamia, near Urfa. I've marked it on the map there. Interestingly, this is between the Tigris and Euphrates. This is what some people interpret from reading the Judeo-Christian Bible as the area of Eden. Maybe that's significant, maybe it's not, but I think it's interesting. And the date of Göbekli Tepe, going back to before the end of the last ice age, is actually older than my initial dating for the Sphinx. Now, I would put them all about simultaneously at the end of the last ice age. Again, rough numbers, you can think 10,000 BCE. So there I am, or here I am. This is interesting. This is known as Urfaman. And he's now in his own big new museum with his own room, and you can't even get very close to him. Back in the old days on the bottom right, in the smaller museum, you could get up close to him, so I'm just there for scale. But interestingly, Urfa is maybe a half-hour drive, depending on how you drive it, from the site of Göbekli Tepe. Urfa is a big, bustling, modern city. But when they go down, like to build a new parking garage or renovations, they often hit stratigraphic layers, archaeological layers that are Göbekli Tepe time, and Urfaman was found there. I think that, in fact, Urfa may be one of the oldest inhabited cities on Earth, continuously inhabited city. It's a modern city, but it's also a very, very ancient city. And this is what the Göbekli Tepe people at least pictured themselves as looking like, not as some kind of crude, primitive, caveman types. So here I am discussing with Klaus Schmidt on site about Göbekli Tepe. That's John Anthony West actually in the foreground. This is a picture, must have been from 2010, that Katie took of us. And I was very skeptical going there. I'm one of these people, I would love sites to confirm what I've been saying all along, but I'm not going to jump on the bandwagon unless I am convinced that it's real. And I've rejected a number of things that people have presented to me, say, oh, this confirms you, this helps you. Well, that would be great if it's real or if it's genuine. Not saying that they were faking it, but if they misinterpret something. So I was being very careful, but with Klaus Schmidt, German Archaeological Institute, I thought he was probably on the right track, and he convinced me he was between talking to him, reading all the literature. These stone pillars at Göbekli Tepe, as I said, they're really ornately carved in relief. The largest are at least 10 to 15 tons. So they're quite tall, 4 or 5 meters for the larger ones, but they're very thin and narrow, and they're carved out of limestone. And I will say, as a geologist, to carve them the way they are, these thin, narrow pillars, and move them without snapping them is a whole lot more difficult than moving, say, big Stonehenge rough hewn blocks. He believed that they were set, and this has been confirmed, into the bedrock with a type of concrete, basically 12,000 years ago. This whole site, and people argue about this, but I, as a geologist, am 100% convinced that it was intentionally buried 10,000 or more years ago, probably right at the end of the last ice age. I'll come back to that. And once it was buried, it rains there. It's sort of deserty, but it rains there, and mineralogical changes occur, essentially little stalactites and stalagmites, if you know what they are, like in caves, form on a micro level. You can date those with radiocarbon dating, and you can look at various isotopes in them to get the weather patterns, data on the weather patterns, and it's well-dated site. One problem I had with the Sphinx and the origins of the Sphinx and convincing certain people like Egyptologists is they would continually point out, oh, we find all these dynastic tools around the Sphinx. Oh, we find all this dynastic pottery shards and garbage around the Sphinx. Well, yeah, because they were still using it and reusing and refurbishing it thousands of years later. So am I making sense? This was actually covered over and kept in relatively pristine condition for over 10,000 years until it's been recently excavated. Notice the long, thin arms, the slender fingers around the navel region, and the fox pelt loin cloth. I'll come back to those. We're talking, this is actually, we saw him, I think we saw him just recently on a trip, but the landowners, it's now government property, was sort of taken over, and now they protect it and care for it. But we were talking to him, and he picks up things, and he was showing us a little, we'll call it an arrowhead, little point that he had just found. Okay, it looks relatively primitive and crude, right? Someone say yes. Yeah. But on the other hand, I still remember the days, maybe we don't do it much anymore, I remember the days still using chalk on a chalkboard, which has been used for a whole long time, while I'm also using a computer at the same time. Do you see my point? Yeah, so this doesn't prove that they were primitive or crude, because then you look at something like this, which he also handed me, and that is my hand, but I had to give it back to him. This is a beautiful little bead he had just found, and of course now it's in the museum collection. And if you look at it, I don't know if you can see it there, but it's drilled through the long way at a essentially millimeter level. How do you do that 12,000 years ago with, quote, just primitive tools, et cetera, et cetera? To me, as a geologist, this is just as incredible, if not more so, than some of the carving on a megalithic scale. So there's a lot going on there. So the major distinguishing characteristics by which archaeologists typically identify true civilization. So a little lesson here in archaeology, if you would. They look for things like monumental stone architecture. They look for city or urban life to distinguish true civilization. They look for writing and literacy. So one question we can pose is, does Göbekli Tepe and the people of Göbekli Tepe fit the definition, the classic definition of civilization? And I would contend that they have all these characteristics, including literacy, 6,000 years before civilization was supposedly first on Earth, before civilization supposedly first arose according to the conventional view. So it really upsets the time frame. Now, let me go into a little more detail on that. One thing I will say is that I was talking to, I don't know if he's here now, I don't want to name names without getting permission, but I was talking to an academic colleague even at this conference, or maybe it was before the conference, we were exchanging emails, and he was pointing out, well, how do you do some of these amazing feats without having some level of literacy and recording and giving instructions to people? So it almost seemed like, well, to do this, you have to have that, but that's not direct evidence. But I would contend we have direct evidence for all of these features. So Göbekli Tepe, can we agree, certainly has monumental stone structures. Yeah, I mean, you can see those to this day. Settled urban life, I would contend that, if nothing else, should we say, maybe we haven't found it, but I think we maybe have found at least one of the cities of the Göbekli Tepe people, because it's still there, Urfa, where Urfa Man was found. We still have that city. We just can't excavate the whole thing because there's hundreds of thousands of people living there, and they don't want to excavate it, understandably. And there's also lots of Greek and Roman ruins and whatnot. Katie and I have been there many times. And for instance, in one area, they were going to build, I forget what, maybe it was extension to a museum or something. But they start, our parking lot, and they start digging. They find all these beautiful Roman mosaics. Well, you can't just destroy those. Now there's a museum over it. But you get my point. But did they have writing? Many archaeologists will say, well, that's the key. They have to have writing. I think they, in fact, were literate, not just theoretically, but I do think we have some evidence for that. I contend, and this is something that I've worked on with, and I want to give him a lot of credit for it, Dr. Manu Saifzadeh, and he and I have worked on this together. He initiated it. Looking at the so-called symbols or decorations at Göbekli Tepe, like the belt. That's the belt on one of the famous pillars on Göbekli Tepe. Do you see what it looks like? It looks like sort of in our letters, a C, a H, a backward C. Okay, I'm not saying that they spoke English or anything, but I also contend that that's probably not just random patterns in decoration, because you see these repeated patterns throughout the limited corpus, that is the limited amount of possible writing we have on the pillars, because we have such a small amount. But if you start looking at this, we think this means God. We don't just say that randomly, because in the same region there were the Hittites. Have people heard of the Hittites? And the so-called Luwian hieroglyphs, but yes, are thousands of years later than Göbekli Tepe. Absolutely, I don't dispute that. But on the other hand, it looks to us like there was a certain traditions passed on, and that certain, there's some evolution in the hieroglyphs, or maybe something was survived. This, for instance, is Luwian for God. Do you see this? How similar it is? And there was a famous, it's very well, those who are interested in this know this Emmanuel Laroche, and he wrote a monograph on the hieroglyphs of the Hittites, or what's now known Luwian. This is some of his Laroche symbols. They're numbered because these are the numbers he gave them. So if you look at them, like 184 refers to the divine, 239 is a gate or portal or passage, 360 means God, 411 a connection to God or the gods. And you start seeing these repeated at Göbekli Tepe, but even though it's thousands and thousands of years earlier, and they seem to be repeated systematically. So my personal reading of this belt, which you now see in full on one side there, the one side, I think that's probably being, this is my hypothesis, reading from right to left. What do some languages still read right to left? Yeah, of course. May have been the original way to have writing. I think my hypothesis is that this says God of gods, and that this is a God symbol, and it ties in. Here, if you look at this, do you see the symbols there? It's sort of tilted on its side, the H and the God symbol. You see that? I think this may mean path or the way of the God. This is also a solar or plasma configuration, so I want you to hold that thought for later in the talk. But I don't think this is just random symbolism. You see another H on the bottom of that pillar, turned on side? What we would say turn on side. So I think that, and there's more I could go into, but I think they actually were literate. So they meet all the requirements that are standardly given to acknowledge true civilization at such an early period. Other signs of sophistication, this is from a paper by Peters and Schmidt, and there's on the bottom, that's Katie's composite view of Göbekli Tepe when we were there very early on before they built the canopy over it. And if you look at the upper right-hand corner, what you will see is a map that Peters and Schmidt did with it. You can see that it's the rings of Göbekli Tepe. This is an aerial view. And when you look down at Göbekli Tepe, you have these rings of pillars. And then in each ring, you have a central pair of pillars. Everyone see that? And those central pairs of pillars are very accurately oriented, I believe. If you see the black lines, those are what I drew in to show the orientation. So north is to the top, and they're oriented to south and slightly east. Does everyone see that? But they're not oriented all the same way. And what I believe is going on is that they were tracking precession of the equinoxes. They were looking out towards the sky, and this is my analysis of it, towards the Pleiades, Taurus, and Orion on the vernal equinox. And what's happening is that they had to build and rebuild as these very slow precessional changes make it that they have to reorient. Am I making sense? Yeah, so they're looking at these slow precessional changes and reorient it over a couple of thousand years. And interestingly, the archaeologists have data in closure D, which is at the top, and then you go closure D, C is in the middle on the right, then B and on the middle left, and then A in the bottom. They have stratigraphically and otherwise dated these enclosures as being the oldest at the top and progressively D, B, C, D, C, B, A. And when you look at the precessional changes in orientation, it gives you the same order. Does that make sense? So I really think this is very strong. And it shows they were aware of precession thousands and thousands of years before supposedly anyone knew about it. I mean, we're talking, the classic view is no one knew about it before maybe 600, 700 BCE, not 10,000 BCE. So a lot going on. So they're looking out at Taurus and Orion. This is, we put this together looking sort of south and slightly east to Orion rising on the horizon on the vernal equinox. And there you see Taurus and the Pleiades. I don't know if anyone knows the passage. There's a passage in the Judeo-Christian Bible talking about God being up in the Pleiades. But anyway, it was a very important, I think, going back to a very early period, and there's evidence for that this was a very important region of the sky. And you can think of Orion with his belt stars. Think of the pillar with the belt. And Orion, the pillar, the belt stars. And what does Orion travel with? He travels with his companion dog, the dog star, Sirius. So I think this may be represented in part in the pillars. Is that making sense to people? Yeah. And remember, there's twin pillars. One suggestion is that precession, and I'm going out on a limb here, but it's good to speculate sometimes and then see if you can confirm the data, confirm with data. Twin pillars, could that be the sun and the earth and our solar system and Sirius? Because some people suggest that we are in a binary system with another star, and that other star may be Sirius. Do you realize that most stars, it's been estimated now in our galaxy, are binary pairs? And some people suggest that that binary pairing of our sun with maybe Sirius could be what causes precessional changes. So a lot going on here. So what could wipe out advanced civilization? Something that people like Klaus Schmidt said and other archaeologists, and I would say, is that after Göbekli Tepe, even a millennium or less, and certainly 2 millennia after Göbekli Tepe, you don't have anything like it. It goes back down. It goes into what I call a dark age, and I'll come back to that. But what could wipe out advanced civilization? This is definitely before the time of the height of Göbekli Tepe, before the end of the last ice age. So it was followed by catastrophe. There was a catastrophe. It was followed by intentional burial. Look at this. Do you see the pillar on the left in the back? You can see how it was broken, knocked down, and then was hastily re-erected. Does everyone see that? On piles, and they put in these crude stone walls to sort of keep everything together. It's almost like they're building initially a fallout shelter or a bunker, if you think of it that way. And you see how the other pillar was cracked, and you keep looking at this. This is not archaeological reconstruction in modern times. Look at this with the cute little boar's head, but the crude blocks built up right up against it. I don't believe for a second that they were carving these beautiful stone structures to simply the next day build crude walls against them. Some archaeologists have said, okay, that was intentionally buried, but that was part of their ritual. They would build this huge thing, put all this work into it, and then bury it as some kind of weird ritual. I don't think the evidence is there, in part because some of the pillars, and Klaus Schmidt noticed this too before he died, some of the pillars look like they've been used and reused because they actually show weathering on their surfaces that wouldn't have occurred once it was buried and protected. So Göbekli Tepe probably spans several thousand years before the end of the last ice age when all is said and done. There, look at that. Do you see sort of not middle, but slightly to your left? Here's a closer view. Do you see how it was piled up and put into position and then packed with stones? And then the whole site was packed over. I just want to point out that there has been a controversy among some people as to whether this site was really intentionally buried. I am 100% convinced it was. As a geologist, I looked at the stratigraphy very carefully, and now we have other sites with like Karhan Tepe, which I've had the chance to visit also, where even those archaeologists independently have talked about how it was intentionally buried. They would put in rubble fill, then they would cover it over with flat stones and put in more rubble fill. This was not just wind and sand blowing in like we have this in the Sphinx enclosure. You can distinguish that geologically and stratigraphically. Coming to Egypt, though, it's interesting.
You get the bag from
Katie,
Ectherodon, dude?
my wife, had pointed out to me when we were in Egypt that
I rolled a 39, and the guy who died 1 minute into the fight got it.
It looks like parts of Egypt were intentionally buried too, but they didn't have the rocks that you have.
Some things never change.
Yeah. How can 20 years of playing this game, my rolls are always garbage?
In Egypt for some of the sites, and
it just doesn't make any fucking sense.
I've seen evidence at Karnak and Hawara, Esna.
Yeah, that's the price you pay for your good gacha luck, right?
Oh yeah, no, my gacha luck has also been really shitty.
She first got that
so
from looking at a diagram like this. This is from the 19th
my
century.
luck in XCOM.
Center,
some of the most insanely bad shit ever. Like
you can see what it looked like back in the 19th
I mean, I feel like
century.
everyone's luck in
And
XCOM
then when
might
you
be
start
bad. That might be
looking
just like a universal
when I say,
constant.
see what, look, you see the rubble piles,
mine is
et
worse
cetera?
than others.
Yeah,
Have
was
you
that just
ever
the way it
had?
fell down, or was there some intention there?
It was on a
And
rescue
then when you
VIP
look at
mission.
places
It was
like
there was a
this is
lost.
Edfu, the
It walked
temple
up.
of
I'm on
Edfu.
the
You've
top
got this
floor. It walked
incredible,
up,
beautiful temple,
missed
but
the
you've got
attack
all
on my
this
VIP,
brick
hit the
backing
fort beneath
around.
it, and he
Am I
fell
making
through.
sense? So was that
Damn,
intentional
that's fucking
to protect an older structure,
a little bit
etc.?
scuffy.
This is something
Yeah.
else I just want to mention here. This is
It was the
Colombo,
only the
but
tile
it
he was
may be
underneath
very
too.
analogous to what we see in
Like,
Göbekli Tepe.
I mean, if it missed him, I guess it would kind of make sense that it would hit something close to him. Maybe.
Observation.
Yeah, well, like
I
just
have
like
to spend,
if it was gonna hit something,
quite a bit of time, should we say,
it being something
looking
close
into
to
the
him
data to see,
makes an amount of sense to
if
me.
it's good, you can't just speculate. Well, I can't just speculate without finding evidence for or against it. Am I making sense? Yeah, but you need to. It's good that I get spurred on. Göbekli Tepe was, I am convinced, intentionally buried.
Dude, I'm not seeing
some of these other
elementals in this
sites
fucking
were,
game, and it's
and
really
they,
cheesing me
according
on
to
TF
Schmidt,
off
spent as much time
Elemental.
intentionally burying
in my
it
Game of Hearthstone
as they did
Battlegrounds.
to build it. And the question is why. And this brings us
Trying
to
to
the
collect
end
the
of the
elemental
last
tribe.
ice age. I want to say
But
that
despite
some of
using
those
all of my dark
walls
gifts
that they used, remember I showed you the
and
packing walls
being the first
between
person to
pillars?
fucking
Some of those
tavern
walls had
tier 6
plaster
and
on
just
them
donkey
or had
rolling for the last
plaster
4
on them, which
turns.
could be
I've seen
radiocarbon
one
dated.
tier 6
You could
elemental.
look at, there's been isotope
Sorry,
studies
just being
of,
near me.
them
The
too,
gates
to try to get
was
weather
luck.
conditions, and the conclusions were.
I mean,
that they
And
go
that's why,
back
like, when
to
you're
younger
against, like, if you're
tribes, the
rolling
carbon
against me,
dates,
you get
put
plus
it
fucking
just,
50 or
some of
some
them
shit.
put it just at 97.
But you've won some items.
I feel very confident that
No.
what you're
Didn't you win a
seeing,
thing
that
like
catastrophe
recently
that
where you just like
Frankie
shit on some puppy or
that,
something?
No.
Reconstruction, crude reconstruction,
What
and
item?
burial spans
I
the
don't know,
end
I'm
of
trying
the
to think.
last ice age, that the original structure goes back.
I mean, you had the
to
twin blade
there.
drop.
No question.
Yeah, but I
pretty
did,
low.
From a
I guess, but I didn't have to roll.
geophysical
Like,
point of view. So we're talking about the end of the last
I have
ice age.
only
As many of you
outrolled
know,
Cote for one
we're
item, and it was
talking
my
about
bracers.
really the
Everything
Younger
else
Dryas,
has
the
been no
last
contest.
1200. I will use the dating of 10,900 BCE for the end of for the beginning of the Younger Dryas. Some people say 10,800, but I'm basing it primarily on the sediment and Iceland Greek cores, which as a geologist I think are
I mean, most of my shit has also been no contest because we're coming late to the tier, and
except all the stuff you outrolled me on
is
XD.
for the end of the
that's
last
true,
ice age,
except
and
for the shit that I outroll you on.
is almost exactly
So I feel like you
9700
outrolled someone recently on
BCE
something.
in ice scores. So what
I think I
Dryas
outrolled.
is a period
I got
of
outrolled by
cooling
Rusa
after
on like
what
tier.
was starting to be a warming period.
Sometimes I
Many
win like the
people heard
off
about
spec
that,
shit.
know
Like
about
I think I
that.
won like
So
off
it's
spec
this
legs or
cold
something.
snap, if you would, for 1200 years. And
My
then
rolls are
the
usually pretty good, so
final
like I'm, you know,
warming, which brings
probably
us
it for
out
me
of the
to
last ice age, is at
complain.
9700
Like,
BCE.
I rolled a
which
39
Göbekli Tepe
on the
time.
bag.
Göbekli Tepe
Like,
and the Sphinx, origins of the Sphinx.
You know, that
go
is
back
not
to
very
that
much.
period,
last
just
time I rolled a
before
3.
9700 BCE. So here is just
And
a
before
little
that, it was also
diagram,
just as bad. Like,
from environmental science textbook that actually I'm a co-author on, and it's showing diagrammatically how on the left-hand side it was very cold. It's a logarithmic scale, but it's very cold and was warming. Then that. So you see how it goes down? That's the cold snap. That's the younger dry, and then incredible warming. Now the thing is, how fast was that incredible warming, bringing us out of the last ice age?
At least your rolls aren't as bad as Neil's or Krilux's.
Yale, we say, oh, it was
well,
incredibly
Neil has outrolled.
fast.
Neil's been giga outrolling
But we
people.
were
What do you
talking
mean?
Geologically, incredibly fast.
Except for
would be,
Tenebrator.
you know, oh,
and Told Druid. I feel like he has just like people that he can't outroll
something.
ever.
Oh, if you said, oh, a few decades, oh, yeah, maybe I wouldn't have gotten through graduate school. But now we know, and this first came out in 2008. This particular
I think that's just
paper,
the nature of luck, dude. That like
Greenland
the
ice core
losses.
data show abrupt climate change happens in
It's
a
not.
few years.
I'm telling you, it's not. I would have some balance in my life if that were the case.
Younger Dryas, we came out of the ice age.
Well, but like, life
a
isn't
few
all luck.
years. That was incredible.
But I'm saying for
then in
things that do
2014,
require
look at
luck,
this
there would
paper.
be balance.
What you see
I didn't say
here
that.
is
That's fair.
microstratigraphic
Yeah, like people can
analysis
just be
of
unlucky. Yeah,
the
you're right.
data,
I just think
and do
cognitively
you see the gray blocks
they
on
stick
top?
out more to
It
us.
says Younger Dryas. That's
Wonder
the
why that is.
last 3 years of the Younger
They
Dryas.
do. I mean, sure, you can say like it
leading
was
from right to
lucky
left. Everyone with
getting
me?
Twin Blade to even
And
drop
then
because we
the
haven't
first
seen one
year
since
of the
then.
Holocene
It was my
are
first run, so that is some giga luck.
Ice
Maybe
Age.
that's the balance.
And
I
that's
don't.
1 year. So this is showing you 4 years. Look at the Ice Age. It ends, and you can pick this up isotopically. It ends where that bar.
Or maybe the
ends.
balance
Everyone
comes
see
like
that?
it'll be like
more or less it ended
fucking
with,
years later,
it ended in a
and you'll
couple of weeks
fucking
at
win
most,
some
probably
shit, and it's like,
literally
oh, there's the balance.
overnight. So we
Yeah.
really are talking instant.
Yeah, you know?
Really
That's what I thought. 20,
and
20 years ago,
what could cause that? So
15 years ago, 10 years ago,
something initiates
5
that
years
cold
ago.
snap, beginning at 10,900 BCE.
Like, I still remember.
Years ago. Some people suggest that's a comet. I know I'm in a world where a lot of people like comets for that, and I feel like don't attack me now. I don't think it was a comet. I don't think it was a comet, a meteor, or asteroid. And I put there. This has been questioned. Well, I've questioned it. Other people have questioned it. But something did happen catastrophically, and I want to point out that I think it was solar at both the beginning and the end of the Younger Dryas. But I want to say that there's a lot of good work done by people who have advocated a comet, looking at things like microspherules, black mats, evidence of fire,
I'm sorry, shit sucks, brother.
Shocked quartz, nanodiamonds, iridium, platinum
it's okay.
group, anomalies, etc.
I'm fucking complaining about a bag. Like, it's not anything to
all
complain
of that
about.
data,
You know, sometimes shit tells us. It's the nature of being a person.
also compatible with a solar outburst. Am I making sense? So I'm not putting
But that's
down the
really,
data, it's
you
just
know,
we
it's
interpret
good of you to
certain
recognize
data
it too.
differently. And then I think there's data that you have to invoke a solar outburst. So I actually think solar outburst is much more parsimonious, to use that term, fits the data better. And then the question about comets really has been for the beginning of the Younger Dryas. Very few people have actually addressed the end of the Younger Dryas, 9700 BC, the actual end of the last ice age, and that's really been my primary focus, which I'm 100% convinced is a solar outburst, major solar outburst. So that's where I'm coming from. I'm going to talk about that a little more. I just want to point out a couple of things in case you hadn't heard. A couple of years ago, the Hiawatha crater in Greenland was found, and a lot of people said, "Oh, immediately this proves the Younger Dryas comet hypothesis." Well, it turns out, I'm sure many of you have heard this, if not all of you, the Hiawatha crater, did it prove it? No, because it turns out the Hiawatha crater is Paleocene. That is, it's been dated to about 58 million years ago. So 58 million years earlier than the end of the last ice age. I'm not laughing at anyone because until you get the date, you don't know. Although I had been skeptical about it all along. Then there's things like the Carolina Bays, and again, I don't want to put anyone down, but I'm certainly not convinced that the Carolina Bays have anything to do, collectively at least, with the Younger Dryas. End of story. Now, what created the Carolina Bays, I do not know.
Back.
And I feel that I learned from the best at both George Washington as an undergraduate and Yale as a graduate, that when you don't know something, you admit you don't know something, and that opens for more evidence, more research, etc. I really don't know, and I have not studied the Carolina Bays firsthand, but from the literature and from I've looked at the sedimentology of them, etc., this diagram shows dating on Carolina Bays, and this is using, in particular, optically stimulated luminescence. Essentially, when you have quartz grains and other types of crystals, they all have radioactivity in them. They pick up radioactivity from the environment that causes them to basically have trapped charges or energy, and that will be lost when they're exposed to light or they're exposed to heat, for instance, in pottery, making pottery, etc. But when they're covered over, they're protected. So you can go and you can collect them carefully, scientifically, take them to a lab, then release that energy, measure it. Am I making sense? Crudely, and you can get how long they must have been protected, how long they're, so it gives you some minimum dates. And when this has been done for Carolina Bays, whatever the Carolina Bays are, you get this spread of well over 100,000 years for different bays. Am I making sense? If they were all just one comet, they wouldn't, or even one solar outburst, they wouldn't have this huge spread. So they're very interesting geologically, and I'm not putting down research on them, but they're not applicable, I think, to the Younger Dryas. So as you know where I'm coming from, if not a comet, what? I think that it's solar outbursts at both the beginning and the end of the last ice age. The sun, I think all the science now points to our sun. And the sun is sometimes quiet, sometimes it's not. Something that's very interesting about the sun is that some astrophysicists and astronomers have commented that in a way, not just in the popular imagination, but even in the scientific community, the sun is sort of a last vestige of Aristotelian thinking. And what I mean by that is so many people think of the sun as being essentially unchanging. And then people like Galileo and the Chinese before him found that there were sunspots. Okay, so it's not a perfect ball of fire in the sky or whatever. But you know, even in modern times, people don't think of the sun being super active or really changing. Well, no, the sun is a star, and stars can be very variable. They can go through different periods, which might not be a big deal from their perspective, the star's perspective, but what they do can be a huge
I don't know who
deal
MK
to
Tom
a
Brady is.
civilization like us. Am I making some sense? So I want to build on that. So I think everything points to the sun. The sun is not as stable as people believe. It's not this Aristotelian perfect thing in the sky. And I believe that a massive solar event, a solar outburst, is what ended the last ice age, and as I'll come to, also began the Younger Dryas. So the sun sun. What's the primary elements in the sun? Helium, but even more so hydrogen. Right?
In the desert
hydrogen at high temperatures, etc. It can be dissociated. Hydrogen's proton with electron around it. It can be dissociated just into a positive proton, just a negative electron. They can be ejected off.
I mean, he's right.
Fast speeds. You've got the solar wind, etc. A general name
I
for
wouldn't
that
trust
is
a furry on
plasma.
one. I mean, I don't know. Those fursuits do cost a lot of money.
Not blood plasma. It's actually named after blood plasma because it's sort of.
I don't know if I would trust a furry.
I would probably trust them. About money, I probably would with how much they cost.
Some truth to
that's
that.
True. That's true. They're good at saving or whatever.
Consciousness of the plasma, etc. I mean, but that's another metaphysical thing we can talk about later. But that's what I'm talking about, plasma. Think of primarily protons, electrons moving at intense speeds, sometimes subluminal, very close, good percentage of the speed of light. You can have major plasma outbursts from the sun. We call them things like coronal mass ejections or micronovas when it throws out material in all directions. You can have major solar flares. You can have what are known as proton events or SPE, solar proton or solar particle events. And these things happen. We know they happen. There was a major one in 1859 known as the Carrington event, named after Richard Carrington, the astronomer who was studying the sun. And first saw the initial flare coming off the Carrington event. Greenland ice core data picks this up, sediment core data, and it all indicates that there was a major events of the sun and a major warming again at 9700 BCE. So you can think of pretty sort of plasma and the solar wind coming in, it hits the atmosphere and forms things like the auroras, the aurora borealis, aurora australis. Did anyone see that we had some severe solar activity recently? I say severe from a human perspective, nothing from an astrophysical perspective, what the sun really could do. And you see these. And so this is just a NASA diagram showing the energetic particles coming in. Can you see the little Earth there? Of course, this is not to scale. The Earth is much further away, much smaller if it were to scale. Someone who first talked about what I'm talking about is the astrophysicist Thomas Gold, who's unfortunately now deceased, and he was a brilliant prize-winning astrophysicist, but he suggested that the sun could undergo major disruptions, major solar outbursts. And he suggested this back in the early 1960s. So this is a quote from one of his papers. He said, in the case of a, quote, big solar outburst, the Earth's magnetic field could clearly not hold up the incoming gas. That's what he called plasma. They called it gas back then. Plasma, the charged particles, and it would indeed drive down to the atmospheric level, and he said it would take the form of a series of sparks burning for extended periods of time and carrying currents of hundreds of millions of amperes. And he talked about how it would cause massive destruction on the surface of the Earth. So think of like huge lightning bolts hitting in certain areas, even as people are seeing auroras and disruptions all over the place. And one thing he suggested is that you look for vitrification. What is vitrification? It's when you have really intense heat. I mean, in some cases, you're talking tens of thousands of degrees Celsius hitting the surface of a rock. It melts it, sort of flash melts it, and then it recongeals and forms a natural glass. And he actually started looking for this. Vitrification is hard to find on Earth. At best, you're going to find, like, in many cases, little spherules or little fragments, but it weathers away very quickly, erodes away very quickly. But what do we have, fortunately, attached to the Earth? Going around the Earth? Come on. The moon. And Thomas Gold actually looked at lunar samples and lunar data, and he published as far back as 1969, based on the early Apollo missions to the moon, that he found what he called some glazing vitrification, that is apparently due to radiation heating. It suggests a giant solar outburst, I'm quoting him, in geologically recent times. Geologically recent times being translated into our language, end of the last ice age. And so there's photographs of it because it's preserved on the moon and he could find it, because you don't have the same weathering conditions. But if you look closely, and other people have now been looking closely, you can find vitrification on Earth. Some of this may go back to earlier periods of solar activity. So for instance, in Libyan desert glass, the Libyan desert glass, which is actually in Egypt, it's in the Libyan desert in Egypt. This is a picture from the, I took, or either I or Katie took it in the Geological Museum in Cairo, but for 2,500 square kilometers, you have this strewn field of this glass. Or in the western desert, you have another strewn field of 400 square kilometers of Dockley glass. This, do you see how it's glass? It's very crude. It sort of looks like cinder or scoria or slag, but that's what it is. Melted and recongealed. This is very classic bubbly. Well, there's people, geologically, they've usually just not dismissed it, but so it must be a comet or a meteor or something, but there's no evidence of that. And when you have these huge fields of it, that's much more parsimonious, I would say, much more economical. Say, no, this is from a solar outburst and hitting and melting. You don't have craters associated with it, etc. And there's been now analysis of fulgurites. You know what fulgurite is? It's where lightning hits the rock or hits sand or hits soil, and it melts it, it recongeals, it makes these mineral composites that are known as fulgurites. So you can people literally chase lightning to see where it hit and then get the samples. And when they've done this is a work by Michael Joseph in particular in this case, and I'll sort of summarize his quote there. He's pointed out that what you find in fulgurites is also what you find in a lot of these glasses, natural glasses that have been found that people have suggested are meteorites or asteroid or cometary genesis, but no, you get them from lightning strikes also. So this is why I'm saying that a lot of this data that's being used to support a comet hypothesis is also compatible with a solar outburst. Or, for instance, shock lamellae in rocks and associated types of features. It's now been demonstrated that experimentally in the lab and also in the field where you chase lightning, major lightning, etc., that this can come from lightning. A generation of shock lamellae and melting in rocks by lightning-induced shock waves and electrical heating. You don't need comets and the like to get some of this data. Am I making sense? Yeah. So anyway, again, and vitrification on Earth, I've tried to look at this myself in many places. So the motive mark, which is sort of what they call a dark age fort, you have vitrification there. Here I am in Scotland, and there I'm holding in my hands. Can you see the bubbling and vitrification? This is the motive mark. It's usually considered Dark Age, time of King Arthur. You've heard of King Arthur? And some of the legends that they lived in glass castles. This is the glass castle. No, literally, they knew what they were talking about. This is glass, but they weren't building these. It turns out these go back to essentially the end of the last ice age or so. That's been shown archaeologically. They're very old. They were reused in the Dark Ages, like 500, 600 AD. Am I making sense? So you have that. On the Giza Plateau, we have the Sphinx. Remember the Sphinx? There is evidence that the Sphinx was hit by lightning itself. We have at the Temple of Isis in the shadow of the Great Pyramid, this stela was found. It's sometimes known as the inventory stela, and it literally says it's an ancient stela, but not that ancient. What I mean by that is most people say, oh, it's maybe 600, 500 BC, somewhere in that range, BC, 1200. no, 2,500 years old or somewhere like that. But what it purports to be is a copy of a much earlier description. And what it says is that Khufu, who supposedly built the Great Sphinx, that Khufu actually was there, and I'm sorry, Khufu, who supposedly had the Great Pyramid built, was actually there and looking at the Sphinx and looking at a thunderbolt because the Sphinx had been hit by lightning. Am I making sense? You follow what I say? So this is from a quote from Salim Hassan, one of the great classic 20th century Egyptologists. And he said, if we could believe its inscription, we should have to credit Khufu with having repaired the Sphinx. Now, Khufu supposedly was the pharaoh, as I said, who built or had built the Great Pyramid, which was supposedly older than the Sphinx. So how could he be repairing something that wasn't even built at the time? Having repaired the Sphinx, apparently after it had been damaged by a thunderbolt. And Hassan goes on to say, as a matter of fact, there may be a grain of truth in this story, for the tail of the Neme's headdress is certainly missing. There is actually to be seen on the back of the Sphinx a scar of the breakage. Therefore, it is perhaps likely that the Sphinx was struck by lightning, but there is not a particle of evidence to show that this accident happened in the reign of Khufu. And if you look at the actual inscription, I don't think it happened in the reign of Khufu. He was looking at ancient evidence much earlier than him. So he's already, according to this inscription, the Sphinx is there. It had been hit by a thunderbolt, well, lightning, plasma strike. Everyone with me? And I think he was repairing it. As we know, the Sphinx was repaired. There it goes. And we now have evidence, I'm convinced, of actual vitrification on the Giza Plateau. This is some of it. I'm sitting there by it, and this is on the top, on the left side. There you see me with some of it. On the right side, you see me with some. It's sort of under me. That's the mortuary, so-called mortuary temple of the Second Pyramid. And, whoop, went too fast. There we go. And we have not only scoria, but we also have, if you know what they are, Lichtenberg patterns under the pyramids. They seem to spread out from under the pyramid. When lightning or electrical discharge hits certain substances, you've probably all seen it. It makes like a dendritic pattern or a fractal pattern going out, or that's what do you see that there? That's what I'm convinced, have now. And it looks like this plateau was hit by major lightning strikes, but I don't believe atmospheric lightning. I think from a solar outburst. This may be why it's a sacred site. The Sphinx was possibly already there, was hit by it, but this made the whole site even more sacred. They built the pyramids on top of it. I'm convinced that there's probably older structures under the pyramids, but that's another story. And I want to point out, I've got a little note to remind myself that there's other places where you get this same pattern of a major lightning strike in very ancient times, and then monuments built on top of it. Ancient structures. One is at Callanish, or also known as Callanay in Scotland, where you have a megalithic structure built on what geophysically we now understand to have been a place where a major plasma, a major lightning strike hit. So a lot of evidence to put that all together. So aside from all the isotope data, the moon data, the lunar data, the ancient vitrification, we also have petroglyphs as part of the archaeological record, which I think undoubtedly points to solar events and not impactor events, if I could use that term. Although one could argue that maybe impactor and solar events could be occurring somewhat simultaneously. Why are the lights going off? So anyway, we have microspheres, like I said, biomass, black mats, all of that is compatible with a solar event, and plasma discharges hitting the surface can also cause craters. I want to point that out. We know that both from laboratory data and from actual physical, natural phenomena. But I don't know if you realize that even small, well, not that small, but atmospheric lightning strikes, can they cause craters? Absolutely. This has been demonstrated. I mean, it's been observed in cases where a huge lightning bolt hits, say, a parking lot, and then there's a big crater there, etc. And again, the atmospheric lightning bolt like that is nothing compared to what we're talking about in geologic time. So other evidence. This brings in Dr. Anthony Perrott, who is now retired and no longer actively working on this to the best of my knowledge. But when I first met him in about 2000, he certainly was, and he had started publishing on it. He is arguably one of the most renowned plasma physicists in the world studying such things, and he was at Los Alamos National Laboratory for certainly much of his career, and he was studying high energy plasma physics and what would occur when plasma discharges would hit different surfaces, what would occur when they hit the atmosphere, et cetera, et cetera. And Los Alamos is in New Mexico for recreation, maybe. He would go out and look around and look at petroglyphs. Everyone knows what petroglyphs are. It's not advancing for me. Come on. I can't get to advance. Oh, there we go. And he started seeing in the petroglyphs the same patterns he was seeing in the plasma lab with these huge experiments of high discharge plasma and computer simulations of what should occur, and it makes very distinct shapes, and he was seeing these on the petroglyphs. It's sort of, think of the northern and southern lights being very, very, very intense. Some people would say on steroids. And he started seeing these patterns, but also engraved on ancient petroglyphs. And his colleagues got so interested in this, they start looking around in over 130 countries and finding the same patterns. One of the definitive patterns is, some people call it squatter man, but it looks sort of like a human with the legs and the hands up and the head, but these circles on the side. Do you see that? Real humans don't have that, yet he would find this around the world. What that is what's known as synchrotron radiation that you would see in a plasma discharge situation. And I can't get this to, there we go. And this is just a few pictures, nothing as intense as we would have at the end of the last ice age or even earlier than that. But do you see how it starts to take on shapes? In nature, as you have stronger discharges, in the upper atmosphere from maybe a major solar, wind coming in. Come on. I'm AV people. I'm having real maybe the battery is dying on me. Let me try that one. Thank you very much. This is a graphic illustration from Dr. Perrott. Showing it. These are some of his different diagnostic shapes. Notice that you have stick figure men with dots on their sides, stick figure men with birds' heads, cascading donut-like cylindrical shapes. Just sort of get these in your mind, and then when you start looking, these are some of his illustrations. Do you see how you get them around the world in all these different countries? Are they just all hallucinating the same thing with these floating dots on their sides? Or, as he suggests, and I certainly suggest, they were looking up at the sky and seeing these things happen as there was a major solar outburst. Everyone with me? Notice bottom left, I love those, the stick figure men with the birds' heads, because that is very similar to, if you look in the middle here on the bottom, how some of it would take a shape that looks like a bird's head on a stick figure. And then goes on, and these are some of them, and then some of them go into multiple what look like arms, but that has to do again with the plasma configuration. Here's from Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates. These are from Dr. Parat again. Look there, you see some of the stick figure men with birds' heads, and these are some that Katie and I saw in Norway when I was there giving a presentation, doing some field work. Again, the same type of thing, and these are well dated. These particular ones, well dated, right to the end of the last ice age. They're on where the glacier scraped by as the ice age was ending. We go to Easter Island, a place I love in part because, Katie and I were married there, maybe, but it's just a fascinating area. And of course, it has the Moai that everyone knows about, but it also expands Dr. Parat's work because there in this tiny little remote island, 2,000 kilometers from other inhabited land, you have not just the Moai, but you have bird-headed men. You have these incredible petroglyphs of bird-headed men there. That's chalked in the 1920s, so you can see it well. Does that sound familiar, the bird-headed? And you have what's known as the Rongo script, which is considered one of the great mysteries of linguistics because no one can interpret it or read it. But if you look at it closely, and the first person I know who did this was Katie, my wife, and she noticed that the Rongo script looks a whole lot like the petroglyphs that Dr. Parat was studying and the plasma configurations. And in fact, this discovery of hers was confirmed when we first published it by a member of his team who wrote us an email and said, yes, they had figured that out also, but they hadn't published it yet. So she was absolutely correct. And they talked about how, yes, you see all the same distinct shapes in the Rongo. And essentially, you can think of the Rongo as essentially scientific text, maybe, of what was happening in the sky as the sun is undergoing different outbursts, and maybe the sciences show ahead of time. It could be very important. Now, I'm not claiming these Rongo tablets go back to the end of the last ice age. Absolutely not, physically. But even the Easter Islanders in the 19th century, when they were first known to Europeans, the Rongo tablets, they said that they couldn't, quote, read them, but they said they had something to do with the sky. And they also indicate they were copies of copies of copy. They keep copying them over and over, just like manuscripts. I don't know if you realize that, but some of Plato's writings, undoubted writings by Plato, the earliest versions we have are only, medieval. They don't go back to Plato.
Only watched the intro to that video and then I stopped watching it.
Then the manuscripts themselves are 1,000 years later. At the earliest.
Which is I'm already like watching something.
Rongo seems to be connected to the Nazca glyphs,
Dr.
which
Robot Shock.
record exactly the same thing. Maybe
Ice Age civilization and the solar outburst that destroyed it.
By the sun on the surface. The Birdman certainly appears elsewhere, including Göbekli Tepe on the so-called Vulture Pillar.
Real crazy.
Other places.
Apparently there was a huge plasma event in the sky.
And you see these plasma petroglyphs around the world. That's in North Ireland on the left.
There's just a lot. I'm not even trying to go into it, but
that's fair. Yeah, I don't know if I have the capacity to
from Australia.
Take it all in anyway.
Something very similar on him. And remember I said to keep in mind when I was talking about the writing at Göbekli Tepe, it's also plasma symbolism. Can symbols have more than one meaning at one time? Yeah. And could God have something to do with the sun for ancient people? Or even for modern people? Yes. So here's eyes gazing at the sky. Francis Mézières. He recorded long before I was thinking about this, 1963, an Easter Island legend, the days of Roko Hitau, one of the legendary kings, that the sky fell down and it came back. I won't read this whole thing now, but it describes essentially what we could say was a plasma event, changes in the sky and then coming back to normal. So I think that these are examples. This all supports that there were these huge plasma events, huge solar outbursts, the so-called handbags. Some people think those are handbags in the vulture pillar. I want to throw out the hypothesis that maybe it's actually arcing, magnetic or plasma arcing on the sun, which during a major solar outburst, maybe you could even see it by the naked eye, or maybe they had methods to be aware of that. So I think all the evidence is that there's an intense solar outburst, and I just covered it a little bit, at the end of the last ice age, 9700 BC. I think this is what drove it to extinction. This is just the title of a paper by Perrott and his colleague, Yao. Evidence for intense solar outburst in prehistory. This is the late Paul Laviolette, who I knew. Unfortunately, he's now deceased, and he also published in Radiocarbon a paper talking about solar evidence, solar flares. They referred to it in tie-in with the mass extinction, and he thought, he too talked about how there was evidence for both the beginning and the end of the Younger Dryas, major solar activity. Since then, I've been talking about this since 2010, first published in the 2012 edition of Forgotten Civilization, which has now come out as expanded and revised edition. Since that time, since 2010, 2012, there's been a number of studies now of solar activity in the past since the end of the last ice age. These are just a sampling. We now know that the sun undergoes these periods of incredible activity. All of these events listed here, and there's more still, this research continues, would be larger than the Carrington event, not as strong as what ended the last ice age, but all of these will wipe out modern civilization probably, because we're so dependent on electronics. So solar outbursts, as I said, I think can account for both the beginning and the end of the last ice age. Some people say, well, how could it cause a cooling spell? And I was perplexed by this for a very long time because, you know, asteroid or a comet throwing debris up into the atmosphere, sort of a nuclear winter type scenario, blocking the sun, that's understandable, cooling period. But why would a solar outburst? What we find is there's evidence for solar outburst at that time. Laviolette, in particular, published really good data on that. And then in 2018, I'm looking down at the screen here, 2018, this work came out, how very strong evidence based on isotope data and foraminifera, these little microscopic organisms, etc., that there were massive changes in circulation patterns in the ocean, especially the northern oceans, northern hemisphere oceans in the Atlantic, etc., that change climatic patterns and set off the Younger Dryas, or this could be what set off the Younger Dryas. And what would cause these changes in ocean patterns? They came to the conclusion, and I agree with it based on the data, that there were major floods, major deglacial floods, major dumping of fresh water into the oceans. What would cause that? We know that there were huge backed up lakes that were blocked by ice dams on the continents at the very end of the last ice age during the Younger Dryas. Everyone with us? Those ice dams broke essentially instantaneously. What would cause that? A solar outburst. I have no doubt about that. The warming. So the warming ironically broke the ice dams, dumped all this water, changed circulation patterns, and threw the northern hemisphere and the Earth ultimately into a cooling spell for 1,200 years. Even though we had increased solar activity, etc. Then there's another major solar outburst at the end of that 1,200-year period, end of the Younger Dryas, and that threw us into the modern Holocene, into the modern warm period. Everyone with me? So I think it's really bracketed by these. As I said, a lot of data supports it. So that threw us into a solar-induced dark age, what Katie and I call solar-induced dark age. And at 9700 BCE, which is remarkably close to Plato's dating of the fall of Atlantis. So this early cycle of civilization, as I call it, and I call it the Urian, ended with the end of the last ice age. It threw everything into turmoil civilization-wise, went into a dark age, which we call solar-induced dark age, because it was caused by sun activity. Even though you think of the sun as bringing on light and heat and everything good, no, it can bring on real destruction forces too. And it explains things like the melting of the glaciers, the plasma event would evaporate water and ice, and you get all these rains coming down, which we have evidence for in the geologic record, the flooding on land as well as rising sea levels, changes in stratospheric and oceanic circulation patterns, etc. And how do you survive that? The best way to survive a massive solar event and the high levels of radiation that would be associated with it, with the breakdown of the ozone layer, all these protons and plasma coming in, would cause really massive destruction on Earth and high radiation levels. Paul Laviolette and other physicists have estimated that the radiation levels at some points might have been so high that large mammals would die within maybe 6 days or so when exposed to it. We are large mammals. What's the best way to shelter yourself? To go underground. And pockets seem to have survived underground. This is evidence for the extinction of the Pleistocene mammals, especially in North America. Just glance at the chart on the right side. The major extinction is not, I contend, and I'm trained in paleontology and taphonomy and these types of things, not at the beginning of the Younger Dryas, but at the end of the Younger Dryas. That's really where the major extinction is, 9700 BCE, which ties in with the solar activity. So the extinctions occur there. It's mainly large mammals, things at the top of the food chain that die off. Smaller things go underground. They can go into caves, etc. Am I making sense? And that's what you see surviving, and including pockets of humanity before, if you want to use the computer analysis, rebooting of humanity and civilization 6,000 or so years later. People like Heinrich Kusch and Ingrid Kusch of Austrian have explored these tunnels, what they consider to be very mysterious tunnels, dated, note the date, 12,000 years ago, end of the last ice age. These narrow tunnels people were carving, going into. Well, why do you do that? Perfect way to escape what's happening on the surface. And around the world, you have places. This is in England. You have things like this. You have on Easter Island, low, thick houses are artificial caves. You have the Easter Islanders lived in caves at times. They inhabited them. They used them. They blocked them off and lived there. Malta, you have the same thing. So you have this cave dwelling. Just as a side note, in Malta, you have the cart ruts. One suggestion that Katie came up with, and I'm looking into now, and I think could be very compelling, is that some of these cart ruts were basically flash fired at the end of the last ice age or during a solar outburst, and that's what solidified them. If they were initially in some kind of softer rock, or you could think of as a thick mud. Am I making sense? And then, like
Star Wars right now?
Clay in a kiln,
Yeah, that's
and
not right
then
now.
it hardens it.
Oh yeah, you did say something about the elementals.
From a geological point of view.
Elementals,
India,
they don't have my bath.
where you have these caves and carved right into the basalt. And yes, were a lot of these used later? Absolutely. You've got them. They were used. They were reused. They were refurbished. But I think the concept goes back to the end of the last ice age. And in many cases, what I think was happening is that people survived. They started with natural caves. They expanded. And even after the end of the last ice age, there was still a lot of solar activity. So they were still worried about it. And it's like people building fallout shelters in the 20th century in case the Russians had a nuclear attack on us. Be prepared. So some of these may not date that far back, or they may be expanded versions, but it's because they were inspired by what the sun did. Gunung Padang, you've heard of that in Indonesia? There I am. We've had a chance to visit it. And in fact, in the middle of it, there is a cavity or chamber, and the entrance to it goes up to the surface. You can see it serving green on the left there. And Danny Hillman, Natua Jaja, he's determined that that seems to be sealed up right at the end of the last ice age. So it dates right to that period again. But the quintessential examples are in Cappadocia, where you have these incredible culture of carving into the rock and living in the rock and going into underground cities. When you go there, it's wonderful to take the balloon ride over it. But what's incredible are the underground cities like Duriankuyu or Kamakali. This shows Duriankuyu, a little diagram with all the different layers. And there I am, just to show me there. And these are incredible, and they could hold thousands of people. So why were they doing this? Again, I think it's a tradition that goes back to the solar outburst at the end of the last ice age. This would not protect you from bolides or comets or things actually hitting. They would collapse on you. But it would protect you from the radiation and from the harsh conditions on the surface. And you would come out periodically, but you'd have a place to shelter. It also would not protect you from your enemies, as many archaeologists say, because imagine how much dirt they had to, or rock rubble, I should say, they had to pull out of this. There'd be huge piles. Your enemies would know exactly where you were underground. Just plug the holes, plug the entrances, plug, the vents, air vents, and you just die. But they'd be perfect during a solar outburst. So I think this is a place where a population was sustained. They had the right conditions to survive. Not far from Göbekli Tepe. If you look at Turkey, Cappadocia region, Central East Anatolia. And interesting, I love independent evidence. There's been work on the Indo-European language family and how it's expanded. Sort of, you can think of the family tree of languages for Indo-European. And when this has been done, analysis like this has been done, this was published in Science in 2012. Look at this wonderful diagram. They're showing sort of the family tree, the lineage. And if you look on the far right, where does it all begin? In Anatolia, in the Turkey region, in the very region we're talking about. And if you look at the crude scale of timing, it goes back to the end of the last ice age, because a pocket of people survived there and then spread out later. We have 2,000, 3,000 even years later, we have lots of archaeological evidence of what was going on. Ian Hodder, Professor Ian Hodder, was for a long time the chief archaeologist and director of this site, Çatalhöyük, so he knows it well. This is thousands of years later than Göbekli Tepe. By the standard timeline and paradigm, if it's later, it should be what? More advanced. It's not. And we have a number of sites like this, which later, after Göbekli Tepe time, they don't have monumental stone architecture. They don't have the sophistication. They're crude mud brick. We've gone into a dark age. Again, the solar-induced dark age. And there you see, these are... those are sandbags by the modern archaeologists, of course, but there you can see the mud brick structures. There's Katie and myself. Those what life was like, if you would, in the solar-induced dark age. So the traditional view is that agriculture and domestication led to village life, towns, cities, megalithic monuments, and organized religion. Latest evidence is that, I'll call it organized religion, but I would really say sophistication, scientific knowledge. What we could say for Egypt, sacred science, because there wasn't a distinction between religion and science. That may have come first. They built megalithic monuments, settled in a certain area, and that set the stage, or maybe even necessitated ultimately that they developed agriculture to hang around. Am I making sense? Not the opposite way around. You know, Göbekli Tepe times at the end of the last ice age, before the disasters came, hunting and gathering was not a bad occupation. It was a really abundant land initially. That makes sense? Now, once you had huge populations there, maybe you had to start domesticating and cultivating. The second point is that advanced societies and civilization, they go back before the end of the last ice age. We're talking 12,000 or more years ago. There was this cycle of civilization, the Dark Age, the solar-induced Dark Age, and what most archaeologists and prehistorians and historians and Egyptologists have been, and Sumerians, etc., have been talking about as the origins of civilization. It's not the origins of civilization. It's a re-emergence of civilization. And all of those traditions, all of those civilizations talked about how there was an earlier civilization, whether you want to call it Atlantis or the dynastic Egyptians, talked about Zep-Tepe, etc., etc. So I'm going to wind up with a few more thoughts. So we got the solar-induced Dark Age is wiped out and then rebooted. And could it happen again? Two last points I need to make. One, could it happen again? Sure, we're probably overdue, and I have nothing to sell you other than a book, maybe. I'm not a prepper or anything like that. When it comes, it comes. But Thomas Gold, remember him? He thought maybe happened every 10,000 years or so. We have lots of good evidence now that there's been unusual solar activity now, which is nothing like the last 11,000 years, and that it's gotten very active, the sun. Here is a diagram. This starts at the top left and then runs left to right from the Göbekli Tepe time, end of last ice age, to 4000 BCE, and then the bottom 4000 BCE to 2000 AD, so present. So do you see how the sun has this huge mood swings initially, and it's very active, and calms down, that goes crazy again? That's not good. That's not good if you're a little ant or a little human on the surface of the planet. And you see how it's very active at and after the end of the last ice age. Then it calmed down, and then by the bottom line, you see how it's calmed down. Civilization slowly re-emerges by 3000, 4000 BCE, and when we have it's very climate periods and the little ice age and the recent times, etc. But do you see how it's becoming very active at the end again? Be warned. And I think now people realize the sun is becoming very active. I want to point out that sun-like stars, we now know astrophysically, can undergo periodic, what sometimes now referred to as micronovas, where it throws off material in all directions. You can have these huge plasma discharges. Even atmospheric lightning can actually cause craters. And all the evidence, drive it home one more time, that I think all the evidence that's been used for comets and bolides and that type of thing, I believe can be attributed also to solar events. And you may even have some impactors with a solar event when you have say a huge micronova. Stars like T Praxedis, I'm not claiming it's solar-like, but we know that stars, and this is one example, can have recurrent small nova-like events. In fact, this particular star has a periodicity on the order of decades. Other stars that's been found have periodicities on the order of 10,000 or so years. My working hypothesis is that our sun probably has a periodicity of 10 to 12, 13,000 years. It may go through periods of a couple of thousand years, more or less, of high activity, and then it calms down for maybe 10,000 years or so, roughly, and then becomes active again. Last super active period may have been what we call the Younger Dryas, and then it's calmed down, and we may be going into, I think we are going into a very active period again. And one hypothesis that Katie and I have been thinking about is as our sun goes through the galaxy and it goes up and down around the galactic plane, which is essentially a plasma torus at a huge scale, could different charges above and below the galactic equator as we go through it basically cause our star, the sun, to go through periods, different moods, if you would, thinking anthropomorphic, different periods. If we're in a binary star system and there's more and more evidence that's the case, could that be throwing us in as we go through the galactic plane? So a lot to consider here. And I won't beat this into the ground, but a solar event could really destroy our modern civilization. And we've had some close calls in the 20th century and even in this century, 21st century. If we had been a little closer to a certain coronal mass ejection in 2012, we wouldn't be here right now. When I say closer, if the sun had been slightly different in its orbit, different position in its orbit. So we have the civilization and the solar-induced dark age. The sun is really the keystone, I think, to a lot of activity. Rapid rise sea levels explains massive flooding, die-off of large mammals, mysterious underground cities, global plasma petroglyphs, as we and Dr. Peratt refer to them, and I think it instigates solar worship, but not because they were primitive, but because they were advanced. They knew more than we do today. So I'm going to wind up with just a couple more slides. I think there's a message from the ancients, and it's potentially a spiritual aspect of the sun and its energy, and what we might call sacred science. And interestingly, I will be first to admit that I was trained as a good physical scientist, and I believe in science and following the evidence wherever it leads. And if in some cases that leads to a spiritual conclusion, so be it. And I think that science and spirituality, they shouldn't be distinct. They never were distinct before until the last couple of centuries, and they tie together. What Schwaller de Lubitsch, if you know who he was, he used the term in English, sacred science, for this. So things like the Birdman and Birdwoman, which you see a Birdwoman on the left in the Cairo Museum, these, I think, are plasma, solar symbols, solar symbolism, and a lot of this art and symbolism carries a much more profound message. Sometimes Katie and I talk about science expressed through art and the symbolism. So South America and Egypt, you have the bird-headed men, you have the solar figures, etc. Here in India, when we went to India, we have the god Garuda, who was the mount for Vishnu and the sun. In India, the sun is considered, we were told, the physical manifestation of God. And the sun is very active. Here, from India again, the right and true path leads to the formless one God, the sun. And the ancient Egyptians, here, I love the sarcophagus. Here's the deceased becoming a star and going up to the sun. That we become the sun, or we become stars in the sky. And there's serious research, I would say serious research, that the sun and plasma can carry consciousness, that the sun could be conscious, that the stars could be conscious. Not to say they're conscious the way we are, but that they carry a concept. It's hard to explain. In fact, consciousness may pervade the universe. We saw, there's a lot more going on than a lot of people want to admit. So our star's consciousness is plasma, sort of what binds the conscious universe, plasma charged particles. Here, cartouches, can you see the cartouches in the sky? The pharaoh's going up to the sky to be stars, and this is a beautiful statue known as the Khafre statue because Khafre carved his name onto it. This was found in a pit in the valley, so-called Valley Temple, not far from the chamber that's under the paw of the Sphinx may have originally been in that chamber. That's one speculation. It's in the, last we saw it was in the old Egyptian museum in Cairo. It may have been moved to the new museum, but it's supposedly of Khafra or Chephren, this reputed builder of the second pyramid of Giza. And it's been attributed to him, but if you know plasma physics, modern plasma physics, you can read a very different story in it. And essentially, Katie and I interpret it as saying that we become the sun, or we become stars in the sun and join plasma, join the more collective consciousness, if you would, when we die. So look at this just for a second. You've got the bird-headed man. You don't see the bird when you first face it, but there's the falcon, the bird-headed man. There we see on the side, do you see how that looks like Perot's plasma petroglyphs and a plasma torus? The lion, it's a lion chair. The lion is associated traditionally with the sun. That represents the sun. The cascading rings are solar plasma. The plasma torus supporting it. Basically, it is saying, we believe that's a symphony in stone saying we become the sun, we become stars, we join the eternal, we join the spiritual, if you want to say we join the collective when we die. The Birdman, and we have eternal life in another, if you want to call it dimension or another form. Does that make sense? So I think this is a very, very powerful statue. It's not just a beautiful statue of a pharaoh. It says a lot more than that. In fact, it may not be a pharaoh at all. It may have just been attributed or taken over by him later. Okay, so it's winding up, just the commercials at the end. If you want to learn more about this, because I just skimmed the surface, look into my book, Forgotten Civilization. Make sure you get the second revised and expanded edition. The first edition is 2012, which I've actually had people tell me they got the second edition, then they bought the first edition used as a collector's item. But the second edition is the one to read that Katie and I put out.
Confirmed.
And then there's the children's book, which I'm very proud of Katie for having written. I'm the scientific consultant on, because we think it's important to bring this to the younger generation. And this is not just a little baby book. If you look at it, I mean, it's got real text. It is written for a serious child. It's the type of book I wanted to read when I was the proper age, not, these 5 words on a page. And it brings serious science to the young people and the mysteries. It's not just a standard story, but it really questions the standard story. And Adriana, who is the lead character, the protagonist in it, the little girl, she is questioning her teacher. She's questioning her grandfather. They go to see the Sphinx and find out for themselves. So think about that for the children in your life, or adults who are young at heart. And we're working on a documentary, Katie and I, with the not-for-profit Organization for the Research of Ancient Cultures. If you're interested in that, it's known as Oracle for short, and there you can go to Oracle Online, ORACUL online.org. If you're interested in that, there's a couple of trailers actually up for it. And once again, that
yeah, I'm multi-foring, line of sight, light to me.
Up, and thank you very
Sorry,
much.
I meant to talk on stream.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
the next day. Gideon has flown out. He's not in Michigan anymore. It was just a little too risky for him to be here. He's a little too hot of a subject for Woodhaven PD right now, so he figured it was best for him to get out. But Joe did come back earlier this afternoon, and GDN had set up some ring cameras to capture Joe's reaction to, you know, what we did to his room, his new door, and he wasn't happy about it. That's pretty.
Bro, that's my room! Bro, my pants!
Don't worry.
Little cuptism, why would you do this to me? Fuck you!
Snell her up.
Like, right here. Like, try to make it a...
There we go. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, Bill.
I like smelling that here and there. Fuck.
ER.
Okay.
He tried to kick the door down, and then he tried to open it with the fake super glue doorknob that we put on it. Neither method worked.
Rolling.
Someone here, Joe?
No longer a threat. We're spotted.
That's what they did, man. Relax. Your door, this is your bedroom?
Yeah, and I put shit in here.
Utilizing hook.
Yeah, I'm curious to see like if he actually ended up getting in his room. I wonder if he got a crowbar or something like that to pry it open. Yeah, we put like 50 freaking nails in it with the nail gun, so it's on there. It's gonna be hard to get off. Oh, yep, he tore that down.
I want to watch you
Goodbye,
when you
Joe.
play Zero Company.
He's out of here. Sign is off now. That's
See if I can stream it.
That's vandalism. Oh my god. Garbage day was just yesterday. Look how full the trash is already. Yeah, I know he came back like in the afternoon. Wasn't too happy about not being able to get in his room. This has to stay up.
I will be what?
Oh, I can't wait to see
Look at
Stay
this.
clear
You
of
can
those
go
turrets.
right in Joe's
We're still
room
not
now.
entirely sure if they're fully automated or remotely triggered.
I don't think so. I wonder what he came and got out of here.
Oh my
Oh, he's here. What's going on, Joe?
The cops know about the cameras.
Oh, what about it?
Ask them. Did you like your new door, Joe?
What do they know about the cam? Oh, put the door in
Go
there.
ask the cops.
Well, we can have cameras in here, Joe. How'd you get the door off, though?
Cops help me.
Oh, the cops helped you?
I won't let them
Oh, that was
pass.
nice of them.
I'm on it.
Well, what did they say about the cameras?
Go ask them.
Wait, where are the cameras?
He's got a wire hanging out of his bucket.
Oh. Wait, did they take the cameras, Joe?
Go ask them.
I'll ask him in a minute. I just wanted to know from you if you knew anything. What's today? Wednesday? So we have, what, one more day, right?
One more day.
Yeah. Were you able to put like a bag together for your clothes or anything? Looks like he's folding them to.
Probably getting ready.
Probably getting ready to. Yeah,
Moving out.
get him out of here. All right. Oh, and Joe, you called our friends faggots the other day. That wasn't nice. You said like they sucked each other's dicks or something. I didn't think that was very nice.
Especially during Pride Month.
They keep these
Especially.
trains running around the
Nice
clock,
points
but you'll
there.
never
Just
see
wanted
them
to get
loading
one.
or unloading any cargo. At least not where
I'm
anyone
just
can
wondering about
see
the
it.
cameras. Man.
Reinitializing weapon.
Dude, I swear he has one of the cargo.
Got it covered.
There's a wire hanging out of his pants.
What's the wire hanging out of your pants, Joe? That's not one of the cameras, is it?
Did the police mic you up, Joe?
Oh, they might be like wired.
My watch.
Might be Mike monitoring them or something. All right, well, I guess we can let the movers back in.
No foaming at the mouth today, huh?
Not today, I guess. I guess he's not as feisty today. Joe, are you mic'd up where they can hear us? The police? No, I'll ask him now, like, if you're actually mic'd up, because that means they can hear me.
Go ask him.
Hey, Woodhaven PD, can you hear me? Joe, just blink twice if you're mic'd up. Joe, why are you getting naked in front of me? Stop.
Well, then leave.
Joe, I feel uncomfortable if you're doing that. Oh, my eyes. Oh, my eyes. Oh, my God.
Oh, is he actually naked?
Frag out!
Oh, I'm just saying.
Oh.
No, not this time. Damn, he's not giving us anything. He's quiet.
He's on for sure. That's what I'm saying. There's no way he's not.
Yeah, they coached him. That's some good coaching they gave you, Joe. Hey, if you
let me get the number. Let me reach out.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
If you would have acted like this when you were like when my grandma was living here, everything would have been fine. If this is like truly the new you, we can probably arrange something where you can stay here. Would you say you're changed, Joe?
Moving to designated position.
No, I'm just wondering.
Yeah, that's what you're trying to do.
No, I'm just wondering. You seem
Okay,
like
dude, I'm going to bed.
you're acting
Later.
very
Good
civil
night.
today.
Yeah, you're trying to do your
Night.
Well, I am really smart. I have an IQ of 70. Joe, can you keep that sign? Joe, that's my sign. You're vandalizing my sign.
Yo,
Joe, I paid
Teo.
good money for that. Joe,
I hate myself. That's the only reason
can't
I can
vandalize
come,
my
like the
sign.
only conclusion I can come to.
It's
not your property.
It's not your house, Joe. All right, we got to get this back up. Joe, I worked really hard on this. Might have to get some more tape. Maybe we can like nail gun it. Oh, he's on the move now. Hey, we're not gonna follow him, so it's okay.
No, we have every we're not gonna chase him.
Yeah, we'll just sit on the porch.
He's coming back.
He's coming back. He's coming back. Joe's been coached.
Oh, he's
We're not taking the bait, Joe. We're not gonna follow you.
Oh, I guarantee that's what it is.
I am at your service.
Thanks for not taking the sign down, Joe. Appreciate it. You just go for like a nice stroll, or?
Need to find some new
Yeah,
cover.
maybe.
Yeah, he was definitely trying to bait us to follow.
Yeah, 100%.
He's not smart. He's using his head today.
Man, we were born tonight, but not last night. You feel me?
Seriously.
Well, Joe, how'd you get Woodhaven PD to follow you on Facebook?
Go ask him.
I will actually ask. Actually,
That's actually a good question.
we're gonna go there in a minute. I'll ask him. Oh, Joe, has anyone ever given you an idea to like go live on do like TikTok and stuff?
Go ask the cops.
Because I was thinking if you did like live, you could probably get like.
The target package
If you did like TikTok live.
Oh
you
my
could probably
fucking
get, like,
God.
stuff. Like,
I alt
like,
F4'd
seriously,
that.
You could, like build a platform.
You know
with your,
what?
like with your fame and all that you have now. I'm just trying to help you out, give you some like ideas.
Why
for,
would it hit
when
the
you're out
chest?
there.
Why would it blow up the chest on the bottom level? Can't blow through the train top that easily. I don't understand.
Oh, did he? Oh, let's see what he did. Oh, he's cleaning the room out.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
You just gotta, I don't think the cops recommend
His shoes are untied too.
Yeah, right.
He's not ready to run anywhere. And then he stopped.
And I said, Skeeter, he's cleaning, and he looked back, so looking out the window.
Oh, okay. All right, he's gonna have a hard time.
That's a
getting that
justified alt
It's not
F4
going anywhere
situation.
now. He's gonna have to work for it at least. So, all right, well let's go. Let's go to Woodhaven PD and see if we can find anything about the like the ring cams, like if they might have took it or something.
Okay, I talked to a sergeant that was over there today, and he said it was there today when he was there.
It was there. Okay.
So we didn't take it.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
We didn't take it.
Okay, yeah, because he's being real deflective right now. He's not saying much. He won't let us know.
So it's not just unplugged; it's gone.
No, it's gone.
Orders
It's not there
confirmed.
anymore.
Moving out.
All right, so we're rolling up back to the house. It is 6:30 p.m. Joe's supposed to be out of the house by midnight tonight. We're just gonna roll by real quick, just to let the movers in to put some of the furniture back that Gideon had to rearrange for his stream, and just to see if Joe is happens to still be there. Very curious to find out. Where did he put that damn sign?
In short order.
Oh, he probably put it like the very bottom of here or something.
The objective is here.
Yeah, hold on.
Menace 1-5.
Oh, it's in there?
We have positive confirmation.
Oh, it's at the very bottom. Okay. Oh, it's the other one. Okay. Those candles, though. I don't know. Well, at least we got this sign still.
That'll be a lore dump.
Oh, it's open. Let's see. Well, looks pretty normal.
I rolled a 5. Okay.
Nothing there. Looks like a empty room almost. Okay.
Oh shit.
Hey, a lot of the clothes are gone here. He might be gone.
He might have did, bro.
Yeah, maybe.
Look at how empty this is. Holy shit.
Yeah. I don't know the aftermath.
It should be fine.
There's a mountain of clothes here before. There's still a few right there, but
I mean,
yeah, we just had a squatter living here, and he's finally out of here. So yeah.
Is that the one that was on YouTube?
It is the one that was on YouTube. You're familiar.
I'm not. Somebody told me about it.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I heard about it.
Yeah,
I heard about it.
word spreads around.
This is not a very big community. All right, I'm gonna get at it, man.
Okay.
Actually,
yeah, right here.
move back. I don't need to stay in range.
My man's gonna get the job done. We're getting the locks changed
That.
now, finally.
I have my Reaper take the item. Then should actually be pretty free.
yeah.
Does that expire?
I mean, some of the stuff is still. You'll be able to drink this.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Show me the.
Maybe just.
Said there's 2 doors.
Yeah, this one and there's a back door as well. Sure are, dude. All right. And with that being said,
All right, let's
the locks are changed. Joe is out of here. Thank you. He's not going to be coming back.
We'll take care of paperwork.
Okay. All right. Well, that's it. The locks are changed on both the front and back door, and Joe is out of here. He's not coming back. It feels really strange not having him here and knowing that Joe isn't going to be able to come back to my grandma's house and squat.
Okay, there we go.
Anymore. It's almost like a
Now we can do
like a
this.
bittersweet silence. You know what I mean? It's like in one sense, there's peace and quiet in this house now, and he's not going to be back. On the other sense, we can't come back and fuck with him anymore and have a bunch of fun like we were. It's, those days are over. It's all it's all come to an end, and what a wild ride it's been. I mean, from the first video that we did all the way up to
85% chance.
Recently with JDM being here as a roommate and getting arrested over stalking Joe apparently. And I know you guys really like the Joe saga, and you guys probably don't want it to end, but it had to end at some point. So yeah, this is just side quest complete at this point.
Wait, so there's
Unless
another
Joe
group of
actually comes back
Alamaus
and does
just
some
somewhere on the
shit,
map.
then
Okay.
we'll be back, and then the Joe saga will further continue. But as of right now, that's it. I would like to try to keep up with him, sort of, and see like what he's doing, like where he goes from here. I would like to do a follow-up video with him at some point. I don't think he'll be about it though. I think he'll just say I'm like harassing him or something if I show up somewhere that he's at. So probably can't do that. But all right, Joe. Wherever you are, whatever you end up doing with the rest of your days, I just hope you make the best of them and become a better person. And at this point, Joe, I mean,
I'm gonna play
you're
this
pretty much
really
made
slow,
an internet
because now I have no
celebrity
reason
in a
to
way.
do not.
He is. Everyone in this area knows him.
Oh, she's carrying the objective item, so she can't stealth anymore.
Showcasing, his story. We'll see what happens. But now that this matter is put to bed, that's it. We're
Gonna
gonna
give
do
me a
little bit of
hint where
celebrating
they are,
Cowboy,
game? Oh,
and,
okay, fuck me.
Yeah, that's it. Boys and girls, this concludes the Joe saga, and thank you very much for watching.
I stand ready. Okay. Roger that. I am trusting you. I'll keep an eye on it. Affirmative. I'm on it now.
There. Oh wait, is there a second turret? Is that what it is?
Volk says I am to obey.
No.
Watching comes naturally. Attacking on sight. On Overwatch. Utilizing hook. to Overwatch.
Moving out. I see everything.
That's right, I'm not even getting any movement indicators. Are they like... I
will reposition. I am on watch. Watch order confirmed.
They're like back there, maybe?
Moving on target location. I'm on the move. Come get Got it covered.
Oh, what the fuck? They're right there? Okay.
Affirmative. Moving out. Good to go.
I will go.
Okay. Okay.
No one will mourn me.
Scanning. I got nothing.
You're gonna resurrect your body or you're gonna try and mind control? Resurrecting him. Okay, good. This is over. Flawless victory.
Grenade.
Now I want the Reaper to get the kill.
My life is in your hands.
93%.
Remember, they are not victims. My ammunition is almost
Status
gone.
confirmed. All hostiles are down and the area is secure. Status confirmed. Mission accomplished.
Flawless victory.
Officials announced an increase to this month's recruitment quotas. Citizens are encouraged.
Certainly impressed, Commander. Another heroic effort.
Better. Damn, she didn't promote.
Considering the limited resources available to you, Commander, you have still managed to exceed my expectations. Excellent work.
Then finish collecting the supply drop, then I'm going to set that Reaper HQ to build faster.
Commander, we have a priority. We're tracking the aliens' progress.
Wow, cool Avatar project. What fucking do?
If they finish what they've started, It sounds like it'll be the end for all of us.
Setting course for Sector 9, Western United States.
Yeah, we basically just sit here and build as much as quick as we can, so that way we can get a laboratory going up much faster.
I will not allow the existence of any refuge in defiance of the Elder's will. All who would shelter in such havens are doomed.
Our friends in the Resistance are paying a heavy price with the Chosen running loose.
Squad size, perfect. Have an available engineer since you finished that. Soldiers? Oh, rookie promoted. Alright, let's just keep doing this.
I was born of the Elder's own power, of their very essence, to serve as their greatest.
Oh, crate's on fire. Good. That means this one.
Have many children, but
Oh, damn, and nice.
instrument of their will, and they instill in me an understanding of their gifts that none other can comprehend.
Commander, it looks like conditions on the ground are ripe for a quiet operation. If we can get our people into place, they should each have concealed positions to work with.
Ranger, snipe, damn. Sniper rifle is shining. Yeah, this team will do work.
Sky Ranger deployed.
In position to drop.
Resistance forces hit an advent train in this area pretty hard, and the aliens still haven't managed to get it moving again. There should be plenty of valuable tech on board that thing. So we're moving to eliminate any hostiles in this area. Secure whatever cargo you can find. Menace 1-5. Coordinates of the advent train are locked in. Move to secure. Eliminate all hostiles.
The squad is in position and concealed. With the environmental conditions down there, they should be able to stay hidden without revealing each other if they're sighted.
Damn, so I've got the good one. The Reaper Conceal.
Got it covered.
Run him up to there.
I have eyes on the enemy.
Heading there now. Volk says I am to obey.
Moving on target location.
I must run.
That's the equipment we're after. We'll have to do our best to avoid destroying the gear while we secure the area.
I'm on it. On Overwatch. Vigilant.
Alright, what's your chance to hit? 100. Oh. Okay. Damn, that was lucky I didn't get revealed. I'm not... This is probably one of the strongest pods on this map, so I'm just gonna do... Damn, 64% still? Or we just go hit him with a 99.
Enemies down! I am watching. Got it covered.
Moving out. Their patrol is coming.
Ooh. Nice. And good, they're gonna come towards me. This is so good. Ooh.
Occasional protest. We don't see a whole lot of that anymore.
Moving.
I am trusting you.
Alright, so we're gonna see what to do from here. She has a 50% chance to be revealed. I thought she missed that 93%, I swear. Oh, okay, good. She didn't reveal. Perfect. %. 51? Just take the shot, because that will decide what I do. Coin flipped, and I won.
Good riddance.
Just so, like, it's like playing, when your soldiers are landing shots, it's like you're playing a whole different game.
I await their approach.
Now you see me. Got it covered.
Locked and loaded.
Let's do this.
Taking this slow, just reloading, going to Overwatch.
I must load.
Affirmative covering now.
I'm on it.
Scanning.
I'll watch closely.
Watch order confirmed.
I go where you tell me. I've spotted an alien patrol.
Okay. We have everyone use the site rep conceal.
In the shadows.
Then I can move up to this building over
Concealed.
Like, they're like way far away, and that's the third pod of the map, so it should be, that should be it.
Got it moving. A great distance.
Let's do this.
I'm all over it.
Don't come closer. Good. Oh, because you would go through the door. That makes sense.
Solid copy.
A useful aid. Moving there.
Stepping off.
Safety fall back way over there. Right there.
Let's do this. I stand ready. My turn on watch.
Okay. It actually just stood still.
On it.
To that position. Will do. No one will cross. Good copy. Moving on target.
There you go.
Watch order confirmed.
Nice.
Roger that.
And we're gonna start the fight off like.
Fire in the hole! I'm spotted.
84% chance shot.
Kill confirmed. They see me.
Huge.
I'm spotted.
Damn, the fucking technique right there. I see you, Sarah.
Kill confirmed. It will shake them.
Do that.
Our position is known. I am at your service.
And Lucy just sneak him from behind. And if you miss, it's fine.
Your friends will join you
Status
soon.
confirmed. All hostiles are down and the area is secure. Status confirmed. Mission accomplished.
Like, that's so crazy. Wait, I didn't... What? Where is the enemy I didn't kill?
I would like to assure the citizens of Advent that our peacekeepers will stop at nothing to prevent further attacks by criminal elements such as the one that occurred today.
Look at that. They didn't get to shoot me, and I landed every shot. It's just so easy.
Good work out there, Commander. We're one step closer to taking back our planet.
Did he not have the promote symbol next to him? Let's get remote start. Okay. We're gonna stay here at least until my laboratory finishes building.
Have lost sight of their purpose, for they are easily swayed by their own ambitions, their own misguided judgments, through their fault.
Oh. Okay. Start doing that. That dropped 4 days off my magnetic weapons research.
Commander, we've got local resistance forces waiting to make contact, but we'll have to make the first move.
Retaliation site time? There's 2 days left on my supply.
Commander, the aliens continue to make progress on the Avatar project. If we're going to slow them down, we'll need to move fast.
Good, good, good.
My people understand the value of our cooperation, Commander. The Elders see us as nothing more than raw materials for their design. We will take back our power and turn it against them. I greet you as an ally, facing a shared enemy. My followers seek balance with the psionic forces that flow through the Earth and all its inhabitants. We channel this energy, aided by technology of our own design, to pursue justice for those who have fallen victim to the Elders and their servants. With our success comes the opportunity
Sergeant
for you
Plus.
to assign us new orders, Commander. We have a chance to deal the Elders a great blow, should you wish us to, Commander.
No, let's just recruit another engineer.
My followers will lead this action to victory.
The aliens have just finished a new facility tied to the Avatar project, Commander. If we can make contact with resistance forces in the region, we could move
Actually,
on that facility and set back the aliens' work.
Avenger plotting
let's go discover the black market real quick.
Priority message coming through, Commander. Putting it on screen now.
You have made considerable progress against the aliens over the past month, Commander. I hope that your ongoing efforts will only lead to further success.
Oh my god.
My people will listen, whether they like it or not. Some of my followers have encountered difficulties in the field. Your aid would certainly lessen the risks.
Setting course for the Western U.S. Precinct.
Good. First tired, so we take another grenader. Or only, I didn't have a grenader. Grenadier, I should say.
Sky Ranger deploy.
We're in the pipe. 5 by 5.
We just got word from the Resistance. One of their top people was moving near the city center when Advent got suspicious of them. After making a break for it, the VIP holed up in a temporary safe house in the tunnels beneath the city. Advent is still in the area, but we're going in to facilitate the VIP's safe extraction. Keep your eyes open for hostile activity. The Resistance VIP is hiding in the tunnels not far from your position. One of their field operatives is also on site to assist you in the rescue. Firebrand is standing by, but be careful. We'll have limited opportunities to set up a viable extraction point down there.
That's affirmative. Roger, I've got my eyes on.
To victory.
Attend the tell.
Moving.
Closing on target position now.
You hear that?
Commander, remember, no matter how tough things get down here, we can't evac until we complete the mission.
Okay. On this part of the map.
Confirmed.
Moving to designated coordinates. I will move. On Overwatch. I'm on the move.
The path is clear.
Watch order confirmed.
I'll keep it under watch.
Scanning.
What was that?
What was that?
There's something out there.
Wait, so is there two pods over next to each other over there?
On the move. Headed there now.
Affirmative. Covering now.
My senses are keen.
Enemy movement ahead.
Quiet. Did you hear something?
Moving to designated coordinates.
Rolling.
We march towards enlightenment.
To that position.
Roger. I've got my eyes on. No trespassers. No one will slip past.
Hostiles on the move.
Alright. I was definitely not expecting them to be that direction. But yeah, I think I'm gonna let it fly. What a crit.
They found it.
I should have caused them to just run into this room and then surprise, it's all my people. Grenade that to kill the Alum out and damage the Lancer. Oh, you're getting blocked. Okay, if you move here, move up a little bit,
Position confirmed.
should be able to swipe him. Good. Your chance to hit, not great. Only does 4 to 5, right? Yeah.
You are judged. I will not fail you again. There is no forgiveness. Changing position. Something over here.
Oh my god, you killed him. Holy shit.
I'll lead the way.
I didn't actually want to kill it. I wanted my Templar to get the kill. XP. Alright, well, all's well that ends well, I suppose.
I don't think we're alone out here.
As I suddenly came in on from behind.
Got it covered. Got it covered.
Group back over here.
The path is clear.
A great distance.
I'll keep it under watch.
I feel like now they're gonna walk in from that way.
I have seen our enemy.
Or not.
On my way. We've got Advent here. Good copy. Moving on target. Okay.
My senses are keen. Solid copy.
On Overwatch.
Oh, okay, you resisted. You're gonna take a shot back like a boss? Okay, that's fine too. And yeah, you walk up, you can't actually hit anyone, then same for you, you're gonna get real close. Now you're all grouped up.
Heading out. Get ready for a surprise.
Just thinking how I want to do.
Heads down.
Tear them apart! What was taken will be returned.
Alright. Let's see if the alien is going to choose to run away or shoot at that guy. That guy is perfect bait. He's right out in the open.
On Overwatch.
Oh. Okay, thank you. I don't know if side zombies give EXP. I'm just gonna say they do.
Heading there now. Taken care of.
Okay, that confirms it. They do give EXP. Okay. 7 to 8. He's at 8 HP. Wait. No, he's not. He's exactly at 7. Okay, perfect.
Feel the power of the Templars.
Boosh.
You will learn to fear us.
Back with everybody else. Overwatch.
I await their approach.
Here.
Moving on target location. Scanning.
Overwatch. Oh, okay. I killed all the aliens so far. Now I just gotta get him and then fight off the waves. Okay. I'm pretty sure at least.
To designated coordinates. Locked and loaded. Understood. Moving out.
To victory. On my way.
It's killing time.
No one gets ready to go.
Yep, my turn's ending instantly.
Location confirmed. Copy that.
I see the path.
I advance.
Good to go. Confirmed.
Orders confirmed. On the move. Roger that.
Scanning fast. trust in your command.
Their numbers grow.
The VIP is with us.
VIP identity confirmed. Firebrand is setting up for evac. We've got multiple contacts closing on your position. It's an ambush. Hold your ground.
Moving to Overwatch. That's affirmative. Position confirmed. Moving to Overwatch. Scanning. Advent approaches.
Yeah, that's actually pretty bad. I didn't get line of sight on what dropped down over there.
Adjusting
I'll get him
sight.
this time.
The Elder's puppets come. Their allies come.
Strike for my people. The elders have lost another.
Justice comes for all.
Box tallow full then.
This is for you.
Come get some. I deliver vengeance. Repositioning.
Okay, I got both of them there. So long as it's not the same thing. Like if it keeps sectoid, okay, good. Like if it was double sectoid again, I don't know. This is gonna be a mech. Okay, no, just 4 troopers. Okay, this is way more deal withable. Got like a 30% chance to shoot. Okay.
Enemy destroyed.
Interesting position that guy chose to go into.
An enemy brings allies.
Go hit him with a fucking Halo sword.
Your gods abandon you.
useful aid.
That's cover. This isn't. Overwatch. Come over here.
Orders confirmed. Moving out.
I'm on it.
Reload first. Now Overwatch. Overwatch.
Affirmative. Covering now.
Okay.
Advent troop spotted.
Nice.
Kill confirmed.
Close. Okay, you weren't even close.
That is not good.
That is completely fine. Whew. My skirmisher is like putting in serious work.
Looks like they called in some friends. This world is ours.
Go hit him with a...
You will question our power. You have my trust.
Din Adlisk is insane. He's carrying this run. She's carrying this run.
Come get some.
Reload again. Right here.
Heading there now.
Overwatch.
Come get some.
Overwatch.
Affirmative. Covering now.
Advent forces sighted.
Aiming down with his op. Oh. Cracked.
Kill confirmed.
Firebrand is in position for the extraction. Get out of there before things get any worse.
Are things really bad? They seem pretty good, mate.
We march towards enlightenment.
We're green to go.
But I won't. I'll get you out of here at least.
Overwatch.
I'm on it. Got it covered.
I am watching.
The VIP
Confirmed. Firebrand has the VIP. Time to get the rest of the squad out of there before they get overrun by those damn things.
4 all in one spot. That's perfectly fine with me.
Hostiles coming in from the side.
Oh.
Enemy still up.
We've picked up a lull in their forces. It looks like they're running out of reinforcements. Let's get moving before that changes.
Not expecting you to land a 61%, but damn, if you do, you're so good. Walk over here, finish that one off. You don't have to worry about it.
The spirits await their turn at vengeance. Onward.
Good copy. Moving on target. Moving to designated position. On Overwatch. I'm on it.
You got 3 Overwatchers ready.
Got some advent here. That's not good. Target neutralized.
There we go.
I can cover it. Moving to position.
100%. Nice. %86%, please.
Hostiles pacified. Weapons burning ammo fast.
Justice, this guy.
Rolling.
Take one step there to Overwatch. This guy's definitely gonna run forward. Oh, it didn't Overwatch. You're gonna shoot? Don't land it. Don't land it. Oh. Whatever, that's not crazy damage.
Suffer my rage. Another lucky falls. For the cause.
Moving quickly.
Copy that.
On the move. Moving out.
Understood. Moving out.
Moving. Moving.
I can make it. Evac confirmed.
I'm gone. I'm out of here.
I'm next.
My battle is over.
Damn, your battle is over. Have no.
All Xcom operatives are secure. Firebrand is returning to base.
Excellent work out there.
We're so close to a flawless, but damn, that was still real good.
Not once have the Elders abandoned their accord with humanity. Even as these contemptuous dissidents assault their most loyal of forces. We must be thankful for their patience with us. And we must never stop the fight against those who would see our great...
After a mission like that, spirits are gonna be high around here. We might have to resupply the bar.
Yeah, Whiplash goes pretty hard.
We are stronger by far when working together. Your skill is unquestionable, Commander.
Right? Go pick up my paltry supply drop. Or go finish getting the black market.
I have glimpsed the power that awaits the Elders, whether they realize its intent or not. This entity is cut of the gods' own cloth. It is as they are, a power beyond perception. I cannot judge our fate, but it is assuredly intertwined with the void that approaches.
You know what? I'm desperate enough. I'm gonna sell a freaking data pad.
Setting course for Western United States.
So many have suffered for your efforts, even those you would consider innocent. When will it end, Commander?
The Chosen are gonna do whatever it takes to get to you, Commander. Even if that means wiping out entire camps of Resistance supporters. We're their only line of defense. Commander, we've just received intel that one of Dr. Vollin's escape test subjects is guarding a nearby Advent facility. Best be prepared before we try to take it out.
Commander, you should be aware. We're detecting lost activity in this area. Our forces will need to be especially vigilant.
Alright, you know what? 65, 6 HP. Got good potential as a ranger. If you roll that class. I mean, as any... So long as he doesn't roll sniper, that's fine. I gotta destroy the relay and there's lost about... Why do I got a feeling that this one's not gonna be good?
Sky Ranger deployed.
In position for deployment.
Dr. Tygan has picked up a signal from a hidden alien communications relay sending data to the Advent network from this area. Anything we can do to disrupt the aliens' logistics increases our chances of stopping their progress. We'll need to secure the area and eliminate any hostiles, then destroy the relay before they finish their transmission. Menace 1-5, the communications relay is up ahead. Move in and destroy the target.
As I expected, Commander. There are significant readings indicative of the Lost moving throughout the combat zone. Be careful out there.
Nine turns, though. Let's go here, move through the rooftops, and head straight to the location.
Stepping off.
Got it.
Copy that. The power guides me.
The power. Be right back real quick. Actually, I'm gonna stop here. I think that's it for the show today. I'm gonna go walk outside, get some exercise in, you know. Yeah, I save scummed a bit to get past that chosen mission. I admit it. I'll do it again. No, I won't though. If I ever have to save scum like that again, I'm just restarting. I'm just tired of restarting nonstop, so I'm gonna give myself that super early on in the game, and then if that's all the resetting I do, okay, great. I'll still count it as legit, except there's still a lot of the game to get through. Like I'm still pretty early on, but yeah. Thanks for watching. I appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow sometime, as always. Fucking jobless as I am. Wish I could get a job, but anyway. See you.